ain't pretty. Hard times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad. 7 to 8 hours twice a week. Don't have time to take a leak. Hard times in the city.
Make me host. You got it, tough guy.
Hot times in the city. 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 Hot times in the city.
Welcome to the mop-up for August 1st, 2022. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan, where the temperature is 7 degrees and cloudy. Several Taiwan media outlets are reporting that Speaker Nancy Pelosi will touch down in Taiwan on Tuesday in the face of threats from China that this could trigger an invasion of the island. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Zhao Lijian called Pelosi's trip a gross interference in foreign affairs. Zhao went on to say, quote, "We would like to tell the United States once again that China is standing by. The Chinese People's Liberation Army will never sit idly by, and China will take resolute responses and strong countermeasures to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity." When asked what kind of measures the Chinese government might take, Zhao said, quote, "If Pelosi dares to go, then let us wait and see." Good move, Nancy Pelosi. Smart. This is good. We're fighting the Russians. Now we're fighting the Chinese. You know, what else is there to fight? I mean, other than, I don't know, cancer, income inequality. What's the other thing? What is that? Oh, yeah, climate change. But instead, the Democratic leadership, Nancy Pelosi, is making a point of saying to the world that America is afraid of nobody, not the Russians, not the Chinese, maybe the National Rifle Association, definitely the oil companies and the health insurance companies, and of course, big tech companies like Apple and Amazon, which Nancy Pelosi owns millions of dollars of stock in. She's afraid of those special interests, but she's not afraid of China or Russia. Yeah. She won't stand up to the landlords and prevent millions of Americans from getting evicted because she owns $100 million worth of real estate, but she's willing to make us, our kids, go to war with China. Yeah. Gotta love Nancy Pelosi's priorities. Who elected her to conduct foreign policy? Don't we have, I don't know, it seems to me we might have other things to worry about. Well, I'm coming to you from the monkeypox epicenter of America, New York City. 25% of all cases of monkeypox are right here in this apartment building in New York City. So far, this city has reported more than 1,200 cases of monkeypox. Today, our mayor, Eric Adams, declared a state of emergency. He warned that 150,000 New Yorkers are in danger of contracting the virus. There is reportedly a drastic shortage of monkeypox vaccines, with close to 100,000 monkeypox vaccines expected to arrive in the coming weeks. Is this a joke? Like, don't we have to be done with our first plague before we go on to our next plague? Don't you have to finish what's on your plate first? This is depressing. This is no way to start the week. And I need to calm down. Monkeypox. Monkeypox. And war in China and monkeypox. This is what I do. I try to help people out here. When I'm nervous, I like to kick back and watch an old movie on Turner Classic Movies. I'm obsessed now with monkeypox. I'm living in the epicenter, ground zero of monkeypox, New York City. So what I do is I just need to take a quick breather. We're going to do it together. And we're going to watch an old movie, a condensed version of an old movie, one of my favorites. It's on Turner Classic Movies right now. It stars the great Joan Fontaine and Cary Grant in Alfred Hitchcock's Suspicion. It's playing right now. Let's take a quick break from monkeypox and watch Alfred Hitchcock's Suspicion. Here's a condensed version of Suspicion to get our minds off monkeypox.
What does your family call you? Monkey face? Hello, monkey face.
Hello.
Hello, monkey face. Have they what, monkey face? You haven't said the wrong thing, monkey face. Oh, poor monkey face. Monkey face? Monkey face. Well, how's my little monkey face? Oh, now, monkey face. Monkey face? Monkey face. Monkey face? Monkey face? We're organizing a real estate company. Hello, monkey face.
Oh, you frightened me. I didn't see you coming.
No, monkey face, I'm not angry. About that monkey face.
Yes, Lena.
Hello, monkey face. May I have some more soap, monkey face?
What makes that especially cruel is that Joan Fontaine has a monkey face. She looked like a monkey in Suspicion. All right, I'm calmed down. Got it all out. I feel better. So monkeypox is spreading throughout New York City. And the way you get it is through the exchange of bodily fluids, especially when there are open sores and blisters. People with open sores and blisters are being advised not to engage in risky sex right now. Right now? How about never? How about if you've got sores and open blisters and sores, how about never engaging in risky sex? Here's a general rule of thumb. I'm not a doctor, but if you meet someone with open sores and blisters and you're turned on, go home and watch porn instead. That's my advice. I'm sure there's open sore and blister porn out there on Pornhub. Watch that and don't have sex if you've got open sores and blisters. Well, Joe Biden continues to test positive for COVID, but they're blaming it on Paxlovid. Paxlovid is the therapeutic. He was given, you take Paxlovid the minute you test positive, and it works. The one downside is you still test positive. This is true about Paxlovid. So doctors are advising that if you test positive for COVID, quickly get Paxlovid. The only side effect is you still test positive for COVID. And this is making billions of dollars for Pfizer. This is the new wonder drug from Pfizer, Paxlovid. But let's go to war with China. That's the big thing over Taiwan. Let's have Nancy Pelosi go to Taiwan. According to a new report from Lending Club, 61% of Americans, that would be 157 million adults, 61% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, as opposed to the rest of the country, which is living no paycheck to no paycheck. But they can't decide whether or not it's a recession. They still can't make up their mind. How about depression? Maybe let's just go right to depression. I think we've been in a depression since Reagan took over. But let's have the speaker touch down in Taiwan and spark a war with China. That's That's the best use of our time right now, before Congress goes on an August recess. Let's have the speaker vacation in Taiwan to trigger a war. What did you do during your summer vacation? Oh, I sparked a war with communist China. Oh, that's good. That's good. I went for a drive. I guess you had a better summer than I did, Nancy Pelosi. The death toll from Kentucky's flood has hit 30. Democratic Governor Andy Beshear warned the number will get much higher as hundreds of people remain unaccounted for. Kentucky has two senators, both Republicans, Mitch McConnell, he's the majority leader, and Rand Paul. They are Republicans who have a storied history of opposing climate change legislation. Rand Paul ran for president in 2016 as a climate change denier. He mocks the idea of man-made climate change. He not only mocks the idea that it's man-made, he mocks the idea that the climate is changing. Maybe he should ask the 30 constituents who just drowned in a flood. He this year mocked Congresswoman AOC for her support for the Green New Deal. Senator Rand Paul voted against disaster relief in 2012 after Hurricane Katrina slammed into New York and New Jersey. But last year, when climate disaster-related tornadoes hit Kentucky, he asked for federal relief. You know, he doesn't believe in a strong federal government. He believes in states' rights, except when Kentucky gets hit by man-made climate change, which he doesn't believe in, then he wants the rest of us, the big government, the taxpayers, to help out Kentucky, which receives more from the federal government than it pays into the federal government. It is a taker state, as we call them. There are some states who take more from the federal government than they put back in the way of taxes. Those are called taker states. Interestingly enough, most of the taker states are the old Confederacy that believe in states' rights and hate the federal government. You know, they complain about people living on the dole, taking from the federal government, but states like Kentucky take, they don't give, but they want to be left alone by the federal government. During the 2022 election cycle, Rand Paul has so far taken $120,000 from oil and gas lobbyists. He takes from the oil and gas lobbyists to deny climate change. We are superior to Kentucky, the coastal elite, because we actually care about the people of Kentucky. We want to help them, even though the coastal elitists pay more into the federal government. We want you to do Medicaid expansion, take our money, take our disaster relief. You can even believe in states' rights, but you know, the blue state coastal elitists want to help everybody in America to make a more perfect union. I would check the budgets of the states' rights states to see how reliant they are on the federal government before they start saying, get the federal government out of my life. Right. The NFL has suspended Cleveland Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson for 6 games without pay after league disciplinary officer Sue L. Robinson ruled that he had violated the game's code of conduct, which begs the question, the NFL has a code of conduct? Does the owner of the Miami Dolphins, Stephen Ross, know about this? Does the owner of the Washington Commanders, Dan Snyder, know that the NFL has a code of conduct? 2 grand juries in Texas decided not to charge Watson with the crime. However, 24 women have stepped forward charging sexual misconduct. Of the 24 civil lawsuits against Watson, 23 were settled out of court. Many of the allegations come from massage therapists saying Watson exposed himself, made rude comments, grabbed them, and insisted they touch his penis. In other words, he plays for the NFL. Watson just signed a $230 million 5-year contract with the Browns. For the first time since the Russian invasion, a ship carrying grain has finally left Ukraine. After months of a Russian blockade, a Ukrainian cargo ship carrying 26,000 much-needed tons of corn is now heading to Lebanon. 16 other cargo ships are set to leave Odessa without any interference from Russia. Many countries neighboring Ukraine get as much as 80% of their wheat from this war-torn country. The good news, however, did not last long. On the same day, Russian Grad missiles hit the southern Ukrainian port city of Mykolaiv, killing the owner of one of Ukraine's largest grain-producing and exporting companies. 3 people were also wounded in the attack. Meanwhile, President Zelensky of Ukraine says this war will reduce his country's harvest by half this year. Countries all over Africa and the Middle East depend on Ukraine for food, with the threat of food riots and famine now seeming imminent. Because of the fighting in Ukraine, food prices have increased by as much as 300% in places like Argentina, Indonesia, Greece, and Iran. In Iran, they are having bread riots. So, Ukraine, when does the war end? Admiral John Kirby, who currently holds the position of Coordinator for Strategic Communications at the National Security Council inside the White House, tells us things are not going well. Admiral?
Direct violation of Ukraine's sovereignty. We're seeing ample. We have information today, including from downgraded intelligence that we're able to share with you, about how Russia is laying the groundwork to annex Ukrainian territory that it controls in direct violation of Ukraine's sovereignty. We're seeing ample evidence in the intelligence and in the public domain that Russia intends to try to annex additional Ukrainian territory. Russia is beginning to roll out a version of what you could call an annexation playbook, very similar to the one we saw in 2014. Already, Russia is installing illegitimate proxy officials in the areas of Ukraine that are under its control. And we know their next moves. First, these proxy officials will arrange sham referenda on joining Russia. Then, Russia will use those sham referenda as a basis to try to claim annexation of sovereign Ukrainian territory. The Russian government is reviewing detailed plans to purportedly annex a number of regions in Ukraine, including Kherson, Zaporizhia, all of Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. Russia is attempting to set the conditions on the ground by seeking to establish branches of Russian banks, to establish the ruble as the default currency in these areas, and to sabotage civilian internet access. Russia's security services continue to target Ukrainians that they believe to be associated with resistance activities. In Kherson, for example, Russia is taking control of broadcasting towers, establishing loyalist security forces, replacing telecommunications infrastructure, forcing residents to apply for Russian citizenship, and issuing Russian passports.
So it's not going well. What about all those Russian generals that were getting killed? British military intelligence agencies constantly telling us that the Russians are losing. What about those Russian tanks mired in the mud? What happened to Russia being much weaker than Putin had imagined? What about the Russian army plagued by supply chain issues and corruption? We were told Putin was going down. I guess not. We've just stopped following the story, haven't we? Okay, so what are we, America, what is Joe Biden going to do? Seems like we should be dragging Putin to the negotiating table. You would think some sort of peace talks would be starting right about now. At least 20,000 dead that we know of, 6 million refugees. I think we can all agree that war is not the answer. Even the despicable Henry Kissinger says we have to negotiate. All right, Admiral Kirby, what is America doing to stop this bloodshed?
Later this week, the administration will announce the next presidential drawdown package of weapons and equipment for Ukraine. It will be the 16th such drawdown to support Ukraine since the president took office. That package will include more HIMARS, that's highly mobile advanced rocket systems, which the Ukrainians have been using very effectively to make a difference on the battlefield.
Yes, yes. Which the Ukrainians have used very effectively to make a difference on the battleground. You just told us they're losing. You just told us things were not going well. But now you're saying Ukrainians are taking the fight to the enemy, fighting effectively using our HIMARS. Ukrainians are winning, but they're losing. And no peace talks. So, in answer to my question, apparently America's solution to ending the killing is to throw more and more weapons into the mix. By the way, he talks about a drawdown. That is the Pentagon's way of saying we're taking our weapons and giving them to the Ukrainians. And as we draw down our weapons to give to the Ukrainians, that means we have to replace those weapons so we can have shinier, newer weapons. And he's so proud. He's talking tough. How many drawdowns have we had, Admiral Kirby?
It'll be the 16th.
16th. Like he looks like George W. Bush talking tough, doesn't he?
It'll be the 16th.
What a tough man. 16 drawdowns. He's so proud of it. We should all be proud of this act of courage. 16 drawdowns, 16 transfers of military weapons to the Ukrainians. The Pentagon should be very proud of.
It'll be the 16th.
16th. Wow, it's shock and awe of 16 drawdowns. He's talking tough about drawdowns, right? There's no limit.
It'll be the 16th.
Be the 16th. I don't know. I'm not an admiral. I'm not a military expert. I just pay my taxes every year. In my humble opinion, as a citizen of this country who pays his taxes, again, I'm not an admiral. I don't know how many drawdowns. I didn't even know how many have we done?
It'll be the 16th.
16 drawdowns. I didn't even know what a drawdown was. It's a transfer of the weapons that I'm paying for to give to the Ukrainians, so thousands, tens of thousands more can die. That's what I'm paying for. Again, I don't know anything. I didn't know what a drawdown was until today. But in my humble opinion, as someone who is just paying for these drawdowns, another way to look at these, how many drawdowns have we done that you're so proud of?
It'll be the 16th.
16 drawdowns in less than a year. Again, I maybe would not be so proud of 16 drawdowns that have cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 billion in weapons alone. We've spent $10 billion on those. How many?
It'll be the 16th.
16 drawdowns this year. Seems to me it's not going well. That's what it seems to me as a tax-paying citizen, that you shouldn't be so proud of your 16 drawdowns. Sounds like you're throwing money at the problem. And not just anyone's money. You're throwing my money at the problem, our money. You're throwing our money at the problem in the form of deadly weapons. And they just seem to, as deadly weapons are wont to do, create more death. Now, I know you're trying to soften this by calling it a drawdown, right? I know it's, something to be
The
proud.
16th.
Yeah, it's very proud. 16 drawdowns. I know calling it your 16th drawdown sounds like an accomplishment. As someone who's paying for these drawdowns, it is failure. It is a failure. Those are billions of dollars of weapons that kill and maim not just soldiers, but children, civilians. There's no inspector general. We have no idea who's getting their hands on these. What are you so proud of?
It'll be the 16th.
16th. Seems to me, and what do I know? What do I know? Perhaps bombs are not the way to stop the killing. Maybe bombs are just the way to make arms dealers wealthy with all these drawdowns. Seems to me, Admiral Kirby, that you're looking for your next job from Raytheon, where you can proudly say you were responsible for.
It'll be the 16th.
Yeah, you should be really proud of that. What about winning? All these billions that you're spending of my money, how about winning a war for once? Instead of maiming civilians and our own soldiers, how about you win a war? Seems to me it hasn't even been a year, Admiral Kirby, since we pulled out of Afghanistan with our tail between our legs. We lost Afghanistan. We lost Iraq, Admiral Kirby. Seems to me sending weapons to Ukraine, I don't think it's going to scare Putin or China. I don't think a 17th drawdown is going to get China or Putin scared. They're going to do whatever they're going to do. Drawdowns don't make us look tough. It's actually cowardice, Admiral Kirby. It's cowardice. Being proud of these drawdowns remind me of all these out-of-shape Republicans who think guns make them tough. Like all the fat cops who, shoot a suspect in the back because they're too fat to chase a suspect. So they just shoot and they think they're tough. No. Guns and weapons don't make you look tough. They make you look like what you are, fat and out of shape. Real men don't need guns. They know how to defend themselves with their hands, not with their trigger fingers. Weapons are for cowards. Look, we're not sending troops into Ukraine. We don't have the stomach for it. Why don't we tell the truth? As we're getting people killed by trying to come across tough. We're getting people killed. We're not going to send troops into Ukraine. The American people don't have the stomach for it anymore. No more appetite for war. Giving weapons to another country while pumping up our military-industrial complex, that's our new war model. Just make the military-industrial complex wealthy, have these little wars all over the globe. Why spend money on VA hospitals? Why send troops into harm's way when you can just have your drawdowns and just give other countries our weapons? That's the new business model for our Pentagon. And giving weapons to another country to fight for what we believe in, that makes us look weak. It makes us look weak, which we are. We are weak. So is China, so is Russia, so is Ukraine, so is anybody who resorts to war. When you resort to war, you're weak. All militaries are weak. Nobody wins an armed conflict. Stop thinking about World War II. Stop thinking about World War II. Nobody won World War I. We didn't win the Civil War, obviously. We didn't win in Vietnam. We didn't win in Iraq. We didn't win in Afghanistan. Nobody wins a war because wars never end. Look at Afghanistan. Look at Syria. These wars never end. It's the ultimate act of cowardice and weakness to resort to violence. Wars go on and on and on, and it allows cretins like Admiral John Kirby to think they're tough.
It'll be the 16th.
He's actually proud of that. Like he's selling the policy, our Ukrainian policy. We've done 16 drawdowns. Isn't that great? If I did that, if 16 times I requested money from my boss and I was failing, I think I'd be fired, Admiral Kirby, not hired by Raytheon, where you'll be working in about 6 months. You are an asshole. You're an asshole. Okay, Admiral, you're an asshole. All you're doing is talking tough and failing, and then you talk tough again and you fail again. We're not supposed to be proud of ourselves when we fail, okay? These weapons aren't working. You cannot win a war with weapons. We knew that in Iraq, right? We had this fantasy that shock and awe, we could win with just dropping bombs. You have to put troops, boots on the ground. Unfortunately, that is the truth about war. You have to put soldiers in there, and it's got to be door to door. You got to fight. You got to kick down doors, and people get wounded and maimed. Our soldiers come home wounded and maimed. So stop it. Let's just stop the bloodshed. We lost Iraq. We lost Afghanistan. We're not winning in Ukraine because nobody wins a war. Eventually, you have to negotiate. All war ends with a negotiation, a stalemate, which means the war will continue by some other means. In Ukraine, the cities of Mariupol, Volnovakha, Saltivka, Popasna Rubizhny, and Severodonetsk have all been reduced to rubble. The death toll? Unknown. Russia is hiding the dead. We are told tens of thousands of Ukrainians have died. We don't know. We do know there are 6 million refugees. It's not going well, even though, like all wars, when they start, we were promised it'll be over in a matter of weeks. So how long will this one go on? How long? Again, Russia should have never invaded Ukraine. Okay? Not a fan of Russia. I'm rooting for Ukraine. And the best way to root for Ukraine is to use the power and the might, what's left of our moral authority in the United States and the UN, to start negotiations. We're going to negotiate. The question is when? How many more dead before we start negotiating? That's the question. Here's Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley. Here he is. Mark Milley, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Chairman. Is it going to escalate? What is Russia intending to do? How much longer will it last?
In terms of most likely, though, at this point, and this is always subject to debate, but at this point, we have a very serious grinding war of attrition going on in the Donbass, and unless there's a breakthrough on either side, which right now the analysts don't think is particularly likely in the near term, but unless there's a breakthrough, it'll probably continue as a grinding war of attrition for a period of time until both sides see an alternative way out of this, perhaps through negotiation or something like that.
So, unless there's a breakthrough, like a negotiation or something like that, it's going to be a grinding war of attrition. A grinding war of attrition. World War I was a grinding war of attrition. And a lot of war aficionados loved the Russian invasion of Ukraine because it reminded them of World War I. It was an old school invasion. And with our 16 drawdowns, and there'll be a 17th and an 18th, soon we'll send advisors. This will go on, and it will be, 60 billion, 70 billion we've spent the year's halfway over. We'll spend about $100 billion this year on Ukraine. No COVID relief, by the way. They still haven't been able to pass COVID relief. They haven't even finished the war against Russia, and already Nancy Pelosi is ginning up a war with China. And Now they're saying it's going to be a war, a grinding war of attrition in Ukraine. That means limbs falling off, children dying, more children dying, old people dying, and children dying, and famine throughout the world because Ukraine inconveniently happens to be the breadbasket to the third world. And General Milley, grinding war of attrition, unless there's a negotiation. Now, that's the news. You won't hear this. You're not allowed to say this. Mainstream media, you are not allowed to say we're failing in Ukraine. It's considered treason, unpatriotic, not to, if you're unhappy with the fact that you're spending, $70 billion to lose a war in Ukraine that is resulting in 6 million refugees, children getting maimed, if that makes you unhappy, that's un-American, that's unpatriotic. The only people who are allowed to say Ukraine is a disaster are our very own generals, but like Mark Milley. The only person who's allowed to say it's going to be a grinding war of attrition that never ends is General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But that's what he said last week. Nobody reports that. We rather have pundits. I believe they're generals working for Boeing and Raytheon who go on NBC and tell us how we're winning over there. But Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, just said it's going to be a grinding war of attrition. And the only people who are allowed to say that are our generals. And they're only allowed to say that when they're asking on behalf of the military-industrial complex for more weapons to ship to Ukraine. This is the cycle. We send weapons to Ukraine, and then we say we're winning. And then when they use up all our weapons, our generals say we're losing, we have to help the Ukrainians, and then we do another drawdown, right? And then we send more weapons to Ukraine, and everybody gets paid over at Raytheon and Boeing, and then we want more money for Raytheon and Boeing. So Mark Milley tells the truth and says we're losing, we have to, and this is how you end up in quagmires that are intentional. It's the Big Dig in Boston. The Big Dig, it was this big tunnel that went underneath the bay, and it was called the Big Dig. It lasted, I think, 50 years, and it was never supposed to be finished because it's a boondoggle, and the mafia and politicians and construction firms make a fortune on a boondoggle. Oldest graft in democracy, a boondoggle. And a war is the greatest boondoggle you can imagine, especially when it's overseas, and especially if there are no soldiers, American soldiers fighting this war. Nobody's coming home wounded. So nobody's paying attention. And we don't have an inspector general. Nobody's looking. We're just giving Ukraine weapons, and we have no idea who ends up with those weapons. We're the new business model for the Pentagon, and the Pentagon is business. Smedley Butler talked about being a gangster for capitalism, General Smedley Butler. The Pentagon is there. It's a security guard for big business. The new business model is we don't want to send soldiers into harm's way. That's expensive. VA hospitals, that's expensive. Let's just cut out the middleman, the soldier, and just give weapons of mass destruction to countries that are willing to use them. The Pentagon is like Amazon. It's just delivering. If you can count on the Pentagon the same way you can count on Amazon to deliver the weapons on time, and like Amazon, people die because of it. I don't think you're allowed to say this unless you're a general who's trying to scare the American people into authorizing more weapons for the Ukrainians. I'm rooting for Ukraine. The best way to help the Ukrainian people, the best way to help the 6 million refugees is to drag Putin to the negotiating table. Well, the midterms are 99 days away. Republicans need a net gain of only 5 seats to seize control of the House, and they just need 1 seat to get control of the Senate. I talked about this in my newsletter, which comes out every Friday. Friday's newsletter, I made a mistake. I accidentally got the name of the Republican senator from Pennsylvania wrong. His name is Senator Pat Toomey, not Senator Crinkly Face Ass Muffin. My apologies. I got that wrong, seriously. It's really bothering me. Pennsylvania Senator Pat Toomey is retiring. I accidentally called him Thune, Thune. I think he's one of the senators from Dakota. I was tired. I had a prostate exam that day, which usually wakes me up, but for some reason I was groggy after my prostate exam. Maybe it was love, but it's Pat Toomey, not John Thune. Pat Toomey is the Republican who's retiring. Dr. Oz, Republican, is running for that seat against Democrat John Fetterman, Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania. And in the newsletter, I said they were running to replace John Thune. That was wrong. It's Pat Toomey. You should subscribe to my newsletter, nevertheless, because when I get something wrong, I issue a correction. I don't ask for
It'll be the 16th.
my 16th drawdown. Like, unlike the Pentagon, I can admit defeat, and I issue corrections. Imagine that. Well, there are primaries Tuesday in Arizona. God, that Admiral Kirby, what an asshole. Like, he's talking tough. Like, he's proud. Like money has become ammunition now. Like, we're spending money on this war. And Jen Psaki, by the way, before she left the White House, was telling us, she was the White House press spokesman, was saying, we're winning in Ukraine and we should thank the American people for getting behind mailing all those weapons. Like, she tried to convince us that we should be proud of how we've contributed to the war effort by paying our taxes and watching Netflix instead of asking where our money is going. Weapons. This is a nation awash in weapons. Well, there are primaries Tuesday in Arizona, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, and Washington State. In Kansas, voters will decide on a referendum that would change the state's constitution to read that abortion is not a right guaranteed to any of its citizens. They're rewriting the Constitution to make sure that people in Kansas understand that abortion is not a right guaranteed to any of its citizens. The referendum may not pass. If it's voted down on Tuesday, it could signify a backlash to the Supreme Court's recent overturning of Roe v. Wade. So pay attention to that on Tuesday. But most eyes will be turned to Arizona on Tuesday. Arizona is an important state. They're still contesting the presidential race in Arizona. 2 years ago, by a margin of 10,000 votes, Joe Biden became only the second Democrat since 1948 to win the state of Arizona. Politics is also big business in Arizona. 70% of registered voters cast a ballot in 2020 in Arizona. 70% of registered voters in Arizona vote. That is arguably the second largest turnout per capita in America, right behind Utah. Utah and Arizona has the most active voting base. So Democrats for years have been betting on a growing Latino population to push Arizona blue, but Arizona remains nearly 80% white and conservative, which makes it all the more surprising that Joe Biden won in 2020 and that Arizona has two Democratic senators, Senator Mark Kelly, who is running for re-election this year, and Joe Manchin's relief pitcher, Kyrsten Sinema, who's up for re-election in 2 years. You're all familiar with the Manchin-Schumer bill, also known as the Inflation Reduction Act, also known as the Not Even Fucking Close to Bernie's Build Back Better Act. This would reduce greenhouse gases by 40%, set a minimum corporate tax of 15%, and pour billions into alternative energy. And it has the support of Joe Manchin. But now Arizona's Kyrsten Sinema, a Democrat, says she needs to read the bill before she signs onto it. Manchin says, I'll talk to her. So once again, Sinema and Manchin playing the roles of good turd, bad turd. Speaking of turds from Arizona, two of perhaps the most odious Republican congressmen come from the state of Arizona. Dentist Paul Gosar and Andy Biggs, both of whom requested a blanket pardon from Donald Trump after the January 6th attack on the Capitol. So I'm going to talk about Paul Gosar, Andy Biggs. These are two congressmen from Arizona, the role they played in the insurrection, and Mo Brooks. These three, there's been some reporting done, and the insurrection, according to a lot of the reporting that has been done, the Stop the Steal rally that was held on the Ellipse before they stormed the Capitol was organized by Paul Gosar and Andy Biggs and Mo Brooks. And they knew, according to reporting, they knew something big and violent was going to happen. Now, immediately after January 6th, Ryan Grim over at The Intercept, everybody should read The Intercept, subscribe to The Intercept. Ryan Grim over at The Intercept did some of the best reporting on the conspiracy to stage a violent protest inside the Capitol on January 6th to slow down the certification of the presidential election, which would have, been Joe Biden's. They wanted to slow it down and make sure Joe Biden wasn't certified. Ryan Grim over at The Intercept reported, right after January 6th, that the Stop the Steal rally where Donald Trump on the Ellipse, White House in the background, where he encouraged armed protesters to storm the Capitol. He says that it was organized by Ali Alexander, a far-right Republican extremist. I looked up Ali Alexander on the internet. He was born Ali Abdul Razak Akbar. And we know how much the far-right white Christian nationalists love anyone named Ali Abdul Razak Akbar. He changed his name to Ali Alexander. Interesting. Find that interesting. Kind of interesting in the same way the white nationalists, the Christian white nationalists, would love a dark-skinned Afro-Cuban like Henry Enrique Taddeo, who is chairman of the Proud Boys, and he was also an FBI informer. So I'm going to get back to Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs and Paul Gosar in a second, and the role that they played in the Stop the Steal rally. I do find it odd and interesting that two leading white nationalists involved in the January 6th riot weren't white. Feels like part of the plan was to create two patsies, and kind of switch them to Antifa, make them look like they were Antifa. Ali Abdul Razak Akbar, now named Ali Alexander, organized the Stop the Steal rally. Enrique Tarrio, an Afro-Cuban chairman of the Proud Boys, white nationalists. I find that suspicious. I find that odd. The day after the riots, the day after the January 6 riots, Congressman Mo Brooks was already claiming that Antifa was behind the riots. Right now, I'm going to show you the reporting that I think The Intercept did, showing the role that Mo Brooks played in planning Stop the Steal. He already had the cover story that Antifa was behind January 6. He was claiming, I'm going to play you a clip. This is from The Intercept. He claimed on January 7th on a radio interview, he claimed that Capitol Police told him that Antifa had infiltrated the Stop the Steal rally to make it look like it was Trump supporters who had invaded the Capitol. Got it? And this is what a lot of Trump supporters are saying now, that what happened on January 6th was a false flag operation, and that it was really Antifa pretending to be part of MAGA. This is what the right wing, this is what MAGA believes in, right? You know, false flag operations. Alex Jones, one of the other organizers of the Stop the Steal rally, who, you know, what is happening with Alex Jones? Is he being prosecuted? He helped orchestrate the Stop the Steal rally. Whenever there's a school shooting, the first thing he says is it was a false flag operation, that he says, you know, crisis actors are responsible for the shooting because they're trying to drum up support for gun control, right? So you've got Ali Alexander, dark-skinned, Enrique Tarrio, dark-skinned. Sounds to me like, you know, you're going to organize a raid on the Capitol. Why not have the option to make it appear like a false flag? Why not have two leaders who help make it look like it was Antifa? I don't know, just a thought, because Mo Brooks sure had his story straight the next day. The day after January 6th, Congressman Mo Brooks from Alabama was already spreading disinformation that it was a false flag operation, that it was crisis actors. It was Antifa who infiltrated the Stop the Steal rally. He calls Antifa fascist Antifa. You know, Antifa means anti-fascist, so he puts fascist in front of it. The Intercept found a radio interview that Alabama Congressman Mo Brooks did the day after January 6th, okay? I'm going to play it for you. Now, remember, January 6th is a Wednesday. January 7th is a Thursday. Here's Mo Brooks the day after January 6th, already spreading the misinformation that it was Antifa behind the violence.
Not leave the Capitol complex, that I should sleep in my office, which I've done for 4 straight days on the floor. Okay? On Monday, a fellow congressman advised me that I should not leave the Capitol complex, that I should sleep in my office, which I've done for 4 straight days on the floor, because of the perceived threat from fascist Antifa. So that's Monday. That's coming from another congressman to me, serious enough to cause me to not go to my condo, but instead to sleep on the floor in my office. On Tuesday, another congressman was advised, and he reported it to me, was advised by the Capitol Police.
So those two congressmen would be Arizona Congressman Paul Gosar, right? And Andy Biggs.
That they were receiving intelligence that fascist Antifa elements were going to pose as Trump supporters and infiltrate the rally and engage in some unknown nefarious conduct, which Antifa is known to engage in, but we didn't know what. Okay, so that's what a congressman tells me on Tuesday. Also on Tuesday, I get a formal notice from the Capitol Police akin to what I got from another congressman on Monday. It's best to stay in your office. Don't travel around Washington, D.C. Don't sleep in your condo, in my instance. Now, the Capitol Police did not detail what the nature of the threat was. They kept that.
So he was warned to stay indoors, right? I'm going to play you in a second his speech on the ellipse that day. He had been warned that there was going to be violence that day, and yet he showed up on the ellipse wearing a bulletproof vest, rallying Trump's troops. Okay, I'll play that in a second.
To themselves in the formal notification. Now, historically, the Trump rallies have not involved violence. There might be one instance where there's some harsh words said and somebody punches somebody else, isolated things like that, but not the kinds of riots or arsons, shootings, stabbings, assaults that you're used to seeing with respect to fascist Antifa. And so that lays the groundwork for my perception on Wednesday. Now, in my judgment, we need to wait until the investigation has been done by law enforcement, and that's when we should know with fairly good clarity who did what. But it appears at this point in time, keep in mind that more evidence may change this appearance. It appears at this point in time that fascist Antifa elements did in fact infiltrate the Trump rally and orchestrated what happened.
He sure has his story straight on January 7th, right? It's fascist Antifa that was responsible for the riot. He was told to stay indoors on January 6th. I am now going to play parts of Mo Brooks's speech at the rally on January 6th before a heavily armed Trump crowd who ended up storming the Capitol. You tell me if it was Antifa or it was Mo Brooks, Congressman Mo Brooks, in his bulletproof vest telling these insurrectionists to storm the Capitol. Here is Mo Brooks's, here's what he told them that day. You tell me if it's Antifa or MAGA.
Republican congressmen and senators who covet the power and the prestige the swamp has to offer while groveling at the feet and the knees of the special interest group masters. As such, today is important in another way. Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass. Now, our ancestors sacrificed their blood, their sweat, their tears, their fortunes, and sometimes their lives to give us, their descendants, an America that is the greatest nation in world history. So I have a question for you. Are you willing to do the same? My answer is yes. Louder, are you willing to do what it takes to fight for America? Louder, will you fight for America? Let me conclude with these remarks. In 1776, at a time of great peril, an American patriot by the name of Thomas Paine said, "These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph." Such was the mettle of our founding fathers. and today's times do try our souls. But today, we can make our voices heard for America by uttering words that cause socialists and weak-kneed Republicans on Capitol Hill to know that we, American patriots, are not going to take it anymore. That we, American patriots, are going to come right at them. That we, American patriots, are going to take America back and restore the foundational principles that have combined to make us the greatest nation in world history. What are the simple words we must shout to the heavens and carry the message to Capitol Hill? What are the words that cause socialists and weak-kneed Republicans on Capitol Hill to shake in their boots and cower in their foxholes? What are the words that scare the hell out of socialists and weak-kneed Republicans alike? Join with me. USA, 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 USA. Washington, America, heed those words, because we're going to carry them right to you. USA, God bless America, and the fight begins today.
And then Trump spoke. 10,000 people were there, 2,000 stormed the Capitol. You tell me. That's what Mo Brooks, graduate of Duke, went to some law school, very calculated. The speech is calculated, and the next day he's calculatingly blaming it on Antifa, cool and calm. Is that speech incendiary? Last year, California Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell filed a civil lawsuit against Mo Brooks because of that speech. He alleged that the Alabama Republican Mo Brooks engaged in a civil conspiracy to attack the Capitol and rallied the audience to storm it. In March of this year, a federal judge dismissed this case, saying Mo Brooks was well within his First Amendment rights to basically shout fire in a crowded movie theater. He was literally wearing a red hat that said "Fire Pelosi." An hour later, 2,000 of the people in that crowd stormed the Capitol looking to kill Nancy Pelosi. One more time, I'm going to play an excerpt from Congressman Mo Brooks' speech. You tell me if this speech is protected by the First Amendment. We know from the January 6 hearings that the Stop the Steal protesters that day were heavily armed. We know Mo Brooks knew that they were heavily armed because we know he was wearing a bulletproof vest. We heard testimony from organizers who said Trump told them to let the protesters into his rally on the Ellipse, even though they were heavily armed, because Trump said, "What do I care? They're not going to shoot me." Mo Brooks spoke at that rally, and he was wearing a bulletproof vest. He knew they were carrying weapons. This is what he told a heavily armed crowd while wearing a red MAGA hat that says "Fire Pelosi." This is the speech Mo Brooks gave right in front of the White House on January 6th, right before Trump spoke. You tell me if Mo Brooks from Alabama was inciting the crowd to violence, or was it, as he said, Antifa? I want you to listen to this again. He's wearing a bulletproof vest, a red cap that says "Fire Pelosi." He knows his audience is well armed. Again, a bulletproof vest. Mo Brooks.
Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass. Now, our ancestors sacrificed their blood, their sweat, their tears, their fortunes, and sometimes their lives to give us, their descendants, an America that is the greatest nation in world history. So I have a question for you. Are you willing to do the same? My answer is yes. Louder, are you willing to do what it takes to fight for America? Louder, will you fight for America?
We've talked about Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which forbids anyone advocating sedition from serving in our government. Paul Gosar, congressman from Arizona, Andy Biggs, congressman from Arizona, and Mo Brooks, congressman from Alabama, who, by the way, ran for Senate and didn't get Donald Trump's endorsement. These three men should be, according to the 14th Amendment, should not be allowed to serve in our government. More reporting from Ryan Grim over at The Intercept. Like I said, days after January 6th, Ryan Grim and The Intercept did amazing reporting on the role Ali Alexander, Arizona Congressman Paul Gosar, Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs, as well as Alabama Congressman Mo Brooks played in all of this. Here's Ryan Grim from The Intercept.
Republican Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona helped plan the January 6th event that culminated in a storming of the Capitol. That's according to Ali Alexander, a lead organizer of the gathering.
Okay, so we talked about Ali Alexander. Here is Ryan Grim got his hands on some live streaming that Ali Alexander, who organized the Stop the Steal rally that Trump and Mo Brooks spoke at. Here he is trying to get people to show up for the Stop the Steal rally. This is about a week before the riot. This is Ali Alexander talking.
I was the person who came up with the January 6th idea. And I'm the guy who came up with the idea of January 6th when I was talking with Congressman Gosar, Congressman Andy Biggs, and Congressman Mo Brooks.
Right? So there they are. Mo Brooks, Paul Gosar, Andy Biggs. Okay? They were in on this. This is Ali Alexander continuing to talk about Trump and Pence being brave for January 6th. January 6th is about a week away.
So we're working with members of Congress while other people are trying to showboat. We're really working hard because, look, I believe that the president should do something brave. I think that the vice president should do something brave. I believe that that's how we maintain the White House, and we need to maintain the White House. I think it's a moral imperative.
Okay, that's Ali Alexander. Now, here is footage uncovered by The Intercept of Ali Alexander, who organized the Stop the Steal rally, praising Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs and Paul Gosar for helping him organize the rally. Remember, Mo Brooks, Paul Gosar, and Andy Biggs all asked Donald Trump for a blanket pardon after January 6th. So here is Ali Alexander praising.
Congressman Gosar has been the spirit animal of this movement. One of the other heroes has been Congressman Andy Biggs.
The spirit animal. That's politically incorrect to use the term spirit animal. Again, so you have Paul Gosar, Andy Biggs, and Mo Brooks in on the Stop the Steal rally. And finally, here is Andy Biggs.
Congressman Andy Biggs sent us a video.
Congressman Andy Biggs here. I wish I could be with you today. I pledge to you that I'm going to keep fighting for President Trump. And when it comes to January 6th, I'll be right down there in the well of the House with my friend from Alabama, Mo Brooks.
So it's, again, this is right before January 6th. They're trying to get the crazies, the deplorables, to show up. Here is dentist Paul Gosar.
Freedom isn't cheap, folks. Freedom isn't cheap. But you know what? Imagine this, that you get to go back home once we conquer the Hill. Donald Trump has returned to being president. And amazing things will happen in 4 more years.
These are really dangerous, sick men. And I'm hoping the January 6th committee will expose them. I hope come September, we will learn more about the role these three congressmen played in the violent takeover of the Capitol. You cannot separate January 6th from the gun debate. The Republicans believe in violence. They believe that might makes right, that democracy, voting is inconsequential. What matters more is guns. That's how you get your way. And this, we've been very critical of President Obama. Before we talk about the gun debate, here is President Obama doing a town hall back in 2016, addressing the lie that he wants to take away wants to take away our guns.
The notion that I or Hillary or Democrats or whoever you want to choose are hell-bent on taking away folks' guns is just not true. And I don't care how many times the NRA says it. I'm about to leave office. There have been more guns sold since I've been president than just about any time in U.S. history. There are enough guns for every man, woman, and child in this country. And at no point have I ever proposed confiscating guns from responsible gun owners. So it's just not true.
It's just not true. Even the assault weapons ban that passed in the House, and I'll be talking about it in a second, they're not taking away assault weapons. They're just saying you can't buy any new AR-15s. You can grandfather in the ones you already own. Nobody's taking away anybody's guns. Here's Barack Obama.
I just came from a meeting today in the Situation Room in which I've got people who we know have been on ISIL websites, living here in the United States, U.S. citizens, and we're allowed to put them on the no-fly list when it comes to airlines. But because of the National Rifle Association, I cannot prohibit those people from buying a gun. This is somebody who is a known ISIL sympathizer, and if he wants to walk in to a gun store or a gun show right now and buy as many weapons as ammo as he can, nothing's prohibiting him from doing that, even though the FBI knows who that person is.
I forgot why I used to love him so much. I'm reminded of why I used to love Barack Obama. Well, the House on Friday passed a bill that would ban the sale of assault-style weapons and high-capacity magazines. This would be the first ban since the previous assault weapons ban lapsed in 2004. It passed the House 217 to 213. It passed by 4 votes. Before it passed, and by the way, it's going to die in the Senate, but before it passed, there was a debate. Congressman Andrew Clyde is a Republican from Georgia, and he is opposed to the assault weapons ban because AR-15s are so popular. And he says it's not an assault weapon. Why are you calling it an assault weapon?
This legislation takes aim at our Constitution by banning what the Democrats call assault weapons, which is a vague political term used as a catchphrase to make the public think they are banning guns that assault people. But the truth is, the bill would ban the most popular semi-automatic rifle in America, the AR-15, and what the industry calls modern sporting rifles.
What the industry calls modern sporting rifles. And the industry also calls you a useful idiot, Congressman Andrew Clyde. It's a sporting rifle. It's not an assault weapon. It's for sport. The same way Russian hookers pissing on Trump is a water sports. It's just a sport. Or, gambling, it's gaming. Gambling is gaming. It's just a sport. Well, Congressman Gerald Connolly told us the argument the Republicans would give. Congressman Connolly from Virginia is a Democrat. He told us the argument that the Republicans would give, and then he gave us the argument as to why we should take on the NRA.
Or we can listen to the other argument, which you've heard. Enthralled to the gun manufacturers to protect them at any cost. And you, as a citizen, are collateral damage at the altar of the gun manufacturers. And we will be bathed in blood forever. It is time to act. It is time to end the madness and disenthrall ourselves from automatic weapons that are mass killers. I yield back.
So the Democrats in the debate said this is about children, right? We've watched the news. All we see are children dying. Here is Congresswoman Judy Chu. She is from California.
About their horrific impact on children like this, a trauma surgeon said the tissue destruction is almost unimaginable. Bones are exploded. Soft tissue is absolutely destroyed. It's like a bomb went off. But we in Congress can end this. We can end this uniquely American plague of mass death caused by gun violence. I support the assault weapons ban because we cannot wait to act until the next mass shooting. We must pass this bill today.
That's Congresswoman Judy Chu from California. She says an assault weapons ban is about saving children, but the GOP says guns aren't about children. Abortion is. Here is Congressman John Rutherford from Florida. He used to be a sheriff. Here is Congressman Rutherford telling us what the real debate should be. He's a Republican.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, America doesn't have a gun violence problem. We have a human violence problem. But those across the aisle don't want to talk about that, because then you have to talk about the culture of death that we have created in this country, killing 63 million unborn children, denying the sanctity of life. That's the conversation that they don't want to have.
I'll have that conversation. Here is Sheila Jackson Lee, Texas Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who insists this gun debate is about children.
You can pontificate about that. But frankly, the language is assault-styled weapons. That's what it is. And assault-style weapons still do not belong in civilians' hands. Because the munitions that are used in war, when soldiers can't even bring their weapons of war home when they are off duty or coming home to see family members or traveling as a civilian, it is because they are killers. And that is what killed those children in Parkland, Highland. That's what killed them in Uvalde, in Buffalo. That's what killed these people in El Paso, and in the hands, in some instances, of white supremacists.
Sometimes white supremacists. On Friday's show, we played clips from the House Oversight Committee, which held hearings last week. They brought gun manufacturers up on the Hill to testify about how they market their AR-15s specifically to white nationalists. Here is Congresswoman AOC grilling Marty Daniel, the CEO of Daniel Defense. Daniel Defense made the AR-15 used in the Uvalde shooting.
It's on. Okay, perfect. Mr. Daniel, you are CEO of firearm manufacturer Daniel Defense. This photograph is from an advertisement featured for your company. Do you know, I'd like to draw your attention to that red tattoo featured in your company's advertisement. Do you know what that tattoo is? Mr. Daniels?
Madam Congressman, Congresswoman, I'm not sure this is our ad. Can you show the whole ad? Is this our ad or someone else?
Yes, this is your ad, Mr. Daniel. This is an advertisement for your company, Daniel Defense.
Why is the brand name not in the photo?
No
ma'am?
worries, no worries. So this is featured prominently in your advertisement, that tattoo. You've indicated that you don't know what it is, but Ms. Sampson, as an expert in this area, can you briefly tell us what that tattoo is?
That's a fall knot, and it's a symbol that has been increasingly embraced by white supremacists.
So, Mr. Daniel, you may or may not know, but your company's advertisement prominently displays iconography associated with white supremacist movements. You can also find it in this other photo that I will be pulling up right now. Right there from January 6th, you can see the fall knot right there on this gentleman's chest. Mr. Daniel, yes or no, are you aware that your advertising department uses imagery affiliated with white supremacist movements in its marketing materials?
No, ma'am, I don't think we do.
Reclaiming my time. Thank you. I apologize. I just have to move a bit quick.
Like I've been saying, you cannot separate January 6th from white nationalism, Christian nationalism, and guns. You can't, they're all part of the same package. The police, the Democrats, during the debate on the assault weapons ban, tried to make it about children. And then North Carolina Democratic Congresswoman Deborah Ross made it about the police.
But if my friends across the aisle are not convinced of the need to protect our children, perhaps they will be convinced of the need to protect the police. According to Violence Policy Center, 1/4 of law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty in 2016 were killed by an assault weapon. After the assault weapons ban expired, the proportion of large capacity magazines equipped guns used in murder of police increased by 30%. These weapons belong with our military, not on our streets or in our schools.
I've talked about the first assault weapons ban that was passed in '94 with Bill Clinton. He had the police chiefs behind him. They were for the assault weapons ban. The police chiefs have remained eerily silent on an assault weapons ban. One would think police chiefs of all people would not want their officers getting mowed down or living in a state of constant fear. Dick Durbin held hearings last week on the psychological problems that the police are facing, and they had all these cops testifying how hard it is to be a police officer today and respond to mass shootings. Not a single one complained about the guns. They complained about gun violence, but they didn't complain about the guns. Jerry Nadler was manning the fortress for the Democrats during the debate. This is what he said.
The assault weapons ban would take the weapons of war off our streets and save countless lives. And that is why it is supported by all associations of police, by the American Federation of Teachers, the American College of Physicians, the American Public Health Association, the National Alliance to End Sexual Violence, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, the Major Cities Police Chiefs Association. They know what they're doing.
I don't know if Jerry Nadler knows what he's doing. That's a pretty weak-kneed. Those are weak-kneed endorsements from these police associations. Problem is the police, they like the guns. They like having the guns because guns create a state of fear that give the police more power, right? The police chiefs used to be for an assault weapons ban. They're not really for it. Here's Congressman John Rutherford from Florida again, Republican. He was the one who says we should be focusing on abortion, not guns, even though the leading cause of death among children guns. He says, as a former sheriff in Florida, we don't need to take away assault weapons. This is what most cops now believe. He doesn't think we need to take away assault weapons. All we need is more police, more spending on the police. We need the police monitoring our every move to find out which one of us is more likely to use a gun to kill someone and then arrest that person. Sheriff Rutherford, he's now a congressman, insists that taking away our guns is a violation of our liberty. And what will make us freer is a police state. This is why the police chiefs in America aren't complaining about assault weapons anymore. It gives them more power.
With guns. And we stop them before they hurt themselves or others. Mr. Speaker, as a former police officer, I've encountered many dangerous people with guns. And we stop them before they hurt themselves or others.
You're a liar. You're in Florida? You don't stop people. You're a liar. And most cops lie. And now that you're a Republican congressman, you lie twice as much. That is a lie. Please continue lying, former sheriff, Republican Congressman John Rutherford.
We identified the threats that they were making, and then we were able to intervene and stop those individuals before they became a shooter.
Like in Parkland, you're a liar. You're lying. Cops don't intervene and stop a shooting before it happens. We saw what the cops did in Uvalde. They don't even stop it while it's happening. You're a liar.
This is what we should be focused on. In the wake of these recent tragedies, give law enforcement the tools and resources to stop those who have shown a propensity to become violent. That's what we should be focusing on, not defunding the police, not demoralizing the police, not delegitimizing the police. We should be focused on assisting the police in identifying these individuals who want to commit crime. With that, I yield back.
Yes, because guns are all about our freedoms, and we can't be free unless we have the police spying on all of us, keeping track of our mental health, listening to us, talking to people who are spying on us, and letting the police decide who or who isn't going to be using their guns on people in a shopping mall. That's what we need. A bigger police presence in America, monitoring our every move to keep us free from what? A police state? And don't forget, we also need guns to keep us safe from an overly intrusive government. Here is Dr. Oz. I've played this before. He is a Republican. He's running for Senate in Pennsylvania. Here is Dr. Oz.
Other conservatives know that I'm strong on the Second Amendment. Ted Nugent, Rick Perry, President Trump. But our Second Amendment is not just about hunting. It's about our constitutional right to protect ourselves from intruders or an overly intrusive government.
Right, an overly intrusive government. This is the treason theory, the insurrection theory of the Second Amendment that is being promulgated by Republicans. We have an intrusive government. The federal government is the problem, not the guns. It's too intrusive. It's the federal government. And that's why Georgia Republican Andrew Clyde found the utter hypocrisy in the assault weapons ban. This is Andrew Clyde exposing the unfairness and the danger of this assault weapons ban. Republican Andrew Clyde.
The Democrats have consistently called them weapons of war and are trying to ban them from being purchased by law-abiding citizens. But who does this bill exempt? The federal government.
I'm sorry, Congressman. I got that wrong. You say that the assault weapons ban exempts who? Who did you say it exempts? I didn't hear that right.
The federal government.
I'm sorry. there's going to be an assault weapons ban. And who shouldn't be allowed to have AR-15s?
The federal government.
And who do you work for?
The federal government.
All right, this isn't working. And the FBI, Homeland Security, ICE, our military, you love the military. They all need assault weapons. What are they a part of?
The federal government.
I see. So what's the biggest problem facing America? Evictions, climate change, healthcare, income inequality. What are you most concerned about?
The Democrats have consistently called them weapons of war. The federal government.
All right. You're from Georgia, and you're afraid of the federal government. Who freed the slaves?
The federal government.
I get it. And who gave black people the right to vote?
The federal government.
This is starting to make sense. And who got rid of Jim Crow laws in Georgia that kept black people from trying to vote?
The federal government.
Who integrated our public schools?
The federal government.
I see. And who protects the rights of women, the LGBTQ, Hispanics, Jews, and Arabs?
The federal government.
We have information today.
Noticing a trend here. And who pours billions into your local school so fewer Georgians are illiterate, thereby making fewer low information voters who are less likely to vote for a bigoted backwater hayseed like you?
The federal government.
I see. Okay. I'm beginning to understand why they hate the federal government. We have to wrap it up. Chip Roy, lawyer. He's a former chief of staff to Ted Cruz. I've played him on the show repeatedly. He believes in the insurrection doctrine of the Second Amendment. During last Friday's debate against the assault weapons ban, Chip Roy said our founding fathers gave us the Second Amendment. He's been saying this all year. He says our founding fathers gave us the Second Amendment to take arms against our government when we didn't like the laws our government was passing. He specifically said it was the assault weapons ban. This is what I'm going to play the clip. He specifically says it is this assault weapons ban that gives the American people license to take arms against our government. Like I said, you cannot separate January 6th from guns. And he is saying that this assault weapons ban specifically gives Americans the right to take arms against our government. He said this. I heard it. I'm going to play it. Nobody called him out on it. Listen to what he says. First, he quotes Thomas Jefferson, who, by the way, had nothing to do with the Second Amendment or our Constitution. Jefferson didn't write the Constitution. He was in Paris. He wasn't in Philadelphia. But that doesn't stop constitutional scholar Chip Roy from quoting him on the Second Amendment. Here is the very dangerous Congressman Chip Roy.
As Thomas Jefferson said, the strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is as a last resort to protect themselves against tyranny and government, the precise kind of tyranny that my colleagues are exercising today. Precisely when they're opening our borders up to lawless cartels and gangs, precisely when they're defunding the police, precisely when they're making our communities unsafe, they want to limit the ability of the American people to defend themselves and to exercise their Second Amendment rights to protect their families. That's what's happening on the floor, so my colleagues can appeal to their liberal white voters while they ignore the black men and women and brown men and women who are buying weapons to defend themselves in criminal hellholes in our country. I yield back.
I'm going to ask Jason and Pascal to weigh in on this in a few minutes. Notice at the end, he says black people live in criminal hellholes, right? Nice. Now, he's talking about Chicago, right? That's the black criminal hellhole. But he and the Republicans insist Chicago is proof that gun control doesn't work. Look at all the black people killing each other with guns. Chip Roy and these Republicans want to have it both ways. You can't say black people are killing each other with guns in Chicago, and that's dispositive proof that gun control doesn't work. And then at the same time, you can't refer to black people living in criminal hellholes turning to guns to keep them safe as though that's a good thing, right? Chip Roy is relying on veiled racism. It's dog whistle. It sounds like he's taking on white liberals, but what he's really saying through this dog whistle is Black people are buying guns and white people need guns to protect themselves from the coming race war. More importantly, he literally said the assault weapons ban is precisely the kind of law our founding fathers wanted us to take arms against the federal government over, which is why the Republican Party keep saying the assault weapons ban is unfair because it allows the federal government to own assault weapons, but not the citizens. They're literally saying this now in the debate. They're saying this assault weapons ban isn't fair because only the federal government gets to own assault weapons.
I think if you want to just kind of debunk that, first and foremost, you would probably get into the reality that only a certain class of people actually had guns.
Right. Hang on for what? Let me just play one more clip and then, okay. This is Representative Thomas Massie. This is Representative Thomas Massie.
Let's take them at their word. Weapons of war. These are weapons of war. We got to ban weapons of war. Well, they exempt 80-some federal agencies from the ban. Literally every bureaucratic agency in the government can have a weapon of war under this bill. Weapons of war, as they call them.
Joining me are the hosts of This Is Revolution, Jason. I'm getting
right. That's me.
I know Pascal Robert and Jason Miles are the This Is Revolution. Thank you for joining us. Sorry to keep you waiting. We're 10 minutes behind. I just wanted to get these clips out on the gun debate. What were you saying, Jason?
Not everybody owned a gun. And also there were various manufacturers of guns. So the idea that guns looked at the time of the Constitution the way guns look now, let's not even get into the power of guns, assault rifles, semi-automatic weapons, bazookas. Let's not even get into that. Just the idea that everybody had access to a gun is kind of a silly analogy.
Right.
Second of all, you're not really having a debate about material conditions. And if you're not talking about material conditions, then you're just kind of playing a game on both sides. You're playing, it's kind of the concept that I've been working with, this idea of it's all theater at this point. The Republicans are evil because they want everyone to have a gun and they're dog whistling, and Democrats are the righteous keepers of some sort of justice because they understand that assault weapons cause violence. If you're not talking about the material conditions that cause said violence, that make these illegal economies viable and so profitable that you have this level of violence, then what are you really talking about? You're not talking about anything. You're having a circular conversation that never ends. It seems like kind of a monumental waste of time. It's actually time to change the paradigm of the conversation.
What's more disturbing to me is that it's pretty obvious by the tone of the conversation that we're seeing by our elected officials that governance in the hallowed halls of Congress in the United States is an impossibility. These people are not serious about governing this country. They're interested in sloganeering, sound bites, and giving off dog whistles to create a certain image that appeals to their base or appeals to other bases that they are trying to dissuade from joining certain sides. But the one thing they're not interested in doing is solving the problem. It's a very clear indication to me that our political infrastructure as a society is very badly broken, and everyone is really, really playing in some kind of very bad con game that unfortunately is not going to solve the problem.
Okay, let me push back a little, if you don't mind. I'm a class reductionist. I see things through class. I think the cause of this kind of talk is people manipulating one another to keep their status. But there are accidental byproducts of class warfare that can spiral out of control. And I think sometimes we're a little too cool for school and don't pay attention to some real palpable threats that are coming from politicians who aren't necessarily totally in the thrall of the ruling class. There are genuinely racist Republicans. There are genuinely insurrectionist people who fancy themselves constitutional lawyers like Chip Roy, who believe that the Second Amendment is there to protect Americans from an overly intrusive government. This is a new line of reasoning that is coming from the NRA, from the gun manufacturers, and it's filling the heads of dangerous people who believe that they can take arms against the government if they don't approve of certain laws.
The NRA has been on that line that you're talking about for the last over 40 years. So to act like this is a new line is silly. Second of all, the NRA is losing quite a bit of sway over the last, less than 10 years, especially financially. So I think we assume that the NRA is like this great big grand wizard that's pulling all of the strings. Pascal is right. All these politicians are just yelling out sound bites. Please don't talk to me about racist Republicans when we have maybe the most racist president we've had in office since who?
The last one? The last one?
This is the same guy that said he didn't care if Haiti fell into the ocean.
But David, this is where I will.
The '94 crime bill.
This is where I will actually concede that there's a change. We had a show, my show we do on This Is Revolution podcast, the Mile Hour. We talked about the rise of Christian nationalism. There is been a progression in the reactionary right-wing nature of American politics on a bipartisan level. We talk about often on our show and on your show as well, the 50-plus year counter-revolution, how neoliberalism is a bipartisan consensus that kind of starts in the late 70s, really gets taken off with Ronald Reagan, and it gets adopted by Clinton. Within that period of time, the political options in terms of the actual governance of American society become more conservative bipartisanly. But what happens, because the Republican Party is already a reactionary right-wing party going back to maybe Barry Goldwater, it now subsumes a space that is rooted in nothing but dog whistle racial politics, which starts even before the contemporary era, goes back to Goldwater, to almost kind of like fascistic belief in terms of weird libertarian conspiracy. So I agree with you that the right-wing faction of the American bipartisan system has gone off the rails in its move towards reaction. But that is a consequence of the fact that the left flank of capital in America has become increasingly conservative as well, but of a different type of conservatism, a conservatism where they're completely siding with the corporate forces that are grounding poor and working class people to powder and unwilling to challenge them. And all they're willing to say is, look at those racist Republicans, look at those Bible-thumping Republicans, look at those horrible Republicans, while they're taking money from Raytheon and weapons manufacturers to finance bills that are going to give $800 billion to the arms manufacturing industry in this country.
I mean, you also have to keep in mind, like the conflation of liberal and Democrat over the last 40 years is also a huge problem that we're having here. It's a reason why Clintonian policies, which were pretty much an extension of Reaganism, get brought in with not much pushback from whatever left or liberal class was left in the 90s and the early 2000s. Financial deregulation that causes 2008 to crime bills, to NAFTA. I mean, the list goes on and on. Welfare reform was something Ronald Reagan had campaigned for, even when he was out of office in the mid 70s. That comes to light in Clinton's administration. Not 8 years of Reagan and not 4 years of Bush Sr., but Clinton's administration gives us welfare reform and tough on crime laws. So this isn't one of these like, Democrats bad, Republicans good. It's that we've been looking at this through the paradigm of good and bad, and that's the problem. We have to stop trying to parse this out as parties, as these parties.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But while we're not paying attention to parties, not falling prey to parties, we run the danger of not seeing how truly dangerous the Republican Party has gotten. Now, I am not arguing with you. The Ronald Reagan, Goldwater, that strain has been in the Republican Party almost as long as it's been in the Democratic Party. I understand that. But what we have lost is dog whistles. We're no longer relying on dog whistles. We are hearing pretty brutal, unvarnished speech. That is,
David, I live in the state of Florida. My governor is Ron DeSantis. I have a governor who literally today is announcing that gay teachers cannot mention the name of their partners in school because they might be violating his Don't Say Gay law, which is an attempt to diminish the capacity to even talk about alternative sexual lifestyles in any kind of educational capacity of a certain grade level in the state of Florida. We're talking about states in which people are now trying to dictate what kind of books kids can read, whether or not they're quote unquote critical race theory. We're talking about states that are literally trying to make it criminal for women to cross state lines to get abortions.
And which party is doing that?
There's no question that these are Republican right-wing states. But my question to you is that what is the political vacuum that the Democratic Party and the liberals have left in terms of the political table that has caused nothing but right-wing overreach to be the option? And why are Democrats so particularly poor at protecting the paucity of rights and gains that we have made in the last 50 years? And why do they always seem like they're interested in bipartisan consensus with these same people that we are trying to say are fascists?
There's a real, in certain states, because you have to remember this is certain states and this isn't countrywide. In certain states, a conservative religious contingent, fringe contingent of the Republican Party has gained a lot of state power. But that's been going on for quite some time now, and no one cared until people are starting to kind of understand the power of something like the Federalist Society that's training all these judges that are working their way to the Supreme Court.
It happened in 2010 after the census, where it really went, where they had a conscious decision to drill down to the states. Let me play you Barack Obama, who I loved when he was my president. I learned to hate him. I thought he played the victim. And but while he was president, I fell prey to evil McConnell, who had that meeting in 2009, right after his inauguration, and said, we are going to do everything we can to stop his agenda, right? So I remember that meeting, and I remember thinking he was up against the evil Republican Party, and I fell prey to this. This is Barack Obama doing a town hall on his last 2 months of his presidency.
I remember this.
trying to talk about gun control.
I remember this.
You tell me.
Precisely what you suggested, which is why don't we treat this like every other thing that we use? We used to have really bad auto fatality rates. The auto fatality rate has actually dropped precipitously, drastically since I was a kid. Why is that? We decided we had seatbelt laws. We decided to have manufacturers put airbags in place. We decided to crack down on drunk driving and texting. We decided to redesign roads so that they were less likely to have a car bank. We studied what is causing these fatalities using science and data and evidence, and then we slowly treated it like the public health problem it was, and it got reduced. We are not allowed to do any of that when it comes to guns because people, if you propose anything, it is suggested that we're trying to wipe away gun rights and impose tyranny and martial law.
Well, let me tell you about Obama. So I'm glad you mentioned Obama. This Obama that you're saying was having this rational discussion about gun rights and gun law, this is the same Barack Obama that when he was running for president in 2008, came out in support of the Supreme Court decision, which is the Heller decision, which is the decision that extended the rights of gun owners to own guns ridiculously in a way that was even right-wing conservatives that were out of their minds. So
you're a lawyer. Isn't there a misreading of the Heller decision? Didn't he write that yes, people are entitled to have a gun to protect their home, but he didn't say gun control is out of the question.
No, well, the Heller opinion extends the theory that gun ownership is something that is not simply for militias, but it's for individuals in their ownership of their homes, which was not even necessarily settled law before Heller. And it was a controversial decision at that time. What I'm saying is that Obama, as a Democrat, as much as he's talking about the rationality of, gun regulation in that segment, this is probably after the rash of school homicides that existed during his presidency. When he was running for president, he vocalized that he was very much in line with some of the more conservative interpretation that the Supreme Court had dispatched while he was running in 2008. So I find it ironic that he's going to now try to play the role of Mr. Sound and rational on gun rights when the Supreme Court was moving and encroaching ever more to the right. He had no problem with their decision. So the point I'm trying to say is that he is to me an indication of the hypocrisy of Democrats in that in the 11th hour after kids have been shot in schools, they want to lecture us about gun rights, but when at the earlier moments when these things are coming up to decision-making ability, there's no decision on their parts to challenge the moment when the moment is to be had. And I think that's similar. That's indicative of Obama's position when it came to Supreme Court nominations, on how he was very, very lax in terms of appointing judges. The Democrats, in my opinion, have not acted like all of these emergencies you're talking about. For example, David, you're talking about how the Republicans are becoming just ridiculously reactionary and it's out of control and so on and so forth. Let's say we concede that. Well, why is it that the Democratic Party over and over again is unwilling to challenge them in ways that are aggressively interested in stopping them in their ability from exercising these kind of powers?
Well, let me ask Jason a question. And by the way, we're running 10 minutes late, so we'll do a half hour if you can spare it. You tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not leaving the Democratic Party. I want a purity test, and I want to throw certain people out of the Democratic Party. That being said, we're fewer than 100 days away from the midterms. My policy has always been, you beat up in your party, you fight, you draw blood, you have your purity tests, you make your best case, but when you're 100 days out from the midterms, you kind of defend your party, warts and all. Otherwise, I mean, that's what the Republicans seem to do. They have horrible bloodbaths. I keep reading about the Republican Civil War, the crack up. They're not going to survive because they cut each other's throats, but they come together for the elections. Doesn't the left have to come and join like Bernie, who I think is one of the most transformative politicians in the history of America. He knows that eventually you have to compromise and endorse Biden. Don't we have to do that?
No.
You're talking about what's called a popular front strategy.
What is
hasn't worked before? I don't see.
Popular front strategy was a strategy that the left of the 30s and 40s used during the Depression to say that all the socialists and communists need to put down their challenges to the Democratic Party, join FDR in his fight against the fascists, because the more important enemy to challenge are the fascists, and we have to side with the Democrats and the liberals to challenge them. It's a tactic that radical leftists have taken in the past to side with liberals and the Democratic Party, whatever the Liberal Party was, against what was perceived to be a more damaging or dangerous right-wing threat. Sadly, what ends up happening is that after that threat is surmounted, the socialists and conservatives get gagged. The socialists and the communists get the shaft with things like the McCarthy era and get, pretty much thrown under the bus.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. All this crazy Republican talk, abortion talk, now gun talk, that radicalizes all the voting base of the Democratic Party. What happened after Trump got elected? You radicalized that base. So this is just the game they play. No one likes to talk about real power.
So what you're saying, David, is you believe that anyone who was left of the Republican Party should now circle the wagons around Biden and the Democrats out of fear of the greater opposition, which is the Trumpian Republicans?
I have spent the past year and a half trashing Joe Biden. I have.
Up to last week.
Up until last week. I'm trying to make a case for the Democrats, and there are 100 days left. I feel morally obligated to make the best case I possibly can for the Democrats, because I don't want to lose the House or the Senate to the Republicans. Now, is that wrong? We saw what happened. I voted for Hillary.
You're talking about a presidential election.
I'm talking about the midterms, and I'm going back to 2016. Had Hillary won, we wouldn't have Amy Coney Barrett, we wouldn't have had Gorsuch, and we wouldn't have had the rapist, Ted Kavanaugh. Probably 3 Supreme Court justices who don't live up to our standards but they would have been they wouldn't have been picked by the Federalist Society. So,
there's most judges coming out of the circuit court system right now have all gotten their training in the Federalist Society. The project that we constantly talk about on the show, the 50+ year counter-revolution by the right, is a project of incrementalism. And it's a project knowing that we're going to fail a few times. And as Daniel Bessner said on our show not too long ago, he goes, they learned a lot from Marxist-Leninism about learning the strategies of the left. So now you have this party that, at this point, they're like, well, we control the courts from the circuit level all the way up to the Supreme level.
Okay.
So who was really going to come in under Hillary's reign?
Let me push back.
Okay.
I want, okay. You say that the Democrats have failed.
Yes.
Repeatedly.
Yes.
So has the left.
Absolutely.
There is no left.
Well,
they have political power. There's no left that has the political power. None.
So,
yeah,
with major problems on the horizon, climate change, income inequality, the clock is ticking, and you have something concrete in fewer than 100 days, the midterms. You don't think it's better to have Schumer running the Senate than as bad as
what has a Democrat done for climate change in the past 50 years?
Not enough, but this Manchin-Schumer bill. If you this is increment. If you look at Obama's stimulus bill that got passed in 2009, it was below $1 trillion. It changed our economy. It jump-started solar power, wind and turbine, Solyndra notwithstanding. Those are below the radar changes in stimulus bills. It's never good enough, and I'm not defending the status quo. But if you look at Manchin, Schumer, or the Inflation Reduction Act, there are some bad giveaways to oil companies. And
what did Joe Biden do during COP26? I mean, we're still fracking. You're talking about that's almost the equivalent of saying, well, we recycle now. I mean, it's silly to think that either party cares about the planet. I think we have to be realistic with that and understand that it's not like one or the other is going to make that much of a difference. They're both going to privatize whatever they want to do. As someone that has worked in the drilling world, in the ocean and on land during 2 different administrations, actually during the end of Bush and during the middle of Obama, it wasn't like there was regulations when that oil spill happened in 2010. There was 2 choppers that went over the entire Gulf. And when I was out in the Gulf of Mexico, there was 2,600 rigs just on the Louisiana side. 2 choppers. I used to chopper out with those dudes on the Deepwater Horizon. Thing was massive. Don't nobody care about the environment that is in a political position of power.
I will quote Noam Chomsky, who said, because of the Republican Party's climate denial, they are more of a threat than the Nazis. That's what.
Realize that we've had more drilling capacity expansion under Obama and under Biden than under any Republican we've had in the last 20 years.
They don't, but Michael Jackson said it.
We have
They
the
don't
United
really
States
care
right
about
now does not depend on foreign oil and is a primary manufacturer of its own oil and resource and energy resources because of the Obama administration, because he literally expanded drilling so much that now we're self-sufficient. So some would argue that's a good thing. Well, thank Obama. That's not.
Let me defend Obama in that by drilling, I'm not going to. Yes, I could make an argument. It would be sophomoric.
Look, I worked in a fracking environment, and there's so much that goes on there that people don't even talk about, from the not just the exploitation of the land itself, but people forget that a lot of that fracking, especially in the Bakken, which is in North Dakota, went on in native land, and the abuses to the people of that land is on a whole nother level that most people can't even fathom because it goes underreported.
But I'm curious, with fewer than 100 days before the midterms, the midterms, no consequences to the future?
I would never say that the midterms have no consequence to the future. I tell people to vote their conscience. Vote your conscience, and what your conscience tells you. If you believe that you are going to get a consensus from your elected representative who is a Democrat that is more in line with your concerns about your material conditions, then vote for that Democrat. I'm not going to advocate people to vote for Republicans, but for me to say that my faith lies in the Democratic Party and rallying around them as a means of trying to protect against some great fascist threat, as if I believe they will do so, I don't believe they will do so. Even if I did rally around them, I don't believe that they have it in their capacity or desire to truly challenge this threat. But I don't discourage people from doing so. I will judge the candidates independently, and I will judge them fairly. I will not discourage people from voting for the Democratic Party, but my position is that I do not put my hope and faith in the Democratic Party's capacity to be a challenge to the rising fascist reactionary Republican threat, because they have demonstrated to me no inclination to do anything whatsoever to be a true obstacle to that threat.
I mean, if anybody really cared about like voting in the Democratic Party, I say look no further than Georgia. There was so much emphasis put on Warnock, and who's the white guy that was running with the Warnock? Yeah, like these guys need to be in office because we need to take the Senate, and we can't have the fascists in. What's changed in Georgia?
Well, you have Kemp, who's the governor, and you have Stacey Abrams, who's
what? She's just a lady.
Well, she had the election stolen from her.
Sure, that was how many years ago?
4.
And what's going on now?
She's getting out the black vote and trying to hold the Secretary of State accountable so he doesn't scrub more.
So much emphasis on getting out the vote that the organization is put into the hopes of representative democracy. That is not the legacy of civil rights movements in general, or any populist or leftist movements in general. It has not been pinning your hopes on representative democracy. It's
why aren't we organizing around environmental issues to actually have people challenge them outside of elections? Why aren't we organizing around healthcare to have people challenge why we don't have a Medicare for all outside of elections?
Yeah.
So I think the point we're trying to convey to you, David, is that the priorities are mixed up here. We only care when it's about the elections. We don't care any other time.
Obama, to me, is the greatest example of that. So many people got out to vote, even from the entertainment industry. Like, we haven't seen, there was 2 times in my life I really was blown away by how people got out to vote. And that was 92 for Clinton. There was a huge youth push, and 08 for Obama, another huge youth push. And what really happened to those big movements? What happened to that all that collective energy that wanted to change the world?
Well, are you saying that representative democracy in America isn't going to move the moral arc of the universe?
I'm saying it will not be done without a massive organized movement of citizens outside of simple electoral politics.
We have to start thinking beyond liberal.
So Dr. King,
you had a movement that influenced politics.
And wasn't the Civil Rights Acts of 64?
Yeah, those laws came about after over a decade, over 15 years of tens and thousands of Black and brown people and good conscious white people going in the streets to fight to challenge the status quo.
Right, but hang on for 1 second. But without it being codified into law through representative democracy, there's more work to be done. And Shelby versus Alabama. I understand.
There's no question that the ultimate policy, the ultimate goal, is to influence policy prescriptions through electoral governments and congressional legislation. But what we're saying is that there's a step that's being missed here. And the step is the assumption that simply voting for Congress and XYZ is going to give you XZ ABC bill that you want, as opposed to realizing that you've got to organize a movement of people who are willing to take it to the streets to put the demands on your elected officials to get what they want.
And it's not happening.
It hasn't happened in over 50 years.
So maybe instead of taking to the streets, you take to the Capitol. You know, I looked at Jon Stewart. Not a fan of Jon Stewart's.
Oh God, that March to Restore America BS.
No. What he just got through. First of all, he has succeeded getting the first responders their benefits. He took it to the Hill. He used his celebrity, and the first responders got the money. And now he's trying to get the legislation passed to get Iraqi veterans who were victimized by the burning of the tar pits, their benefits. Now, granted, he should be advocating for Medicare for all. But the point is, he has a specific goal. He knows what the legislation is. He uses his power as a celebrity to work the system and to go on national television and fight for a specific piece of legislation, not something as amorphous as a people's movement. He didn't wait for the people. He went, and again, I'm not a fan
It's not
of
about waiting for the people, though. Maybe that's just, flippant framing for sake of conversation. It's more so the people's disconnection with the idea of movements and the people's obsession with the idea of heroes. So if I vote right, then I'll get the outcomes that I want that are just. That's not how the world has ever worked.
But there's the PRO Act that if it passed, it would make it easier to form unions to work states.
You think it's going to pass?
Well, shouldn't the left, look at the bill, warts and all, and say, you know what, this could be the beginning of a labor movement?
I have no problem.
Okay, I want to say this for you, Talk Pascal. As a person that lived in California the majority of my 44 years on this planet, and watching my state devolve, and then when Prop 22 came to be, watching good people vote for a policy that would take away their rights, I do not believe.
Which one was 22?
That was the one with I can't think right now. DoorDash and all those jobs. I can't think of what you call them.
Well, they voted against making them employees. They remained contractors.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So who's fault?
And the tech companies, after they won, I got an email from the president of Uber that said, now that we won 2022 in California, we're going to do the same thing in New York. There's a war on labor.
And there are specific bills that are being passed and referenda that are being passed that we ignore at our own peril.
I'm not. Listen, I think there are good things that are in the PRO Act. I'm not trying to be a complete, one size fits all kind of leftist where I'm like, oh, the Democrats can't do anything that's good. My position is that we've got to push the Democrats to implement the policies that we see are good for working class and poor people in American society by any means necessary. And what I'm saying is that just simply hoping that they're going to do that by voting for them is not going to get that done. We've got to organize movements around our issues to put pressure on these elected officials so that they implement our agenda. I think what Jon Stewart did as a citizen, who is a celebrity, who has a media position, is a good example of organizing or mobilizing political power. I would like to see that done on a grassroots level with citizens and civilians. And I think that they were more likely to have an effect on what the policy outcomes will be by pressuring our government in that way than simply voting for them and hoping them.
Can the PRO Act pass the Senate?
No.
You got to ask yourself that question. And if you think that Uber and Lyft and DoorDash and all those companies aren't in the pockets of Democrats, I got some bad news for you. Go talk to Ro Khanna about the tech monopolies. That is his district.
And he owns tens of millions of dollars in those stocks.
That's my point.
Yeah, we have to wrap it up. I'm watching C-SPAN.
Mhm.
I think the American people need to watch C-SPAN. Learn how to click on the transcripts and listen to individual speakers. You can really move very quickly if you have C-SPAN on your website. There are all the answers to our problems are contained within our Capitol, our Congress. They hold hearings that are a treasure trove of information where Congress people, especially Bernie, make our case. And we should amplify what they're saying. We do have people representing us and saying all the right things in Congress. They're introducing legislation. They're making statements on the floor. There's information that comes out in the hearings. And it is, I think, the job of the left to pay closer attention to what's going on in Congress, because whether we like it or not, nothing happens in this country without Congress.
All right, David, understand something. The left has tried to actually have political candidates enter Congress. People like Rashida Tlaib, people like Nina Turner. You know what happens? Centrist corporate Democrats amass PAC money with infamous actors and neutralized and gutted their attempts to become parts of Congress to do exactly what you're saying.
And it is my job as a podcast host to animate the left. I'm being serious. To fight these forces back. And remember the Brooks Brothers riot. I think Kavanaugh was there. I'm going to have to ask Professor.
Yeah, I think he was there.
There are the people who are destroying us, the people who are destroying the planet, understand that all levers of power flow from Washington, D.C. They've taken over Washington, D.C. I know, and the state capitals. There is stuff already bubbling to the surface. It's our job to present legislation and bills that will force both sides or a third party to represent us.
You're looking at
One
it
second,
backwards.
McKibben.
I disagree. I disagree wholeheartedly. I think you're looking at it backwards. And again, you're ceding all of your power into representative democracy. One of the greatest things that, who's that horrible guy that's still alive? Henry Kissinger said in his memoir about Nixon, was that Nixon was terrified during the Vietnam protests when they had buses surrounding the White House. He thought they were going to breach security and take over. And there's one thing that Chris Hedges says that I really agree with. And he says, that's where you always want power. And what you're saying is leave it up to, that's almost a technocratic solution, right? We'll get the right smart people in office and they'll take care of the rest. We'll give them some ideas, but the smart people will take care of it. It is the will of the people.
The will of the people, the only way you get the will of the people is with a piece of paper with a law written on it that they're fighting for.
I think you get the law, you get the will of the lobbyists who wrote the law. Thank you. Do that.
Yeah.
I think the will of the people happens when you get an organization of people who come out in the tens of thousands who are challenging their political congressmen and their elected officials and making demands in their home cities and on the Capitol Hill, in front of the Capitol, and all over the country to demand what they want from their governments.
But
I don't think it has to be one or the other.
It has to be specifics.
Of course it has to be specific. Yeah. I'm not saying it's going to be Pollyannish.
And that's how what they do is, if without specific laws to be voted upon, the powers that be hive off every member of every special interest group that purports to be a member of the left, and compromise. They force us to compromise without a specific bill. Well, to be continued. This was a spirited conversation.
All right, Ben.
Thank you. Everybody should watch This Is Revolution. Listen to This Is Revolution. And thank you, Pascal Robert and Jason Miles.
All right.
Conversation continues. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. And I happen to think that the Republican Party, where is it? I think the Republican Party is, hang on.
Despicable.
And
sickening.
And
you're despicable. Sickening.
All right. Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom. What is Liam here?
He was just here and he just left a couple minutes ago.
He left a couple of minutes ago.
Yep. I'm not sure if he got disconnected and he'll be right back or what.
Does he know that we were running behind schedule or?
I don't know.
Okay.
But Dr. Fraud just showed up.
Dr. Fraud is here, and we're going to do an hour today with Dr. Fraud. And the good David Cobb. Okay, now I've got a problem with Liam being mad at me. We have 8 minutes left. Okay, let me do this. Let me reconnoiter, as they say. When we come back, we'll be joined by David Cobb. He ran for president on the Green Party ticket. He also ran Ralph Nader's presidential election campaign in Texas. And then Dr. Harriet Fraud, who we love. And the three of us are going to talk for an hour about, well, they have something planned. But first, let's listen to some music from Mike Steinel, who will be with us in about 2 hours, and he has a new book out called Saving Charlie Parker, a Novel. Go to savingcharlieparker.com to buy it.
I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. $15 an hour, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year, and 32,000 years. I know it's a long time, honey, to 34,020. But when I get there, babe, I'm gonna be in the money. I'm on my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. All I really need is a second job or a third. Lift myself up my boots and join that elite herd of the 600 billionaires in the USA, who make more in a second than I do in a day. I'm on my way, yes I am. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Oh, yes I am. On my way to be a billionaire. Now you can make fun of me, but I don't really care. I have a plan to get there, yes I do, by and by, as long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die. As long as I stay healthy and I never die.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel, will it be socialism or will it be fascism? Great question. Dr. Harriet Fraad joins us. She is a psychotherapist, host of Capitalism Hits Home, and it's not just in your head. She has a radio show on Pacifica, Wednesdays at 2:30. And while we're waiting on David Cobb, you're 5 minutes early. Tell us about, will it be socialism or will it be fascism? And what will you be talking to David Cobb about tonight?
Well, the United States is collapsing in a lot of ways. I mean, we really are collapsing. Like Yeats's poem said, things fall apart, the center cannot hold. It's a combination of the discussion of democracy smashing head on into the fact that people don't have a say, that just in one example, the inflation, which is wiping out any gains people had. I mean, if you go on strike, you can get maybe a 4% raise, but with a 9% inflation, that's a minus 5%.
The rents, it's incredible. The rents are incredible.
Well, Adams allowed them to go up, even at rent stabilized places, to go up 3.5 to 5 something percent. And there was a memo that I saw from the president of the Bank of America saying he totally supports the strategy that the government has of raising the interest rates, because that's sure to bring the kind of recession that will bring people back to work, obviously, because they're desperate. So instead of making a wage and price freeze or an excess profits tax, or do what FDR did to stop the market from deciding, which means only the people who have the money get stuff, and otherwise people go without or steal, have rationing in this time of inflation. So people with kids get a certain amount, and people get on the basis of need. But they're raising the interest rates, which will slow the economy down, and so that there will be fewer jobs and people will be desperate enough to work for less. That is a system that's gone. I mean, capitalism has no boundaries. No boundaries. We keep waging wars instead of helping our own people. And people are coming face to face with the idea that it's one thing to say you're essential, it's another thing to pay you as if you're essential, and that they can't live. People can't live. All those people facing evictions because of the back rents that they didn't have to pay when evictions were prohibited now have to face that plus raises. Homelessness is going crazy. And they pay several $100s for every shelter bed they give, where they could put people in these empty hotels. And then, meanwhile, they have to see that Adams and Hochul are signing on to give Vornado real estate huge tax write-off, or that Hochul is giving $660 million for a Buffalo Bills stadium that nobody needs. That people are smacked with the idea that it isn't a democracy. You need billions to run for presidential office and hundreds or tens of thousands otherwise, that it's stacked and they don't have a voice and they have a choice. Either they can take their rage and let someone like Trump direct it, because he does talk about terrible loss and he talks about frustration and he talks about fake news that doesn't tell you the truth. But the solution he has is fascism, turning against immigrants, women, brown and Black people. And so that he captures their anger, but he turns it against whoever is beneath them.
Right.
And it's a fascistic idea. That's what they did in Germany. They chose the Jews, gays, and leftists to victimize.
So excuse me for one second. Let me bring David Cobb joins us, and we're going to do an hour with David Cobb and Dr. Harriet Fraad, and it's great to Great to see the both of you. And I know you two have an agenda that you want to talk about. David, give us a headline about what we're going to be talking about tonight.
Well, Dr. Fraud has already begun it, and that is fascism. We're going to have a serious conversation about what fascism is. By definition, I guess we'll also be talking about what it is not. But why is it rising, not just in the United States, but globally? I mean, it is a political economy that we thought, or many of us thought, we had relegated to the dustbin of history, but it is returned. I think it is there is a clear explanation for why. And I believe that Dr. Fraud, as a mental health professional, can actually help us deconstruct. Like, I think as a political analyst, I think I and Dr. Fraud can quickly help describe to your listeners and viewers, like, what is fascism and why. Honestly, I am also hoping that I can get some insights from Dr. Fraud on how to talk to people who might be leaning in that direction, to convince them, and I'm going to say from my language, to get them to embrace an eco-socialist approach. I don't think I have to use that language to get them to break that way, because it's fraught with peril. So the agenda: what is fascism? Why is it rising now, objectively, politically? And how can we, one by one, begin a process of helping people to understand that their anger is real, but their focus on where it's going is false and incorrect, and we need to get them to stop looking at black and brown and otherization of people and recognize it's a class struggle.
Yeah, I think the one thing that people can understand if you explain, there's basically two classes: the employers and the employees. Those who own where you work and make a profit over your work, and those who have to work for someone else who's making a profit off their work, because everyone understands that nobody hires you to do a job unless they're making more from your labor than they're giving you. They take the profit, unless you're a worker like a teacher, and then the society gives you a certain amount to bring people up into the ideology that they want you to have. That's why our children didn't learn about Bacon's rebellion, the class war, or the big general strike in the United States of 1877, or the St. Louis Commune that started as a kind of attempt to replicate the Paris Commune in 1871. They don't learn any of these things.
Or the populist uprising, which was arguably the single largest mass movement against actual capital that took place in this country, and literally was in a very real way an attempt to reclaim the American Revolution. And by the way, literally not just provoked by, but led by hardscrabble dirt farmers. Remember, and I'm not anti-intellectual. I think it's pretty clear. I consider myself an organic intellectual. But what I think is important is ordinary people can very easily understand this when it's framed in a way that makes sense. The problem, as Dr. Fraud has just absolutely correctly described, is that we have to unlearn the crap that has been shoved down our throats by most of us in the public school system. Because here's a quip, Dr. Fraud, I like to say, the most important thing that a human child learns is how to walk and how to talk. You get them in the public education system, and the first thing that they are taught, sit down and shut up.
Wow. Wow.
True. That's true. Also, we learn about Washington and Jefferson. They were both slave owners. We don't learn about Tom Paine, who wanted a class society to stop being a class society. He wanted to knock off the idea that in order to vote, you had to be a white man and you had to pay a poll tax. You had to have property. No, our kids don't learn that only 6% of the population could vote when the Constitution was written. It was a progressive document for its time. but that's it, 6%. And that we have to we have to champion ourselves, is what you should say to people. That our ancestors didn't come here only because they were Puritans. They came here, as the majority came as bondspeople, servants for 7 years to pay off their passage. And if they ran away, they'd be beaten and returned. And that, that we don't face where we came from, and we don't champion where we came from and the courage that it took. And we don't champion all our relatives who came in steerage in boats and worked in the factories that made money for the rich.
I can tell you, for example, I know my legacy because I researched it. I wanted to know, and I descend from both Scots. The clan is McClure, which is a sep or a sub clan of the Clan MacLeod in far northern Scotland, right? And it's worth saying a sep, which is to say, already that should tell folks, oh, Cobb descends from the lower ranking of the Scots, right? So the more poor and impoverished of the Scots, and just 2 generations back on my mama and mama's side, Irish. So this is why I often say I have a special hatred for the English Empire, not the English people, right? But the English Empire, because empires do what empires do, which is to conquer and extract resources. Now, some empires are settler colonial empires where they send their people to go and live and reclaim the land. Other empires, like the British East India Company, just send their proxies to vacuum out the resources. They didn't have any interest in actually going and living in India. They just wanted to steal the riches and the wealth out of those. Dr. Fraud, that's why we're anti-imperialists, right?
That's right. And look, my people, my mother's mother came here because at 15, she was married to the rabbi in her Hungarian village. He was 70. And it was an advantageous marriage as far as her parents went because he had some money. And he'd already had a wife that died and other children. However, and she was supposed to go into mourning. He died when she was 19. She was supposed to go into mourning for the rest of her life at 19. And instead, she took the little bit of money that was left to her after his kids from a former wife took their share, and she came to the United States and left her 2 children in the care of her mother and worked in a factory. Met another Hungarian in the factory. They got married and eventually got enough to bring my grandmother's 2 older sisters over, and then she was born of this new marriage. They were workers. My grandmother on my father's side, her parents came here in 1835 because they were progressives and they were hunted in Germany. And my grandfather, it's not clear, he was a big liar because he wanted to look more fancy. I think he came from Russia, but he said he came from Denmark because it didn't look so bad. And he didn't want to be Jewish, and so he fudged that because that was an inconvenience. And no, he came from a family of 9 kids. His father kept his nails polished and had all 9 kids sent out to work. My grandfather started working at 5 years old, trimming lamp wicks on the Long Island Railroad because the fancy people had special railroad cars that would take them to their estates in Long Island. Most people don't understand that we come from the working class and we need to be proud of it, and our history should teach us that. And I think if we're talking to people about where we're at, we have to say that the democracy we were promised, and the opportunity that used to be given to every white man and every family headed by a white man to better himself and allow the next generation to do better. That promise has been revoked. New generations do worse. And we need to do something about it. We are dying. Every year, Americans die at a younger age. We've stopped growing. The tallest people are now Scandinavians and Dutch people. Americans have even stopped growing because the hope isn't here and the promise is broken. And how can we promise each other a better life? And it's by facing that we're the majority. We're the employed, not the employers. And this is our country, and we need to stop this charade of rich people running against each other for offices where they garner billions of dollars in the presidential race, $4 or $5 billion. That's not good. We need socialism, a democratic kind of socialism. That's what we need. And otherwise, we'll fall apart because fascism is where the government takes over to keep capitalism in place because it's falling apart.
And so what I'd love to do is actually take a moment to actually outline like, why is fascism rising from the analysis that I see? Because I do see in the chat that there's some real concern about, as long as Fox Media and the corporate media exist, we'll never be able to win people over. And I gotta say, I actually disagree with that. I think that the way you win people over is in one-on-one conversations in ways that actually make sense to people, because that's actually and that's actually what the studies show, right? Like, now I agree that people who are already ideologically committed are likely lost to us, which means probably 25% of the American people are going to be very hard to win over. But the data shows that we actually, a progressive analysis that combines an understanding of race and class is a winning strategy. Again, there is just a plethora of research that actually shows that. But before I get there, let's just break it down. And as my dear friend Kali Akuno says, break it down without dumbing it down, right? You don't have to be a college-educated person to understand what I'm about to tell you. And to be clear, Feldo, I posit this. I could have this conversation in any pool hall or bowling alley in this country. Now, I would likely use a few different words that I'm going to use on this show because I know the audience of this show. And I, as an organizer, know you speak the language that people understand, right? So here is the important thing to understand about fascism. Fascism is not merely jackbooted thugs. Fascism is not merely when cops murder Black and brown bodies. Fascism is not merely when men slap women around out of their deep, deep misogyny. Those are manifestations of it, to be sure. But fascism is a political and economic system. It is a way to organize society. And the way that the fascists believe that society should be organized is in a hyper-nationalistic, an us and them, right? So that's something that all fascists share in common. By the way, there are Black and brown-skinned fascists in India, in Sri Lanka, and like I can go down the list. So in this country, it's white, but it's not it is an ethno-state. It's an ethno-nationalism, right? And it's a hyper-ethno-nationalism. It is also a hyper-masculinity. It is a mythological return to the great days of the state that once existed before some other came along and ruined it. Fascism is a way to say how the political economy is supposed to operate. And it is very clear it is a class-based system. It is a justification of the class-based system so that the individual is part of the great nation state. And that's what we should actually be proud of, right?
Those individuals that we count as fully human.
Those individuals who actually count and are considered, the good ones. All right. And now, why does this type of political economic world order emerge as a possible way to organize society? Well, because when society is in chaos during what historians and Antonio Gramsci called the conjunctures, here's the thing, Feldo, the way history usually operates, like I'll tell you this, if you want to know what basically is going to happen tomorrow, big picture, study today. If you want to really understand what's happening today, study yesterday, right? Like 99% of the time, that's true because history does work and the superstructures work in a certain kind of way. That's what materialism sort of teaches us. Oh, well, it all makes sense. You can understand it, right? But occasionally, and there are moments of conjuncture where there are inherent contradictions within society that become so acute that there are ruptures. And okay, so the things are not working. And so in that moment of chaos, that's when opportunities for something new happen, right? And it's worth pointing out that it's really clear that when there are mass changes in how the economic system produces and distributes goods and services, when those disruptions happen, that's when there are real great opportunities. The point is, fascism emerged in the 1930s because the entire, or virtually the entire global economy was shifting from an agrarian one to an industrial one, right? And the big picture is, humans were hunter-gatherer gardeners, right? Cultivators. Then the rise of the polis or the nation state, then feudalism, mercantilism, etc. But the point is, from an agrarian society to an industrial one. And in that moment of chaos, there were huge disruptions. People didn't understand. And Mussolini and Hitler and others come along and say, I can help you make sense of all the chaos and disruption that's happening. And it's the Jews' fault, or it's the immigrants' fault, or it's the gays' fault. And it's not true, of course, but it's you are downtrodden. And to be clear, there was disruption because capitalism does that, right?
Yeah, and we have to define capitalism too.
Go ahead. Well, since I've been talking for a while, why don't you just define capitalism?
What the capitalism we had was based on, of course, profit. You work and your labor makes money for someone else who organizes your labor, decides what you should produce, how you should produce it, and what to do with the fruit of your labor, giving you a share, whatever they can get away with giving, so you'll keep working there. That's why the Bank of America guy wants a nice punishment for workers by having the economy collapse, so people are desperate to work and they'll work for less. That's nice for business. He's being a good capitalist businessman. He'll make more, he'll give them less, right? That's what capitalism is about. And sometimes capitalism breaks down. It breaks down because the inequalities become unmanageable, as they are in the United States. In 1970, we were the most egalitarian nation in the world. We're in the capitalist world, and now we are the least egalitarian. It's broken down. People can't get ahead. The mythology of America, the land of opportunity, doesn't exist. And people are without and desperate, and they can't get ahead, and the promise of tomorrow and a better life for their children is rescinded.
And remember, capitalism, as Dr. Fraud said, it's driven by the profit motive. Like the only reason that the capitalist puts people work is to extract the surplus value of the labor. So I'm going to give you a definition of capitalism that you'll find in any macroeconomics textbook in this country. It's really non-controversial. Number one, the private ownership of business and the means of production. And that means not just factories, but ranches and farms, the things that
also homes, because they're all commodities.
Yeah, the commodities, right? But that's but private ownership. Number two, that goods and services are produced as commodities, as Dr. Fraud said. In other words, and this is the difference between use value or producing surplus value that's sold. Now, this one gets just a little bit tricky. I don't think it's that hard, but it's not as intuitive. But think of it this way. before capitalism, and remember, human beings have been on this earth for about 100,000 years. And the way humans always produced goods and services was to use them and then share them with each other. That's how we survived. We wouldn't have survived as a species if we had not actually shared and been cooperators. That's very clear on the anthropological record. But capitalism comes along and says, oh, no. We will now have the private ownership of these things rather than the communal ownership of these things. The second thing is that things will be sold as commodities to be bought and sold. So commodity production. Number three, for profit rather than merely use value. The fourth or the third really important component is that labor itself is now just a commodity that's bought and paid for. There was a time pre-capitalism where human endeavor and labor was considered sacred. It was considered like your meaningful, productive activity. By the way, in indigenous culture, number one, they worked about 20% of the time, right? Like we work literally 3, 4, 5 times more than they did. But even deeper, they didn't even call the stuff that they did to do social reproduction, to replenish their society. They didn't even call it work. You know why? Because they didn't have a distinction between work and play. They just had different human activities because the system was not designed around producing goods and services as commodities. It was use value.
Right. It's very important to understand that then capitalism creates a government that justifies it. So when we see crime on television, we see stealing, we see some guy who holds up someone else and takes the money. We don't see the bank stealing with all these fees. We don't see the capitalists selling us shoddy goods and stealing. We don't see the stock market selling us things that will never be realized. We don't see somebody renting us an apartment and trying to save money by endangering our lives the way they did in these recent fires in the Bronx. That's not stealing. Stealing is when somebody holds someone up and takes a couple of dollars or more. That everything is defined to justify the commodification of everything for the profit of the few, and those are extolled. They are considered superior, and people who do ordinary work are considered inferior. And the market decides. The market means who has the most money.
And note Dr. Fraud's astute observation about the role that the legal system plays in telling us what is allowed and what is not allowed.
And what is stealing and what isn't.
And what is stealing and what isn't stealing. I mean, there's a great line from one of the great jurists, Oliver Wendell Holmes. He had a lot of bad qualities, but he did say this that I thought was incredibly honest about how the law is just the extension of the ruling class and the justification for it. Yeah. Oliver Wendell Holmes said, if you want justice, look to the courts of heaven, because here on earth, the courts are only concerned with consistency, right? In other words, if something is unfair and unjust, the courts don't care.
Right.
That's not the issue. So all I'm getting at is back to capitalism, private ownership, that goods and services are produced as commodities, number 2. 3, that whole process is done for profit maximization. It is the thing that drives everything. Number 4, that labor itself is just one more commodity. So it really, that's where alienation comes in. That's where the lack of satisfaction in one's work comes in, because it's just a commodity. And the 5th one is that the market allocates everything. You know, just the market uber alles, right?
Right. And the market is whoever has the most money can afford it, and therefore they are noble. And the government reinforces that every chance they get. And so we're overwhelmed.
So those 5 characteristics, though, again, go look it up. I challenge any of your viewer listeners to go do a little Wikipedia search, do your own, look, or if you remember from your introduction to macroeconomics days, what I just gave you was what the capitalists themselves define as capitalism. And it does have an inherent internal logic to it.
It
But the
does.
problem is that inherent and internal logic is literally destroying the planet. It is commodifying the earth, especially with the automation and technology, faster than Mother Earth can possibly replenish herself. It is the driving force behind the climate catastrophe. It is the driving force behind the profound income inequality. Capitalism is the problem. And it is particularly challenging because an entire culture has been built up around trying to convince people that capitalism equals freedom. And that's a lie. And we're going to come to that. I'm sorry?
Or that capitalism is the only system, that there is no alternative. That's, what.
Right. And, you'll remember Margaret Thatcher coined an acronym. It was called TINA.
TINA.
There is no alternative. You must succumb to the neoliberal state. And basically, both Democrats and Republicans agreed. The moderate forces of England agreed. So she said, TINA, there is no alternative. To Dr. Fraud, my retort, ta-ta. There are thousands of alternatives. There are so many ways one can actually democratize an economic system. Now, I am an unabashed socialist. I've got reasons for it, but I will work with any person who understands that we've got to go post-capitalist in order to get people in motion and educated. I don't require that somebody completely agree with everything before I go forward. So we've defined capitalism. We've defined fascism. Fascism emerged in the 1920s and the 1930s because the entire economic system was being disrupted by this new world order and fascist
and so on.
So on. Yeah, I mean, again, capitalism was in crisis, right? And fascism was a way to solve it. Now, here's the thing. Why is fascism rising across the globe now? And again, not just in the United States, but in England and in India and in like South Africa and in Sri Lanka, again, Poland, like you name it, right? It's not unique to any one state. The reason? Because our entire political economy is morphing from an industrial state into a new, not just finance capitalism, but something unique. Automation, technology, robotics are actually making the labor force less and less relevant because they don't need us to extract the surplus value of their labor, and they are perfecting data as capital. They are perfecting our mere attention as data. There's a fantastic book called The Age of Surveillance Capitalism that explains this. I mean, this woman deserves a Nobel Prize.
Yeah.
Yes, she's a genius because I'll be honest, Dr. Fraud, I was like, I understand industrial capitalism. I understand finance capitalism. What the heck is going on now? Because this is different. Her book made sense. It's like they're using the quote exhaust trail of data in order to turn that into capital, right? And all to say, it's in this mass disruption and capitalism is once again in crisis. Fascists are offering a way forward. It's a lie, the same way it was a lie in Germany and in Italy, right? The lie being, though, it's the fault of immigrants or Black folks or brown folks or women, et cetera, et cetera. And here's the kicker. Because of automation, technology, robotics, we literally should be living in paradise. There is sufficient knowledge for how to provide everybody's, not just base needs, but there's enough for everybody to live really rich and fulfilling lives, right? If we did not hoard wealth, money, and power and decision-making authority. If we democratized all the things, and we had, and again, whether it's democratic socialism or a more sort of bottom-up worker co-op kind of model, it doesn't matter to me whether we like which of those we approach. We have to get post-capitalist. And to me, what I've just done in plain ordinary language is to say, this is what capitalism is. It's been in crisis 2 times. Both times it went into real crisis. Fascism emerged for a reason. There's the fascists lie to us about what it is. The way forward is a democratized economic system. I believe that's true. And so now, Dr. Fraud, because I saw you, and you jumped in with me, I know that we agree with this.
Yes,
I'm really
we
going to
do.
turn to you and say, how the heck do we actually have conversations with people to help them see what you and I see, and that's not only the problem, but that the path forward is this democratic society?
Well, the first thing we have to do is what Trump did very successfully. We express to people that we do see their loss of stature in their jobs, their loss of predictability, their loss of a future. And we help them understand what happened in the 1970s when technology allowed corporations to use computers and faxes and jet travel to be able to manage huge corporations overseas with cheap labor and no ecological protections, and then bring their money home to buy our democracy, which had no limits on finance. And as they bought it more, they were able to accomplish that more and more, so that we have what we have in the Supreme Court now. And we have that corporations are human beings, and these weird things that have happened because they bought the system. And we never had it. We had a wonderful invention of checks and balances in our Constitution, but there was no check and balance on money, which is partly because 9 of the Constitution signers were slaveholders with vast holdings in human property, slaves. And so there is an accountability that we need to have. And what we need to have is we need to empower all of us, and not just the Elon Musks who have $150 billion more in a second than we earn in a year. But we have to say, okay, it's our country, and we'll take it back. And it's not the fault of one group of underlings like Black and brown people, or another like immigrants, because after all, we're a nation of immigrants, except for the Native Americans who we killed right away. But we need each other, and then we can share everything and not let those 750 billionaires in the United States own the place and make decisions for us. So we have to change capitalism, which is based on accumulation, however you can get it, and the more you have, the more you can accumulate, based on sharing. And it's practical. Other people have done it. There's ways of doing this. And we need each other to do that. I think it's very basic. And I think we have to do people the service of what Trump did, which is tell them that their anger is justified. The newspapers have been purchased. They're commodities too. Bezos owns the Washington Post, and Murdoch owns the New York Post and the Wall Street Journal, and a financial group owns the New York Times and the Boston Herald. They're commodities.
I like to say, when I hear people talk about the liberal media, I laugh and say, the media is just as liberal as the billionaires who own it.
Exactly.
There's no mistake about it. Like, there's an ideology. Now, they will note there's a business section. There's no labor section in corporate media. Right?
Well, there isn't, and the stories are chosen to amplify one set of beliefs and not another. And therefore, you don't learn about all the labor agitation and injustice and strikes and so on.
I mean, this is the most profound period of militant labor activism that we've seen since the 1930s. It may well, I mean, I'm not as great, and I know, Feldo, that you often actually refer back to a fantastic website. I'd love to, you should ask him sometime, like, is it as, because it seems to me, Dr. Fraud, that this period is as active as the 30s.
It is like the 30s. It really is, in that people are in the Payday Report, which is a voluntary newspaper done by Mike Elk, who's a retired worker. And he's the one doing it. And he doesn't cover all the strikes. He can't. There's so many. And there's so much labor organizing because Americans are seeing that they're cheated. And it's up to us socialists to say, yes, you are cheated. And guess who's cheating you? That whole group of employers, not only
And
your
by the
personal
way,
employer.
Feldo, it is the neoliberals in the Democratic Party, it is the neoliberals in the Republican Party, and the fascists in the Republican Party. Like, let's be clear about that, right?
Exactly.
Like like there is a shift underway. But this is what really, really concerns me is how do we build a united front against fascism from below, rather than just say, oh, the answer is to vote for Democrats because they're not as bad as Republicans. Because the point is,
both capitalist parties, and we need a different kind of system.
and they're not going to champion it, right?
No,
So that's why, like, look, somebody in the chat said that I look sad today. I mean, actually, I look
You look
exhausted.
relaxed.
Say it again.
You look like relaxed and centered.
Well, I am centered. I am relaxed. I'm also pretty tired, right? Because I've been in Vermont now for 4 days at a deep intensive strategy session with Kali Akuno of Cooperation Jackson, Edget Bethru and Kamal Franklin of Community Movement Builders, Milicia Figueroa, who I know you know, Feldo, from Chico TEK, which stands for Traditional Ecological Knowledge, Jonathan Freeman of the Native Roots Network, Cade Griffiths of the Red Bloom Collective and the Brooklyn Trans Corps, like a whole group. Like there's like 70 or 80 of us here, all of whom are serious revolutionaries who have an analysis, and we're coming together to be sharing best practices. How can we organize from below to restructure society? So I'm really quite inspired. I am, however, pretty darn exhausted because it's, but like I'm telling you, I haven't seen, just like we haven't seen this level of militant labor organizing since the 30s. I haven't seen this level of sustained work that is not just issue organizing. And I say sustained since the global justice movement of the 1990s. And what I can say is look at Occupy Wall Street, look at the Floyd Rebellion, look at the reaction to Roe versus Wade, look at all the queer and trans organizing that's happening all across this country. Telling you, people are in motion in ways I haven't seen ever. And again, the 90s, remember what was happening in the 90s? The neoliberal takeover of the Democratic Party and the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. Look, Bill Clinton, right? Like, and NAFTA. I mean, like, this is the problem. Neoliberal Democrats create the conditions that allow fascists to emerge, right? And so they can't actually fight the fascists, really?
Yeah, because they're corporate. Look, there's two capitalist parties, one with a harsher tendency than the other.
Right.
But they both have the same goal of protecting the status quo of capitalism. And therefore, what people have to have is they have to have a place to go with their anger, as well as people to help them see what's happened to them. And that's what we don't have right now. We don't have a unified place for the left. In the 30s, they had the Communist Party and the two socialist parties. They don't have that now. They really, the anti-communism of the 50s was designed to smash that, and it did quite a thorough job, ending only with Occupy, which Obama, neoliberal, smashed. Okay, so we have to create something where people can feel welcome because they see injustice and they know they need each other. The left has to have a unified place. The right has Trump and Trumpism with its slate of hatred and who to hate and how to hate while it gave, and they don't say anything about the $1.7 trillion tax cut for the top. They don't. That's our job. But we need a voice of the left. And I think that's what has to come now, because we have people organized along the issues of climate and race and gender and unions and so on, and ecological outrage. But we don't have a central place to go where we support one another, and we are the majority, so we would win. And where fascism came up in Germany, it was because the place was falling apart like the United States is now, only their inflation was much worse. You needed a wheelbarrow to go to the store full of your banknotes. And the Germans, unlike the Americans, were frugal and their life savings disappeared. And people were joining the Communist Party and the socialist parties. And so the big industrialists got together and subsidized Hitler as the alternative. And as soon as he got in, his first thing was to ban unions.
Think about that.
Yep, very important.
Because it was an organized countervailing force, and because communists were in leadership of those unions.
Right, and it was also based on class.
Oh yeah, there was. Look, this is the thing.
Or non-Jewishness or whatever. It was based on class.
They had a class analysis and they understood it was a class struggle. And remember, at the very beginning of this conversation, Dr. Fraud astutely and very plainly pointed out, there really are two classes, right? When Dr. Fraud and I are talking about class, we're not talking about the casual socioeconomic class.
No,
right?
we're not.
We're talking about the class. You are either an owner or you are working for owners. Like if you own, like there are exceptions, right? Like because like the
some workers just keep the system going.
Yes,
they're there to facilitate it, like the educators teaching the children, so that they're enculturated into this class society. But you know, the main division is employer and employee, and there is no mass party of the employees. And
not yet. But let me tell you that like, and I'm not here to actually stand for the Green Party. That, Feldo, I don't know if you know that word, that the kids taught me that. So I'm not here to like be, you know, rah, you Green Party. What I'm saying is there is going to be a mass people's party.
There has to be.
It will emerge, right?
Rage.
Because that's where the rage will go, right? And, you know, maybe it'll be the Green Party. I certainly hope it will. But if it's a new party to be named later, that's okay. It doesn't matter. What does matter is that it has to be run and operated by and for the interest of the working class, or the non-owning class, the employed class.
And we have to show people that we're different by interpreting things differently. Like it is different to see a crime show that's all about personal stealing and not about how we're being ripped off every day by the corporate Americans. How they twisted the taxes so that, you know, when FDR took over, the tax on the richest was 96.8%. Now you don't have to pay any taxes like Donald Trump because you can hire excellent corporate lawyers. That's theft. It's theft every time they pay you much less than they make off of you. That's a crime. And we have to start with a different narrative and get it across as one instead of as different movements, all of which are worthy but will not win without the others.
The issues are important, to be sure, right? But the real issue is power. The real issue is the system, right? And I do want to just acknowledge, I did what you told me never to do. I looked in the chat, Feldo, and I'm glad I did, because Kelly in Nebraska is lifting up the Poor People's Campaign, and I want to actually say yes, and also look at the Poor People's Economic Human Rights Campaign with Sherry Hankala, the Poor People's Army. There is mass mobilizing and education going on amongst the poor and the working poor, and not just the proletariat, Dr. Fraud, but the precariat, right?
That's right, which is almost everyone.
Which is almost all of us, right? We're almost all, a paycheck or two away from, despair. So there are so many opportunities to actually come in. Before I go into some policies, because I do think there are some policies that can actually help us accomplish what we're going to do, I want to ask Feldo, because I can't tell if you're just saying, wow, Cobb and Dr. Fraud are doing a great job and I'm just letting it unfold. But it's an honest question to you. Are we making sense right now? Is this the kind of thing that you think you could have a conversation, in a bar in your neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, one of the questions I was going to ask, it's fascinating. it's a binary choice right now: socialism versus fascism. That seems to be the conversation. What if it's something else?
Like what?
I don't know.
So I'm gonna actually take you like on a thought journey and instead of challenging you to say what else, because you already said you don't know. What I would say is, okay, so an honest question, Feldo, is it because the word socialism you personally get offended by, or you're worried that other people will get offended by it?
There is politically speaking, and we are fewer than 100 days before the midterms. Socialism is something the Republicans have been able to run against for years, the same way they've been able to run against liberal, which I just wonder if there's a way to present socialism in a more palatable way by talking about nationalizing.
Got it.
Corporations.
So all right. So thank you for that. And
For
so
example,
now I can engage you in the conversation.
The $70 billion bailout,
Yeah.
Intel and Nvidium. It was out of the question. The idea of our giving $70 billion or $57 billion to the semiconductor manufacturers without any equity stake. No, not one, not even, I don't even think Bernie brought it up. I just find that curious that the left is not explaining socialism.
There isn't a central left. One of the troubles is if you have a left that develops answers to these things, you'd also have asked, why did Obama bail out the banks and not people? And not only bail out the banks, but with no requirement that they pay us back or that we own them like they did in Iceland and Finland.
Well, but the last thing you said to me is the key. We owned the banks, but we didn't have voting shares. We owned GM, but Obama, after the bailout, said, I don't want to run an auto company. The conversation, I think, the path of least resistance, I believe, is training the American mind to understand the idea of nationalizing corporations instead of bailing them out, owning a piece of these companies.
Or doing what Germany did. In Germany, any corporation that they bailed out, they had to have ecological people in their area on their board. They had to have a certain percentage of their board of the people who worked there and the political people in the area.
So
They were no longer a commodity. They were a community asset, and we didn't demand that.
Politically speaking, is the shortest distance from where we are now to socialism, is it explaining to voters ownership of corporations? Because I don't think Americans understand.
No, they
That
don't.
is, but that's part of it. But here's the thing.
But we
like,
also have to have a vehicle. You can't get people mobilized unless they have a place to go with their upset. So you help them understand that you give them a place to go with their understanding.
And I here's the irony. I agree with both of you. I understand like the genuine grappling that you're doing, Feldo, and I agree.
I'm not grappling. By the way, I'm not grappling. If I were to run for office,
yep,
I would run on a platform of next bailout, we get an ownership stake.
Okay.
And then argue with me. Let me go into the debates the same way Bernie went into the debates challenging the billionaire class and the health insurance companies, which was incendiary, and nobody ever heard that.
Yeah.
I would like to have Republicans and Democrats tell me why I'm wrong for insisting that instead of bailouts, the American government gets a taste of capitalism.
We get a taste of control. We are on the boards of directors.
I guess here's the thing.
We don't have to call it socialism. We can say, why can't the government get a taste of capitalism.
I mean,
you
look,
could sell it to the American people by
It
saying
would be hard to sell.
who's
Because
capitalism.
ever since Reagan, the enemy, instead of being the capitalist ripping you off, was the government ripping you off. And there's a lot of people who suspect the government. So we couldn't say the government should have it. We should say the people who work there, the people who live there, and so on. Or a people's party, which we don't.
So what I would say is this. Look, I'm like straight, like this is just classic organizing. What I'm going to say is the experiment that you've, or the approach that you've approached about, hey, let government get a taste of capitalism. That doesn't make sense to me. So I'm not going to fuss with you about it.
But that's how you win elections.
Perhaps, like if you think that's then you should run, or you should get somebody to run on that and see if it works. Because here's the thing: even if you get elected and you do that, you actually don't restructure society the way Dr. Fraud and I believe has to be done. That's the problem. That I don't think just getting a taste or making the level of horror just a little bit less painful.
Don't you think it's a way in?
No, I don't. I think that the abolitionist movement showed us that. The idea is some people were saying, look, make the slave quarters nicer.
I mean, you're right. You know what? The abolition. Sorry, go ahead.
However, that you had to abolish it because as a system of making human beings property to be used by other people is a horrendous thing to do that corrupts both sides. And so you cannot give people just a taste. You have to throw that crappy food out.
But it works. I mean, we see it in Norway and Sweden, the Nordic model, Denmark, where there's a hybrid of both.
But it's not just the taste.
It's 50-50 in some.
Listen, in that case, to be clear, Feldo, then what you're talking about is called social democracy versus democratic socialism. And so you can run on that, but I'm telling you, I don't think that you're going to actually inspire the kind of mass movement that it's going to take to actually win. Not just win elections, but I don't think that you're actually going to inspire people to say the rich and the billionaires get to still be billionaires, but we just are going to make them give us a few more crumbs, because that's how it sounds to my ear, the approach that you're taking.
Me too.
Okay.
I think the system is the problem.
I'm not so sure. I don't see in America that has been brainwashed into believing certain things that are wrong. I don't see a winning message. I don't see how you convince Americans to get on board an entire revolution that's just going to shake the economic system to the ground.
You know, the last time a system like that actually ran and won in this country, it was a third party. It was called the Republican Party. I just want to remind folks that the two-party system before were not Democrats and Republicans. They were the Democrats and the Whigs. When's the last time you saw a radio or heard a radio spot or saw a television ad for the Whig Party, right? Mm-hmm. Why did the Whig Party basically die? Or actually died? You know why? Because the Democrats and the Whigs both agreed on slavery, the system that Dr. Fraud just described. They both had that agreement, right? And so the distinctions between the two got blurrier and blurrier and less important, because the issue of the day was the enslavement of Africans.
Okay,
right?
Did Lincoln get elected promising war against the South?
No, Lincoln got elected by promising to end slavery.
No, I don't believe he did.
No,
Excuse me for one second.
Yeah.
I believe he said, I have to preserve the Union. If it means keeping slavery, I will keep slavery. If it means getting rid of slavery, I I will get rid of slavery.
Fair enough. Then let me just tell you this.
Excuse me for 1 second. I am running to preserve the Union.
You're right.
It was the South that seceded after he was elected, and then we went to war. I don't think Lincoln got elected president, nor would he get elected, promising a civil war.
No,
Listen, let me tell you something.
Also, FDR got elected on a balanced budget. But then the necessities of what was going on persuaded him to change. However,
but I'm talking about politics.
Let me talk about politics for a moment and take you back to that time. Do you know what the original states' rights argument was in this country? It was articulated by Wisconsin. And you know what Wisconsin said? That they had the right as a state in a federal system to refuse to follow the Federal Fugitive Slave Act, because they said Wisconsin is free territory. Any human being who gets here will be acknowledged to be a human being, and screw the Federal Fugitive Slave Act. We don't care what it says. And we don't care that the U.S. Supreme Court has said that they have to do it. And Wisconsin was gearing up to go to war to defend their right to be an abolitionist state. In fact, there is a phenomenal story about Josh Glover, and I will never again say a runaway slave. I will say Josh Glover was a self-liberated human being who got out of the horrific, illegitimate, immoral bondage that he had been held and escaped to Wisconsin. He was in Racine, Wisconsin. He became a member of the community. He was literally playing cards one night when the slave catchers burst in, grabbed him, took him to the Milwaukee jail, and there was such a massive network of, they were called the Wisconsin Wide Awakes. They mobilized 1,000 people. They went and took a battering ram to that jailhouse. Josh Glover escaped, and I don't know the rest of the story about Josh Glover, right? From there, Josh Glover, he escaped to Canada, we presume, and I hope he lived a rich and happy life, and I hope he had lots of children, I hope that that's what happened to Josh as a human being. I can tell you what happened with Sherman Booth, who had been the editor or the publisher of the Wisconsin Free Sentinel, who whipped up people into that frenzy. And the governor of Wisconsin literally did a poll of the National Guards in his state to say, if we have to go to war against the United States, will you stand with Wisconsin or will you follow the president? And 3 or 4 of the 20 National Guard said, with all due respect, Governor, this is, I would follow the feds. Literally, the governor then said, okay, well, I'm actually the commander in chief of the National Guard. So under my terms and orders, I'm just telling you, I am deciding to requisition and redeploy the armaments and the cannons and the military personnel. I'm telling you, Wisconsin was gearing up for a civil war. And make no mistake about it, Lincoln may have been trying to walk that tightrope, but this is why I'm not an electoral fetishist. Systems are what actually drive this. The system of slavery could not continue, or it could continue, but the opposition to slavery, the political education had been done, the consciousness had been raised, the movement was so strong, so powerful that it was budding up. It was either going to be slavery or not. And Abraham Lincoln was a third-party candidate.
But have we ever decided whether or not Lincoln was an abolitionist?
Yes.
Okay.
Became one in any case. However,
yeah, I mean, whether he in his heart started as one, he ended as one.
That's right. And what David is saying is very important. It's what we have a taste of from Trump's followers. If the government says so, what the hell do you care? If you know and believe that this is wrong, you can act on it. And they did. Now, they believed that Trump won and he whipped them up on lies. Okay, but they were an example that when people have had enough, they've had enough. And when the American people have had enough, they'll have had enough. That's all.
Again,
our job is to show people what's going on here and that there is an alternative.
I'm not arguing with you. I think the American people have had enough. When they become lethargic and paralyzed, fascism takes root.
That's right. And what
the
we
only
need
way
is
to
to
me-
inspire them to act, to care, to join something that we have to join.
Right. And I think it is the responsibility of the left, specifically Bernie. Bernie, I think Bernie is the most transformative politician.
He is, because he captures the anger that Trump does. But he has a different message.
specifics. He has absolute specifics. He's serving in the Senate, and there are bills and ideas coming out of his office that are pragmatic and are almost acceptable to a vast majority of Americans. He's not. He's not
publicized, though. Most of his bills and things don't even make it to the newspaper.
Right, but he is selling transformative ideas that are palatable to the American people.
Yes, he
So
is.
I'll tell you this. I would like to suggest that, remember, the second Monday of every month is my Wiyot Tribal Council meeting. So I'm not going to be able to join you next week. But 2 weeks from now, can we make an agreement, Dr. Fraud, that you and I come back together, and I want to talk about the non-reformist reforms that are achievable right now: public banking, participatory budgeting, worker-owned cooperatives. Like, I can give you a list of policies that could literally begin to undermine the logic of capitalism and lead to an ownership society.
Well, that would be good, but I think what you really have to do is get the mass of the people, or at least a big mob of people, to see that there is an alternative.
Well, you'll get no argument from me there, but to me, that's why it's their non-reformist reform. I'm a revolutionary. Remember, Feldo is the one who, for some reason, is clinging to the idea of a kinder, more gentler, liberal state. And I like the guy, and I think that he's going to ultimately come around.
Yeah,
I'll be patient with him.
Here is the problem, and I don't want to keep Professor Hussein waiting. David Cobb, you live in California. Dr. Fraud, I live in New York. If we would get off our asses, now with Zoom, we can be anywhere on the planet. If we would move to Michigan, Arizona, the states that need us, in many ways, these ideas in blue states, acting locally is great. We'd better serve the movement if we moved to Alabama and Mississippi and introduce these ideas.
I don't think so. I think people from there have to do it, because they'll do it in a way that people can understand and identify with. And I think those people are there. They haven't had a place to go to, but they're there.
I think the people of Mississippi and Alabama would love a smart New York Jew like me telling them how to live their life.
Listen,
I'm Kali, in Mississippi. He could do it.
Kali Akuno can tell you, like, the struggle is real. I'm engaged in class struggle.
Where's the Southern Poverty Law Center located? Is it Alabama?
I think it's in Alabama.
I believe it is in Alabama.
We
can look it up, but I think you're right.
It is the reason the Southern Poverty Law Center is the most respected organization that fights hate in America is because they're in enemy territory. We're not.
That helps. But also there was a socialist congressman from West Virginia. People, the leaders from these places have to know that they have the backing, the way the labor movement knows that they have a backing if they organize. And we have to have a unifying voice, and we'll do it.
Great. Thank you both, Dr. Harriet Fraud. This was great. The host of Capitalism is Home. It's not just in your head. And every Wednesday at 2:30 on WBAI, you can hear Dr. Fraud. And David Cobb, how do people follow you on Twitter?
It's David K. Cobb on Twitter. On Facebook, I'm at David Keith Cobb. And the work that I'm doing is with the U.S. Solidarity Economy Network. And this is where we're actually helping people to teach basics of economics and then give them the policy tools to begin to democratize the economy.
Fantastic.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
And also, everybody should know that there's 3 people on It's Not Just in Your Head: me, Liam Tate, and Ikoi Hiro.
Fantastic.
Thank you, David.
And thank you for our super chat from Eleanor Aquitaine. I guess her middle name is Of. She's a retired journalist in love with the truth. Brilliant guests today. Thank you. That's a super chat from Eleanor Aquitaine. Well,
Thank you.
we haven't seen Professor Adnan Hussein in a while. Professor Adnan Hussein is chairman of the religion department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. He is the host of 2 podcasts, the Majlis podcast, that's spelled M-A-J-L-I-S, and Guerrilla History. And it's good to see you again. How have you been? You're muted. Why are you muted? Oh, what's going on? Nope, can't hear you. Did I hit the wrong button? I don't think so. Hang on. Sound. Input. Let me ask the chat room. Can you hear Professor Hussein? No. No. Well, but you were able to hear our other guests, right? So that would be, if I'm going to point an accusatory finger, which I wouldn't do, I would say this is Professor Hussein's fault. Not that I'm. So are you looking at, do you have an app? Blink twice, but with your left eye, if you have an apple. That's not a blink, that's you're nodding your head. Hang on for 1 second. We might as well have fun with this.
Okay. This is, I got my panties in a bunch over the sound system. All right, so you do have Apple, so go to Apple Preferences.
And hit the sound tab. Do you see the sound tab?
And look for input, output. By the way, this is the most
entertaining thing on YouTube. Baby boomers. I don't think Professor Hussein's a baby boomer. I think you're too young. Baby boomers trying to solve technology is the new porn for millennials. Watching an old guy like me struggling to do a podcast and not understanding the technology. This is what gets millennials off. They love this. I've been told I could just do, you want to try talking now? Okay. Is there a millennial in the house, specifically Professor Hussein's? I know you have a millennial. Okay. Well, can I talk at you? How about I just talk at you? Usually that's how this goes. My guests don't need to have a hot mic. I'm just going to be talking at them about what's bothering me. Okay, why don't we do this? Okay. Why don't we let me test the system. Raise your hand in our Zoom room and we'll just see if anybody wants to talk, and we'll see if maybe something happened. Okay, there we go. John Hayes Are you there?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah. So it's not the system, it's Professor Hussein.
Apparently. Well, I have an Apple, and I'm looking here at the audio settings, and what I typically do is it has the test mic option, and sometimes there's several drop downs depending on how many devices you might have connected.
Right. Now, you're an audio guy, John Hayes.
Yes.
Have you noticed
That the sound is a little bit better lately?
Not just now. That last line of yours, something happened. I just don't get it.
My panties get in.
Personality change, maybe.
But have you noticed in the past couple of weeks the sound has gotten mixed better?
Yeah. Overall, I would say yes.
How's that?
There you go.
Oh, great.
What'd you do out?
Well, I just quit and I had Audacity, which is a audio recording free software from a previous recording. And I think it was having an error and interfering since everything else was chosen correctly. The mic was the, right mic and everything. So I just shut that down and rejoined. So hopefully it'll, keep working. Apologies for that.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
It's been 6-7 weeks or 5. It seems like it's been certainly a month and a half, or 5 weeks, 4 weeks since I was last on. So
it's good to see you.
It's great to see you. And it was before you had the hiatus. So this is the first time I'm seeing you since you came back after your mother's passing. So I know it's always going to remain with you, but I haven't had the chance personally to express my condolences and also just say how great it is to see you again.
Thank you. I appreciate
great
it.
to be here.
I was going to make a joke. I'm going to just as I get older, I'm going to live in that and fight. There are 3 things that I am fighting, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
Oh, come on. You want to do it.
I was going to say, right now I'm more upset about you not figuring out the sound than my mother, but I'm not going to do that.
No, you don't want to do that.
But we don't really know what we're going to talk about today.
Well, yeah, it's I'm sort of I've been listening in as I've been doing other things on YouTube and joining a little bit in the chat there and listening to Dr. Fraud and David Cobb and before that Pascal Robert and Jason Miles and enjoying those conversations. I think if there's anything that I was ready to talk about, since I'm fairly unprepared too, is just some impressions perhaps of Turkey that has been in the news and has been playing a kind of interesting role recently in geopolitics, and just impressions from being in Istanbul at a conference on Islamophobia. It was in an inaugural conference for a new professional.
You were just in Istanbul?
Yeah, I was in Istanbul for about 10 days. In mid-July, from about the 11th to the 21st or so. So 10 days. And then after that in London for just under a week before making my odyssey back to the US. And so I've picked up at least a little bit of a sense of the mood and atmosphere from talking with friends and colleagues and watching the local news in each of these places to get a sense of, the momentous times we're in. I mean, I think Turkey is a fascinating place. Istanbul is an unbelievable world city. I mean, I think of it as something like a kind of New York of the Middle East or London of the Middle East, because it was an imperial capital of a great world empire, the Ottoman Empire. And in many ways, it still sees itself very much as a kind of leader regionally, and especially since it's been pushed out of its hopes for integration into Europe and the EU, it has turned very much to looking eastwards, both in the immediate region, but then also across Asia to the Central Asian republics that have, populations that speak Turkic languages, and in their post-Soviet Republican capacities as independent nations have often looked to Turkey as a more developed and independent power that they can affiliate with. And so that's making, interesting situations in this period during the Ukraine war. Turkey has been very active, as we know, in negotiations and sponsoring negotiations. It was crucial in brokering a deal that bore fruit today with the first ship leaving Odessa with grain to go out onto the market, or actually its intended delivery is to Lebanon of grain, which desperately needed there. I was just reading a report about how Lebanon leads the world over the last several months in terms of food price inflation, something like well over 200%.
And Iran, right? Isn't Iran also?
Yeah, I was looking at, I think Iran is one of the countries. Zimbabwe was another one that really had huge, increase in prices. I mean, one of the problems for Lebanon, in addition to interruption of the supply, is also, if you remember, and I think we talked about it on the show, the explosion in the port was a grain storage facility, or at least a grain storage facility was next to the area that exploded in the port. And so it has not had the facilities and the capacity to store grain, and is thus very dependent on regular shipments and supply. And that's, of course, been very much disrupted. That has clearly affected prices. In fact, actually, it's 332% increase over the course of this year compared with 2021.
So there are some countries in the immediate vicinity who get something like 80% of their wheat from Ukraine. Yesterday, Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, said the harvest itself may be half of what it was last year. Then he has to get it out through the Black Sea to second world countries. When would we see the famine that we had been warned about? Or are we starting to see it already?
Well, I think we're starting to see that many people are going to be priced out of being able to purchase the food. So even if there is some limited supply, the cost of it is going to make it impossible for poorer people to gain access to it. That's already going to have consequences. The food insecurity is going to have effects on nutrition and so on already starting this fall, I think. I mean, or if it hasn't already, just because food commodity prices have increased. But starting in the fall, I think in particular, this harvest, if it's going to be, substantially lower, and if there are going to be continued sanctions on, Russian grain supply and fertilizer coming to market, it means that food production in the global south and places where they have been dependent on fertilizer to boost productivity levels for their own agriculture, that's already going to be suffering.
Refresh my memory. I think you did an episode, one of your earliest episodes of Guerrilla History was the intersection of the price of bread and revolution. I know we've talked about this on
we certainly chatted about it here, and it's a point that actually I heard Vijay Prashad make, that the Arab Spring was in part a consequence of bread riots that took place in 2011 after a bad grain harvest in Ukraine and Russia that together supply 35, maybe 40% of wheat in the Middle East in particular. So places like Egypt, Tunisia, Jordan, they saw that the prices rose. They were not able to maintain the subsidies because all of the, food in the Middle East, certain staples, particularly like, wheat for bread, are subsidized. Those and gasoline have been subsidized in much of the Arab Middle East, for example, as a way to ensure that you don't have rebellious discontent emerging. But obviously now, just like in 2011, after this bad harvest, prices soared for basic staples, the staff of life, bread. And when you have on top of it inflation on all kinds of other commodities, and above all fuel prices that in the Middle East have typically been heavily subsidized, I think the cost of living is going to have repercussions, social discontent. And we saw protests, bread riots, revolutionary kinds of discontent emerging in 2011, the so-called Arab Spring, and we might see destabilization. I mean, look, if Lebanon has 330%, price increases after all that country has been through with, a million or more Syrian refugees, all of the other problems we mentioned, destruction of the port, financial collapse that they've been dealing with, and now on top of it, food shortages and soaring prices. It's a desperate situation.
Did I hear you say that Vijay Prashad and Noam Chomsky have written a book together?
Yes, actually, they are about to publish, it's in galleys, they are about to publish a book called The Withdrawal. Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya and the Fragility of American Power. And it's a fascinating book. It's really something like a resume of Noam Chomsky's criticism, critiques, and analysis of U.S. empire since the 1960s, when he, became very active as an anti-Vietnam War scholar and activist, to the present. And over those 50 plus years, they had a dialogue that is, they recorded basically as a book, but it's in addition to their contemporary dialogue about this history of US imperialism, it includes fascinatingly excerpts from various of his works that Vijay Prashad asks him about and has quoted, that document, in some ways, you might say, the history of Noam Chomsky's analysis and response to American imperialism and his fulfillment of the role that he described in a very famous essay from 1966, The Responsibility of Intellectuals, in contrast to the vast majority of intellectuals, academics, journalists, and so on that, provide a screen for manufacturing of consent, of U.S. propaganda, and so on. He's, been a dissident intellectual and scholar for 50 years. So we had a chance to talk with him and then with Vijay Prashad actually this morning.
Wow.
About this book. Yeah, it's we look forward to that episode coming out in Guerrilla History later this month. It was, of course.
So you have Vijay Prashad and Noam Chomsky
talking about their book. Yeah, sort of serially. They were supposed to be there together, but actually I think it worked out better that.
Of course.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Noam Chomsky for an hour and then about 40 minutes with Vijay Prashad afterwards. And both of them had fascinating analysis and things to say about not only this history, but where we are in this moment. Like what does the future look like? And actually, you've been talking about fascism and the danger of fascism for many months, as many people have on the show today, about the dangers of fascism and how to respond to it. And actually, Vijay Prashad said something quite interesting when we were asking him a little bit about the consequences domestically, which way the U.S. will be headed. And, he said that he didn't think the U.S. needed to go fascist. Like, why bother? I mean, in some ways, all of what would be accomplished by that coalition of class interests with kind of extreme nationalist populism is already happening. In the US, you don't actually have to derail and get rid of the lineaments and the, kind of decorative dimensions of liberal democracy in our political system, because it's already thoroughly controlled by corporate and right-wing, interests. So why go all the way? You don't really need to do that. So that was kind of an interesting perspective. I wonder if some of the right-wing populism that we see is, it's interesting. I mean, it's very dangerous, but it is also anti-elite. So there are some tensions there, with the techno-feudalist kind of platforms. We channel Yanis Varoufakis's idea that these monopolistic platforms and structures like Amazon and the other high-tech kind of businesses and social media platforms are also being challenged and resented by a lot of kind of right-wing populists as well. So I think there are some tensions that perhaps suggest that it could tip over into overt fascistic derailing of even the pretense of democracy, potentially, with a kind of strongman figure, establishing himself or herself. We may get I heard Marjorie Taylor Greene recently in an interview with right-wing online media, saying very openly that she supports Christian nationalism. So I mean, we may get somebody like her,
right?
So it's an interesting
going back to what VJ said, that's somewhat reassuring in terms of aesthetics. The aesthetic of Trump, that the real people in charge don't like Trump. They don't like the insurrectionists. They already have strong men in charge. There's no need to actually say we're a totalitarian regime and we need to. Yeah. Let me ask you about Noam Chomsky and what we were talking about at the top of the show. That in order for us to truly be an imperial power, we're going to have boots on the ground. There is this, we like to think we can win air wars. We can fly over a country and bomb it into submission. But the truth is, if you want to win in Iraq, you want to win in Afghanistan, Taiwan, wherever our next war is, we have to put American boots on the ground. This idea of fighting proxy wars by giving arms to Ukraine, it doesn't work, and it doesn't scare Putin. It doesn't scare China. What it is signaling to China and Russia is we've lost the appetite for boots on the ground. We're not going to win in Ukraine by sending Zelensky more and more weapons.
It kind of depends on what we think winning, would look like. And of course, this has become such a question mark for all of America's wars, over the last couple of decades. It's like, well, what does winning look like? And I think there is some fundamental ambiguity about what the real goals, objectives, and interests are. And in our conversation about American empire, I mean, there was a major tension between the thuggish kind of role of hegemonic dominance that has to be demonstrated in the world through violence and power for its own sake of protecting kind of the efficacy of U.S. dominance, versus the kind of rational, apparent, material and geopolitical or geostrategic interests that clearly might be at stake. And there's some conflicts where it's not very clear what those material geostrategic interests are, other than that we have a military industrial complex, something that they call as a military Keynesianism, that the economy of the United States in the post-Cold War, in the Cold War and post period, is really bound up in, national government investment and pumping in of resources into one sector of the economy that kind of requires it to be engaged and involved in, establishing 800 military bases around the world, patrolling and policing the key strategic waterways, developing the ability to intervene at a moment's notice all over the world. But the question really is, in some ways, the invasion of Iraq was a real old style kind of effort. There is a spectrum of performing and ensuring dominance through military means that goes from everything from control of the monetary system, the SWIFT, transfer financial system, and all the way to bombardment and troops on the ground, right? So there's a huge kind of array of possibilities. And I think you see sanctions emerging. It's kind of a strange situation that we actually invaded Iraq in some ways. I mean, we already had devastated the country through bombardment in Gulf War I, the so-called smart bombs and so on, and then through a draconian system of sanctions.
Half a million people.
Yeah, and completely pinned the country in. Saddam Hussein had no ability to really, he had the ability to maintain his regime in power, and in fact, his food distribution system was essentially a way of maintaining power and suppressing all sorts of dissent.
Can't overthrow your leader if you don't have food.
Exactly. And if you're dependent on the kind of government's food distribution system. But it did mean also that it was unable to develop any kind of ambitions, right, militarily and so on. So it was certainly under control. Society was being devastated, and that's merely through coordinating of sanctions. I think what's interesting about the situation now is that the sanctions regime can do harm, but there's a real question: is it doing more harm to Germany and to Europe and to global South, because of the food prices and other things, than it is doing, at least in this short and midterm, to Russia? This is a kind of big question, because Russia is being very energetic in trying to push a system where, you move away from dollar for payments, and there's new negotiations. Erdogan just met with Putin in Iran. They had a trilateral discussion.
Didn't Putin have to wait for Erdogan?
Yeah, okay, so you saw that report too. Apparently, earlier last year, Putin made Erdogan wait for 2 minutes. So everybody in Turkey is saying that this 50 seconds where Putin was sitting at the desk in front of his flags, kind of fidgeting, waiting, was a sort of payback. But yes,
he didn't like it. He did not like it.
Well, I mean, maybe with that one small gesture, Erdogan has bought himself goodwill in the United States. I mean, this might be very smart politics, because in substance, he's doing a lot of deals and negotiations, not only about the Ukrainian ports and grain, flow through this agreement, but he was meeting with, Iran and with Putin in Iran to talk about the situation in Syria, but also to expand agreements for trade, some of which included initial discussions principally sponsored by Russia about trying to use the Turkish lira, Iranian currency, the dinar, and the ruble for payments, rather than mediating all of these kind of trade exchanges, and especially fuel, natural gas and oil transfers, to do that using their own currencies rather than
not using the dollar. What does that do to America if they're not using the dollar? What does that mean?
Well, right now the U.S. dollar is really strong, so clearly it hasn't done that much. I mean, that's one thing you see, is that it's almost equivalent to the euro right now.
A strong dollar could be bad for America.
It could be. I mean,
it's bad for exports.
It's bad for exports, but then again, what do we export? I mean, this is really the question. Yeah, exactly. But you can't put a price on that. I mean, that's all, playing, with the in-house money. And I think that was the point before about this military Keynesianism, is that, there might be some irrational reasons for war from the geopolitical perspective, but there are obviously key interests that the shape of our economy is so dependent on this military sector.
So you were in Turkey. You were in London. What is your sense about Ukraine? Is there a sense that this is going to go on and be a grinding war of attrition? Is there any talk of somebody bringing Putin to the table?
Well, Putin has, been at the table. I mean, I think what we're not really hearing about is that essentially and we've been saying this for at least a couple of months, that after the initial Turkish discussions and subsequently the basic elements of a deal were being discussed, but Boris Johnson, for example, who now, of course, is no longer the prime minister, or will no longer be the prime minister. That was exciting and interesting, to see that almost nobody seemed to care about the Conservative Party internal discussions and debates. The media was talking about it all the time, but nobody thought it was going to matter or make much of a difference, because both of these candidates, I think it's Sunak and Truss, are nothings. But that Boris Johnson parachuted in and basically discouraged or threatened Zelensky that he couldn't make a deal, and that he had to hold out and believe that there might be victory, and hold out for victory, this kind of fallacy and fantasy. So I think the problem is not really whether you could get Putin to come to the table. I think the problem is can we get all the interested parties that have a say in this to actually allow
the West
a deal? Basically, yeah, UK and US principally.
How is it going? What is your sense? Is Zelensky winning, or?
Well, I don't know. I'm no military person, really to assess any of that. But what I can say is that the kinds of people that I talked about the situation did not feel heavily invested in this, Ukraine war. People are tired of it. They're very concerned about economic questions, inflation, fuel prices, affordability, undermining of the NHS health service. I heard more stories of people talking about how the National Health Service had just been under, such strain that it wasn't functioning in the way that it once had. It's been undermined by years of, Tory policy, quasi privatizations, and during the pandemic, it really was under extreme strain, and people are very worried about those kinds of issues. And I didn't get the sense that anybody thought that the Ukraine war, I mean, they know that it matters because it's having global consequences on, prices, inflation, and global hunger and so on. But
tell me your understanding of history, because there is a cycle with war. This reminded me of World War I. It reminded me of the 2003 illegal invasion of Iraq. Ukraine, our involvement in Ukraine was a victory at the start. We were told the sanctions are working, that this is Joe Biden, the Biden doctrine. He's restoring NATO, he's restoring the EU. He has reversed the 4 years of damage that Donald Trump did, and he's proving that we can win wars without sending in troops by just providing the right kind of weapons and sanctions. And you heard all about the Russia mired in mud, and they were being destroyed by their own corruption. The system doesn't work, and his days are numbered. And then we all lost interest because that wasn't coming to fruition. Like every war, it was grinding, it was attrition. It was one side dies, one side looks like they're winning, now the other side World War I started that way. And so did the invasion of Iraq.
I don't see it ending quickly, because there doesn't seem the appetite or will to really negotiate some kind of a workable solution. And so it probably will grind on with worse and worse consequences, especially for Europe. I mean, this winter is going to be very interesting. And as part of our conversation talking about whether or not we'll be having or witnessing a multipolar world with the kind of fragility of US power, in some ways, this is, of course, a real victory for maintaining the Atlanticist vision, reinforcing NATO, bringing Europe into heel. There were, over the last couple of years, there's always been that French Gaullist, desire to have a third way or have their kind of independent political orientation geopolitically. And part of the idea of the EU from the French perspective was to harness, the economic and population power of Germany with French sort of diplomacy and French kind of geopolitical strategic thinking in order for Europe to actually act independently. And there was some talk over the last few years that Europe might want to have its own independent relationship with China and, unyoke itself from U.S. Cold War posturing vis-a-vis China. We're seeing that has been disciplined now with, this Ukraine war. They are going to be paying a price economically for their fuel prices and so on. And it was an opportunity for Europe to act more independently that they have given up, at least for the moment.
Turkey is NATO, but not EU.
Yeah, Turkey is NATO, but not EU. That's right. Exactly.
Does it want to join EU?
It did. In the 1990s, there was the beginnings of accession discussions and negotiations. It became very clear in some quarters that there was a lot of anxiety about a Muslim country of 70 million entering into Europe. But nonetheless, when Erdogan actually came to power initially, he struck many observers as a kind of liberal reformer because he was outlawing the death penalty. He was
pro-gay.
He was willing basically to take, the legal structure for human rights, and he was talking about resolving the Kurdish situation and, accepting Kurdish language and cultural rights and some kind of autonomy in southeastern Turkey. Very progressive agenda in order to be able to, make Turkey EU accessible, right? There was an accession procedure. They got rid of a lot of the deep state. This is where the term comes from, is really talking about the way in which the Turkish military, which was the bastion, the institution and organization that was the bastion of the secular authoritarian policies since the Republic of Turkey was founded under Ataturk, guardians of secularism, but also, of course, abusers of human rights, conducting a dirty war, in Kurdish territories. You name it, right? I mean, they have a terrible history. Of course, the Cyprus situation, invasion in North Cyprus, and so on. That had to be put into control and subject to law, and that was one of the major early efforts of Erdogan, was to root out the political power and control of the police forces and of the military. So that's what he started out as, but it became very clear after Turkey went through and did quite a number of things, neoliberalizing the economy. That hasn't changed or stopped since then, but nevertheless, they weren't granted the next level of acceptance to continue this process. And as a result, Erdogan fashioned more of a kind of regional Muslim identity. That was always important to them, but it was something that he thought could be integrated within Europe. When it became clear that that wasn't possible, it wasn't going to happen, particularly in the post 9/11 sort of era, he's turned to a kind of neo-Ottomanism of Turkey being the leading power in the Middle East and of Central Asian Turkic republics. So that shift has been very important and profound, and he's acting in a much more independent way. That means that sometimes he's supporting NATO's agenda, but other times he's acting, independently and making his own agreements and deals. Sometimes with Russia, sometimes in conflict with Russia, as they have been several occasions over the last several years in policy in Syria.
Right. Before you go, President Biden announced tonight that a drone strike has killed al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri.
Yes.
He was Osama bin Laden's partner in crime. We've been looking for him for 21 years. We got bin Laden in 2011. They killed Zawahiri in Kabul.
In Kabul, yes.
Not Pakistan. And Biden said he will never again allow Afghanistan to become a terrorist safe haven. Your thoughts?
Well, this is a big subject. All I can say about it is that this way of talking about Afghanistan is just sort of reproducing some of the discourse and associations that got us into this failed war. I'm very surprised. It's almost as if the criticism of the U.S. withdrawal means that Biden has to show that although most U.S. troops have been withdrawn, you can go back to the Obama, drone strike policy, and that it can still be effective in, pursuing U.S. interests and, attacking terrorists and violating the sovereignty of the countries in the region. I think it's quite a dangerous policy. I mean, of course, people are not going to be shedding any tears for the person who was really the ideologue and the architect. I mean, the real brains of al-Qaeda was Ayman al-Zawahiri, and not Osama bin Laden. So this will be seen as, of course, a major victory in the global war on terror, but it almost feels like a relic of the past. Like this is not really the key geostrategic and political challenges and security challenges that the U.S. is facing, as much as they might try and hype up the fact that the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan, according to a recent UN report, they tried to, I think, somewhat exaggerate the idea that this was giving al-Qaeda the opportunity to plan operations that might be mounted, outside of Afghanistan. I think that's outdated. I mean, it's not even al-Qaeda that is the most serious kind of Islamist jihadist organization. As we know, ISIS has got, much more capacity and capabilities, despite the so-called U.S. victory over it in Iraq. They're still operating in parts of Iraq and parts of Syria.
We have to wrap it up. It's really great to see you.
It's great to be back, and sorry to Peter for taking so much of the time. It's great to see him as well.
Adnan, I am delighted to see you and also to hear you after the glitches at the beginning.
Yes.
But we have missed you. And I'm just very glad to hear your comments once again. I'd like to let you know that I received a letter from your mom.
Oh, fantastic.
Dated Dhul Hijjah 10, 1443.
Okay, that's pretty recently.
And she was alerting me to a service at the Rahima Foundation, helping people pack and acquire halal meats. And that's just another service to the Islamic community that I didn't know about.
Right. Well, we recently passed the Eid al-Adha, which is the culmination of the Hajj pilgrimage that culminates with sacrifice of a flock animal in place of Abraham's son as a sort of substitute. And then that meat is meant to be, a third is distributed to neighbors, a third to the poor, and a third for one's own family. And so that Rahima provides a service of, distributing meat from the festival to the needy in the Muslim community and beyond as a result of the festival.
Yeah, very nice. People can find out more at rahima.org. And David, if you don't mind me just adding to the comments about the U.S. execution of Ayman al-Zawahiri, There are a couple of things to note. One is that he was a medical doctor from Egypt who came out of the Muslim Brotherhood.
He's an eye doctor.
Yes, and Adnan correctly said that he really was the philosopher king of Al-Qaeda. The other thing that was interesting,
excuse me 1 second. Yeah. I'm sorry. Didn't Mullah Umar have one eye?
Yes.
And he ran. I wonder if. All right, sorry, I'm not going to.
A one-eyed. Come on, finish your thought.
No, I was just going to say,
it's not too soon because he's a recognized bad guy. You can.
I'm saying if Mullah Umar, who was running the Taliban, only had one eye, and you had Al-Zawahiri there, and he's an ophthalmologist, he could have fit him with a better-looking glass eye. Is all I'm saying. I know that's not woke.
The most interesting thing that Biden said in his announcement, there are actually two that caught my attention. One is he claims that we've known that Zawahiri was in Kabul since April of this year. We didn't leave until August.
Yeah.
So it could have changed the course of our exit if this had occurred earlier. So I think there are important questions to seek answers to about that. The other thing is that Biden went well out of his way to assure people that only Zawahiri was killed, no other casualties, not a family member, not a bystander. Now, some of this is probably the backlash from that ugly drone strike in Kabul as we were trying to get our people and some of the people we had been working with out of Afghanistan. But it also reminded me of Chris Hedges' interview today published at Sheer Post with Daniel Hale. He is the whistleblower who is now serving in a maximum security prison, even though the judge sent him to a much lower security facility. And he talked about how the reason he blew the whistle and consigned himself to a long term in prison is that he knew that 95% of the people who died in drone strikes under Obama were not the targeted person. And that is such an ugly figure. And this occurs at a time when our superiority in unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, is lost. Iran is making drones for Russia. There are individuals making drones for Ukraine. And so we had a technological advantage that we used in a grossly immoral way. And we have set a low bar for others to do the same.
Yes. Well, go to rahima.org and support this important organization. They provide good, healthy food to recent arrivals to America, primarily from Afghanistan. And I can't think of a better place to spend your money than going to Rahima, RAHIMA.org. It is run by the parents of Professor Adnan Hussein, and it's a great way to thank Professor Hussein for all his great work. Thank you, Professor Hussein. Who's on the Mudgeless podcast? And did you hear, Peter, they have Noam Chomsky and Vijay Prashad?
Yes, that's great.
It's very exciting. On the Mudgeless, former PhD student of mine who's a great thinker himself. We'll be talking about his recent book, Islam and Anarchism, Relationships and Resonances. So I'm looking forward to that. That should be coming out in a couple of weeks. And also in a couple of weeks, the episode on the withdrawal with Noam Chomsky and Vijay Prashad on guerrilla history.
I just want to point out, I've mentioned this before. Ayman al-Zawahiri, ophthalmologist, the leader of Syria, Assad, ophthalmologist, Rand Paul, ophthalmologists.
The ayes have it. You may have had a better punchline, but I couldn't resist.
That's perfect. That's fantastic. Thank you, Professor Adnan Hussain. Joining us is Peter B. Collins, Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer. Go to Peter B. Collins for a treasure trove of this man's radio shows, interviews, and podcasts. So much to talk about. But first, tell me about San Francisco in August. Is it covered in fog today?
You know, we had a really weird weather today. This morning, the whole area, even, north of the fog belt, was overcast. We had a freak August rainstorm that lasted about 45 minutes. We never get any precip. Then it was muggy. Then the sun came out and it went up into the 80s. So it's a little bit unpredictable. In general, it's been relatively mild as the rest of the country has been broiled.
Right.
So we're not objecting to that. Also, I will just note that gas has dropped at the cheapest stations below $5 a gallon. So that's a little bit of relief for people who've been struggling with that unexpected price hike.
And the rents, I understand, are even coming down in San Francisco.
Maybe anecdotally, but it's only commercial rents that have cratered because we have a glut of office space and nobody's going to the office, or at least not in the numbers they used to.
They are not going back. There's I think it's a 40% occupancy in New York, and that's being optimistic. I've heard some cities, their downtowns have a 30% occupancy. You and I are communicating via Zoom. I know we're all sick of Zoom, but if you're running a corporation, Zoom saves you millions of dollars on on rent and sexual harassment suits. Men, I'm being serious, men behave and put them in a Zoom room and it's recorded and it's no longer he said, she said, it's on tape. We're not going back. So,
and Jeff Toobin supports that.
Yes. So one would think that these office buildings would be turned into homes.
Wouldn't that be a brilliant idea?
There's a shortage of paucity of housing, not just for the homeless, for the soon-to-be homeless.
Mm-hmm.
What we have to do is drive down the price of rent. Rent, I was reading Jersey City is $5,000 a month for rent. It's $5,000 a month for rent in Manhattan. Meanwhile, they're empty apartments and empty office space, but they won't open it up to renters because that would be a capitulation. That would be admitting that these prices are inflated, and they get tax write-offs. The government encourages people who own real estate not to rent, that you can write it off if it's vacant. We have to change the tax code to punish landlords for creating artificial scarcity. But that's not why you came on the show.
Well, let me just make two quick points before we go to the subject at hand. One is that San Francisco has a ballot measure in November, which would penalize people who have vacant housing units. They would pay a fine for every month that the place remains unoccupied. The other is that Scott Wiener is he's like 6'8". He's a state senator from San Francisco, a leader in the gay community, and he has carried legislation that is forcing us to confront the housing shortage. And the belly aching from the NIMBYs is at a very high decibels. But fundamentally, we are seeing here in Marin County, the state is requiring us to build thousands of housing units over the next 10 years. So there's been, every municipality has gone through their vacant lots. Macy's is considering closing a store, and that property is adjacent to a big shopping center, but it's separately owned. So a developer could turn that into apartments or condos. And so it's not going to happen very soon, but there is progress in moving to address the severe housing crisis here in California. I don't think it's going to bring the cost down, but we'll have more units.
Would you agree that the housing crisis is caused by landlords owning local governments and the federal government? They don't want to build more housing because that drives down rents.
It's a complex set of factors, and that is certainly one of them. And Willie Brown, who you know and told a great story about when he hired you for a gig, he prevented the expansion of rent control. It's the Something Petrus Act here in California. And so it only applies on a grandfathered basis, mostly in San Francisco and in Los Angeles. West Hollywood has pretty strict rent control. But outside of that, it's really a casino game. And, political leaders have kept it that way.
Yeah. I don't know how much longer. Well, I had a crazy theory, but let's talk about primary season. The Democrats are playing a dangerous game, and that is they're propping up crazies in the Republican Party. Tell me about this.
Well, the leader in this game is J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, who spent over $30 million of his campaign money and money from the Democratic Governors Association to promote the candidacy of the craziest Republican who was running to run against in the primary, to run against Pritzker in November. So Trump endorsed this guy, Darren Bailey. He's a state senator. And, this is a billionaire pissing match because there is a third billionaire in the campaign named Richard Uihlein. That's a fortune based on a shipping company. And he has dumped $9 million into Darren Bailey's campaign. Then there is Aurora Mayor Richard Irvin, and Professor Marianne might be able to tell us more about him. But he has gotten a $50 million contribution from a hedge fund manager. So this is part of a pattern where Democrats believe that they can run a high-risk gambit to promote the campaigns of their most extreme opponent. And Claire McCaskill started this back in Missouri when his name was Aiken. And Aiken made a comment to C.D. Jaco, a journalist who I know who's very prominent in St. Louis, about whether a pregnancy would result from a legitimate rape. And so Aiken is the original poster child. In that race, McCaskill beat him, spent only $1 million in the primary to make sure he was her opponent, and then handily defeated him in the fall. But this is a disease that has spread, a virus, pretty well across the country. And it's a very risky and dangerous game that, number one, highlights just that there's too much money in our political system. And there's a woman running for governor of Michigan, Tudor, who just got Trump's endorsement. And a constituent asked her if she would work to eliminate Citizens United. And she said, "Oh yeah, what's that?"
It's what's keeping you in business.
Yeah, and let me take that back. She's actually in Missouri, and this candidate is an heiress to the Busch beer fortune, Budweiser.
Right. She's running against Brighton's and Yeah.
A couple of other nuts. Yeah.
So she's
Go
running
ahead.
for Senate, right? Not governor.
Yes, you're right. That's a Senate race.
I think. Yeah.
You're correct. I had that wrong. Yeah.
So I think it was Professor Marianne Cummings who said it was Bill Clinton who called Donald Trump and told him to run for president.
Oh, yeah.
2000.
Yeah, they thought he would be easier to beat. And of course, they're friends. They hung out with Jeffrey Epstein together, and the Clintons went to the Melania wedding. So, you know, that's just the obscenity of political dynasties.
So
But
I think the way it works, I think I read, maybe it's Stuart Stevens. Is he a never Trumper? He's
yes, a Republican, never Trumper.
Lincoln.
Yeah, he's part of the Lincoln Project.
I think in his book, I read it. It was all a lie. I think did he write It Was All a Lie? I think he talked about one of his first jobs as a campaign organizer was you can invest in candidates by running truthful ads that highlight the insanity of the worst candidate. In other words, you have plausible deniability. In other words, if I'm running against you, anyway, it's too complicated I can't articulate it, but it's if you're
well, but we do have some real dangerous players who are working on the Democratic side in this election cycle. And I forwarded you this email press release from DMFI PAC as they proudly proclaim their ties to AIPAC. AIPAC is the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. I view it as an illegal lobby for a foreign government.
It should be shut down. It should be shut down.
Absolutely.
They destroyed Nina Turner. They're destroying. They destroyed Jessica Cisneros. They are.
That's the Cuellar race in Texas.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would assume they're going after Cori Bush tomorrow in Missouri, right?
Well, it's interesting. They've kind of taken a pass on the squad, and I don't know that Cori Bush is in their sights. And I'm looking to see if there is a Missouri campaign that they're backing, and I don't see it on the sheet here.
Okay.
So I don't actually know.
Who are they supporting or going after?
Well, what I have is the people that they are funding. And I'll first go through and read the incumbents, and then I'll name some of the challengers that they're funding. So Aguilar from California is getting funding from this AIPAC dark money super PAC. Colin Allred of Texas, Cindy Axne of Iowa, Joyce Beatty of Ohio, Shontel Brown. That is the Democratic, corporate Democrat choice in the Cleveland special election this year. Tony Cardenas of California, Sean Casten, Illinois, Angie Craig, Minnesota, Jason Crow, who is a combat veteran and one of the intelligence, the spook types who've been populating the Democratic side of the House recently. He's from Colorado. Jared Golden of Maine, Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey. He's barely
Gottheimer and Golden are two of the worst.
Yes, they are barely Democrats. They're dinos.
Yeah.
And while we're there in New Jersey, Tom Malinowski, who once fancied himself as a human rights expert, has really lost his compass. He is on this AIPAC list as well. Stephen Horsford of Nevada, Chrissy Houlihan, Pennsylvania, Steny Hoyer, Pelosi's number 2, he's from Maryland, Glenn Ivey from Maryland, Jeff Jackson, North Carolina, Sidney Kamlager, California, Raja Krishnamurti of Illinois, Mike Levin of California, Ted Lieu of California, Elaine Luria.
Hang on, Ted Lieu we like, and Elaine.
Generally, yeah.
And Luria, we don't like. She's in trouble. She's running against that Majewski guy, isn't she?
She's on the January 6th committee,
Yeah.
and she is a Navy veteran.
I thought we like her.
Mixed. Then to North Carolina for Kathy Manning, Lucy McBath of Georgia. Now, she's an African American who came out of Atlanta and is very progressive. To see her and the Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock on the AIPAC funding list is really troubling. Then we have, Chris Pappas of New Hampshire, the Speaker, Pelosi, Dean Phillips of Minnesota, Deborah Ross of North Carolina, Adam Schiff, of course, Brad Schneider, Brad Sherman, Schneider of Illinois, Sherman is from Sherman Oaks, California, David Scott of Georgia, Mikey Sherrill, she is the fighter pilot from New Jersey, Christy Smith is, I'm sorry, she's a challenger who is making a second run at defeating a Trump Republican in Southern California. Dina Titus, Nevada, David Trone, Maryland, and Juan Vargas, California. There are a handful of senators on the list here. Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, Alex Padilla, who doesn't need AIPAC money to win here.
Yeah.
Tim Ryan, who is in a matchup in Ohio that he might actually win.
But that's good. Don't we? I mean, we want him to beat J.D. Vance. I mean, some of these candidates aren't horrible.
Well, but Tim Ryan is not a progressive, and to see him pledge his support to Israel, I find extremely problematic.
Well, he's not.
So
when you get money from AIPAC, you're not pledging support to Israel. You're pledging support to far-right extremists, the settlers in Israel. They do not.
Said.
They do not speak for Israel.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and David, I've shared this with you before. Going back to 2016, I believe that the provable foreign interference in the election that installed Trump was by Israel, and we had the overt actions of Netanyahu, who came to Washington in April for a joint session. Then he hosted Trump for a state visit in July. There were 8 back-channel meetings between Trump operatives and a top Netanyahu guy with a minister without portfolio. And so, I understand how people have kind of locked in on the Russiagate narrative. But take a look at what Israel did to interfere in the election of 2016 to elect Trump. And now we see the Democrats really accepting very broad support from these Zionist interests. And we're speaking the night here before the Michigan primary, where 2 Democrats got redistricted into the same district. And Andy Levin, who is Carl Levin's nephew, Sandra Levin's son. He's part of a political dynasty.
Endorsed by Bernie, right?
Yes, and he says, he told the Washington Post, "I have mezuzahs on the doors of my office. I'm one of 2 former synagogue presidents in the Congress." But this AIPAC dark money super PAC, DMFI, has dumped $4.2 million to help corporate Democrat Haley Stevens, who is a one-termer, defeat this guy who has been there for some time. I don't know his exact tenure, but this is the kind of interference by a foreign lobby that is moving the Democratic Party even further to the right, even further away from any brokered deal in the Middle East, pretty much killing any potential for a renewal or a rewrite of the Iran nuclear deal. And when you couple this with the obscene interference by funding the campaigns of opponents, we see a Democratic Party that is so deeply corrupted that I read with interest your piece that you published on Friday in advance of office hours. And you made the best available case for Democrats to at least compete effectively, if not expand the control of the Senate and maybe hold on to the House. But it doesn't factor in these nefarious, underhanded, off the radar acts of interference that clearly have the approval. Nancy Pelosi knows that when she accepted this money, she was pledging support to the extreme right government of the state of Israel.
They should be, AIPAC should be, aren't they violating, don't they have to be registered as foreign agents?
The way they do it is that AIPAC doesn't write the checks from AIPAC. They bundle money from activist Jews, and this year they organized it into this dark money DMFI PAC. And the PAC claims that they've won 87% of the races where it endorsed. 55 candidates, a diverse group of challengers and incumbents. And so it really boggles the mind to try to find a way forward that isn't completely compromised by money and influence from dark forces like the extremists in Israel. And this does get some coverage. It's not a secret.
It's a third rail. It's a third rail. People are afraid to take on AIPAC for fear of being accused of anti-Semitism. They've kind of, if you criticize Israel, you're accused of anti-Semitism. Then if you criticize AIPAC, you're accused of anti-Semitism. And that creates anti-Semitism.
Well, there's also this internal struggle between the moderate Zionists of J Street and the extreme Zionists of AIPAC. And, I've interviewed Jeremy Ben-Ami, the founder of J Street, and they are more rational and more reasonable. But at the end of the day, they are committed to the Zionist experiment at the expense of its neighbors. Yes.
I thought they're committed to a two-state solution, and they're very critical of how Israel treats the Palestinians. That's my understanding.
Well, David, I believe the two-state solution is dead. And Joe Biden went to Jerusalem and acted like it's still a possibility. The settlements have completely prevented that. And
my understanding is J Street opposes the settlements.
They do. They are better than AIPAC, but they still are not, in my view, really open to a fair government in Israel and a peace agreement that could work for both sides. I think they posture in a way that is much more attractive than AIPAC. But when you get to the bottom line, they support U.S. military aid to Israel without any strings attached.
Right.
So that's where we're at.
Right. I think the two-state solution is dead because there was malignant neglect dating back to after Clinton failed to get a deal between Yasser Arafat and Ehud Barak. This was like I think it was 2000, right before he left office.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bush just gave blind obedience to Israel, and Obama was persona non grata in Israel because he did want some conversation. I think we've had 22 years of malignant neglect. And
my view is that Obama dialed back U.S. support for Israel from 1,000% to about 950.
Right.
And they beat him up like he had dialed it back to zero.
Right.
And then on his way out the door, he gave them an increase in the military aid and extracted nothing, absolutely nothing in exchange.
Right. The military aid is a bailout to the military industrial complex here in America. They have to use that money to buy weapons from Raytheon and Boeing. So it's Professor Hussein who referred to it as Keynesian defense spending. Yeah, we have to get back into Israel. It's been a while since we've discussed that. I'm keeping Professor Marianne waiting.
Oh, don't.
It's good to
I yield to the gentle lady.
Anything you're watching, paying attention to tomorrow?
Michigan, because of these races, I want to see if the nuts, stop the steel nuts get elected to election management positions. And one of my cousins is running for city council in Ann Arbor.
Wow.
So I'll be watching Michigan tomorrow.
Do you share the same politics?
Oh, yes. Her name is Dharma Ackman. And if you're in Ann Arbor and you haven't decided who to vote for, I think she's in District 4, give her a good look. Dharma's very bright. She has a PhD in library science, and she's very committed to addressing climate change. And she rides her bike all over town, and she's a great young candidate. I hope she wins.
If only we had a guest who is familiar with Ann Arbor, Michigan. If only there was somebody who could shed some light on politics in Ann Arbor. Joining us is Professor Marianne Cummings. She is a particle physicist as well as a parks commissioner in Aurora, Illinois. And you spent some time in Ann Arbor, correct?
Oh, I spent a lot of time in Ann Arbor, starting with high school, visiting older friends there. The original Borders bookstore was in Ann Arbor. That was like the best bookstore in the world before it became, a franchise.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid it's the last few times I've visited, it's a little distressing. All the cool old buildings, like on South University, are just being torn down, and these dreadful condo buildings are going up. I mean, because a freshman going to University of Michigan has to have a condo all to themselves. I mean, so.
Where did Charlie Munger build? I know he did Santa Barbara. Where did Berkshire Hathaway's Charlie Munger design some dorm rooms?
Oh, why does that sound familiar?
I know he did it in Santa Barbara, where it's like a prison with no windows, right? But I think,
well, there was this
right, yeah.
post-60s architecture that developed, and like the administration building in Ann Arbor is one of them, where it's basically a building that cannot be sieged. I mean, it's
brutalism. It's called brutalism, right?
Brutalism. It's like, I'm looking at this thing, and first of all, the second floor is like you can't reach from the ground. But the first floor is narrower than the second floor, and they've got these very narrow windows, and it's just, it's basically designed so that people can't take it over. They're very narrow hallways, very narrow windows. It just looks like, it was built for a war. And apparently that was the case in a lot of campuses, post 1960s.
Wow.
And, there was by the time I got there, though, Ann Arbor, even though it culturally was a very fantastic place, hey, when I had my year in exile in Tallahassee, Florida, because I was the only University of Michigan person on my dissertation experiment, so I'm down there with all the Florida State people, and Tallahassee, Florida was a way more interesting political place the year I was there than Ann Arbor had been for years. I mean, the state capitol is there too. There was all kinds of stuff going on. I was there when the night they executed Ted Bundy And it was the most macabre scene I'd ever seen. I mean, it was just like party, the whole campus. There were like businesses that advertised that Bundy had eaten there, and they were serving Bundy fries because he had the mode of execution was the electric chair. I think it still is in Florida. I don't know. Maybe they replaced it with
Sparky.
Yeah, so Spark. Well, wasn't that California? It was old Sparky. I can't. But anyway, it was just yeah. So Ann Arbor. Well, you know, there's like a new generation coming behind the millennials, and they're even more radical. I mean, there are young relatives of mine now who are democratic socialists, and kind of in reaction to the, well, you know, to the last election and the disappointment. And, you know, you were talking about, or David Cobb was talking about building movements. That's what you have to do. You have to have, you know, people have an infrastructure to organize and make life uncomfortable for people. Like Manchin. I mean, you know, like Manchin finally had it. they were boats around his yacht. I mean, they were just like, they knew where he lived.
Did they really? I saw some video. How much did they harass him?
I don't really know how much. I wasn't there day in and day out. I just saw pictures of kayakers around. Apparently they were showing up multiple days. That was kind of a regular thing. Just showing up because he lives on a yacht.
Yeah, almost heaven.
Almost heaven. That's right.
It's where Lindsey Graham got COVID. It's true. So Bill McKibben wrote a piece, I think it was in The Nation, saying that it was the protesters who moved Manchin into this bipartisan, the inflation, what is it, Schumer Manchin, the inflation?
The anti-inflation bill. It certainly isn't a climate bill. I mean, any bill where they expand like oil drilling is hardly a, you know, let's address climate change bill.
But they had
to give something.
It is something, right?
It may not even be a good thing, but it is something ultimately. So yeah, I noticed that they still couldn't get, they took out the cap on insulin, even though they have price controls on some other drugs. And I think what was included was also the ability to negotiate some drug prices. It's really weak sauce. But I was just going through that bill. I think that back on Thursday before the professor segment, and it was just amazing how so much of the climate, the part that addressed climate change, was just tax and tax incentives, and there's very little that was direct program. There was $2 billion to national labs. That's good. I mean, you know, we could do something with that, I suppose. But you know, if they're trying to double down. They had just it's almost a religion that you can't have any solution to a global, not a, you know, let alone national problem that isn't like going through the marketplace. As if the Great Depression was cured through the marketplace, or World War II was won through the marketplace. It's just, you know, they have to know that it's wrong, but we don't have the infrastructure and we don't have the power structure politically to be able to force against that, you know, and people are just scrambling to keep their Senate seat or their congressional seat. And it's like, you know, they've got an algorithm now that they're stuck in. And any one person that tries to defy it, I mean, is an immediate disadvantage. You know, it has to be a whole movement of people outside the, you know, the electoral system that pushes these people. And you can start with just, you know, making people like harassing people. I know that's not considered nice or polite, but you know, yeah, make people bothered, make people afraid. I mean, you know, whatever happened to like governments should fear their people, not the other way around. Right now, we've got a national security state and everybody's kind of afraid to, either get canceled on social media or somehow, I mean, there is some pretty sinister stuff that Obama signed off on over the years. It's just that, people think, oh, he's a nice guy, he'll never use it. But then you get a maniac like Trump who really didn't use it either as much as he could have. But nonetheless, you get somebody who, it's one of your guests earlier mentioned that we don't need to have fascism.
Rashad told that to Professor.
Rashad told that to Adnan. Yeah, well, we really kind of do have fascism. It was kind of like, Augustus Caesar was so successful because he had all the trappings of a republic. They had the Senate, they had elections, they had, laws in motion, but he was really an autocratic ruler. But he had all the trappings and the offices and the parade of a republic. And, he was able to and he was also politically very skillful too. But, yeah, and these people are very skillful at surviving their office. So
let me paint a picture for you.
Okay.
It's looking, I want to talk about the primaries with you. You are an elected official. It is looking like the Democrats have a pretty good chance, not just of keeping the Senate, but picking up seats.
Yeah, they're hoping to.
It looks like a Republican seat in Pennsylvania is going to end up.
I think that was the biggest. I mean,
Fetterman versus
the Senate is much less volatile because they're only once every 6 years, and it just depends which seats are up and when. Who was it? Pat Toomey announced his retirement. That was a break for that. That was a break.
Right.
So,
and in Ohio, Tim Ryan versus J.D. Vance. That's Bob Portman's seat. He's a Republican.
Yeah, that's true. Although I have to say, I was watching when I was in town for working for Nina. I was watching these ads. Oh man, the ads are like amazing. And J.D. Vance's ads were by far the most entertaining. I mean, he's like, if you didn't know anything about his politics, he comes off. The rest of the Republicans came off as kind of weirdos and doofuses, but this guy came off as kind of a straight arrow, even though he's a Trumper. But, Tim Ryan, I just remember him from getting smacked down pretty effectively by Bernie Sanders in the debates.
Right.
So,
in Missouri, there are two races, like Lucas Kunce. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that properly.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens tomorrow.
That one I would really like to see win, but the Democratic establishment does not like him. But that would be a win. The other one I'm looking at is I think it's tomorrow. I think it's the Washington state. There's a congressional in the 2nd congressional district. I think Washington has one of these jungle primaries too. So it's actually the incumbent Rick Larson and Jason Call are kind of the two contenders, and the two Republicans are distant 3rd and 4th. So the two top vote getters in the primary will go then to the fall, and that'll be very interesting because Jason Call he claims he's been on your show before. He was on your show 2 years ago.
Okay.
But I told him, if you before sometime in the fall, maybe come on the show, because he's been having an immensely entertaining campaign. Apparently his posters are just like they can't print them fast enough because it's a poster of him smoking a big blunt saying, pot user for 37 years. And it's just wildly popular. He's being outraised by his opponent. I mean, that, of course, like I think something like 8-1, but there might be a point it's a ground game, you know, because primaries are not the general election. And I don't know what the turnout is, but a ground game, a really solid ground game that Rachel Ventura was able to run for her state Senate seat actually can override like a lot of institutional type of opposition. And so we'll see. I'm really hopeful for that election in Washington State.
Right.
Again, you know, you just need people who really are willing to, you know, be a one-termer, who are really willing to shake things up and be disruptive. And that might be Jason Cole. It was interesting, though. I was watching, I think some of your show on Thursday. Who was it? They had the gun manufacturers up in front of Congress.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I noticed that two of the people that they gave were on the clip that are obviously getting some, you know, FaceTime are Raja Krishnamurti and Chantel Brown.
Yeah.
Two of the people that defeated candidates I was working for this year. So, you know, I'm going, yeah, they're trying to placate mollify the progressives, I guess. But
yeah, Chantel came across, for those of you who don't remember, Nina Turner ran against Chantel Brown for the congressional seat in Cleveland, Shaker Heights, and APEC, and cryptocurrency billionaires pump money into Chantel Brown's campaign and besmirched the reputation of Nina Turner, who I notice you still have a poster.
oh yeah, you know, I just I'm frustrated by Nina, but I really I still love her. I mean, I think she's true blue. She's really still thinking that, you know, somehow she can like have a career through the Democratic Party, a party that absolutely despises her to the extent that they would prop up a completely corrupt city council person, corrupt as in $13 million of taxpayer money to her boyfriend's family's businesses.
Wow.
But it also did not help at all that the Congressional Progressive Caucus voted to endorse Chantel Brown, and Mark Pocan claimed it was unanimous vote, which meant all the squad.
Right.
Even though, like AOC, like a day before the election, did turn around and endorse Nina, but by that time, I think, you know.
So, as a thought exercise,
Mhm.
can you make a case? Because Peter B. Collins was talking about my newsletter, where I did my best to make a case for the Democrats, just in terms of keeping the House and the Senate. I can make a case that if the Democrats had a filibuster-proof Senate, we would pass the PRO Act, we would pass civil rights, voting rights.
Really, if we thought we had 60, if the Democrats had 60 people in the Senate,
that
hey, look, who is it?
Now, I understand the argument. There are systemic structural problems because of the Constitution, and even worse, systemic problems with the Democratic Party. I understand that. But when you look at the window dressing that Nancy Pelosi puts up on the floor, that she knows is going to get defeated in the Senate, the window dressing isn't so bad. It's just that she knows it's not going to pass in the Senate, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Except for Medicare for all. She won't bring a vote up.
Well, she won't bring a vote because that would just beg too many questions of the Democratic Party. Like, you know, what kind of, so by the way, there was a Scientific American article that came out, you know, ProPublica was quoting a survey that put the COVID deaths that could have been prevented from like a universal healthcare system between 100,000 and 300,000. That was earlier this year. Well, Scientific American came out and they pegged the number at least 330,000 deaths could have been prevented if we had real universal health care. So, you know, if you put to a vote Medicare for all, and you have people like apparently the woman who's going to be my congressperson, Lauren Underwood, who is adamantly opposed to Medicare for all, you know, you just have to ask yourself, well, what kind of sociopath would be against Medicare for all when we're still in a pandemic, whether or not people feel like they've had it with, you know, masks and distancing and all that. I mean, the COVID still rages on. So, but that would just be too much of a reveal of the Democratic Party. So, you know, so I think we will need people on the inside. But I think importantly, we have to develop movements on the outside. And well, look, little progressives of Kane County as a group our Bernie group here has had tremendous success, and we have way more influence than our numbers would suggest because everybody wants our endorsement. And we have been able, working with other groups, similarly small, but apparently if Rachel Ventura gets to the state Senate, she will be one of at least 12, likely 13 very progressive state senators that would be enough to force the Democratic Party to at least cede some ground on policy. We'd like to at least run that experiment to see it work. But, you know, so I can't, I look at I'm a little bit burned out on the national level. I'm hoping that Jason Call makes it. I'm sure he will tomorrow. It's just a matter of how well he makes it, how well he places. And it would be great if he could take out Rick Larsen. I think our friend Howie Klein has mentioned Rick Larsen as one of the worst Democrats, although that's kind of a crowded field in the Congress, but nonetheless, you know, a guy who's really, especially when the district is so damn progressive itself. It's just amazing that we have all of these like quasi-Republicans, incumbent Democrats who are in these otherwise very progressive districts. And that's just the Democratic Party, like, seeing to it. So anyway, yeah. And by the way, Peter B. Collins brought up the governor's race. It was hilarious. There's this guy, Ken Griffith, who was like a hedge fund dude that he in fact did give $50 million to Richard Urban. And I mean, I don't know where the Democrats' head were. They were terrified of Richard Irwin because he was putting on these silly ads like, you know, Democrats are afraid of a Republican like me. And we're going, no, we're not. He's pissed everybody off because he branded himself a Democrat until this year. Although I knew he was a Republican from way back, you know, and it's like they spend all this money. And now, like, again, the fact that Pritzker puts all of this money from Democrats, you know, raised from Ragnville Democrats, you know, to push this. I guess that's the Pied Piper strategy for the state of Illinois. And, you know, this guy, Darren Bailey? Oh my God, he's like a cartoon character. He almost reminds me of Louis Gohmert. On the other hand, he comes off as sincere and unscripted, and for the Republican base, that I think will be a real asset. You know, so I think, and he beat, I mean, like, it wasn't even close. Richard didn't even get 15% of the vote. I think Bailey got 50% of the vote in a field of 6. And so, you know, yay, you know, some things work a little too well sometimes. So, but, you know, that's the Democrats, like, being way too clever for their own good. And it kind of makes you think, like, well, what do you guys stand for? So, by the way, somebody asked a question in the chat, what is Rachel's chances are? I think they're very good because that is a Democratic area, and already Rachel has very deftly made alliances with people, with the Democrats statewide. So we were a little worried that the Democrats that schemed to, I mean, and the guy that was on the ballot against her in the primary was there illegally. It was just, they had fraudulent signatures, didn't have anywhere near the number of signatures. They let him go on the ballot anyway. I mean, it's just like so crazy that the Democratic Party controls, the legal apparatus so much that they can do that. But nonetheless, she defeated him soundly. So after that, I said, well, the prize is that they know that you're not going to be easily defeated. So some people, even if they're not exactly with you on policy, they finger in the wind, they kind of know where the momentum is. So that's what you can do. And I would love to have her on too, to talk about how she can work inside a Democratic Party and inside a system to be disruptive in a constructive way. So, hey, what else were we talking about today?
We were talking about, earlier on, we were talking about grassroots movements and can they work without a bill? That was what I was arguing for, that you can't get the people to just express anger and discontent. You have to have an actual bill that Bernie has endorsed, the PRO Act, something that, or Build Back Better or Medicare for, you have to have an idea. You can't just have people taking to the streets and expressing discontent.
Yeah, I think that was probably one of the drawbacks of the Occupy Wall Street was, okay, we understand, and they did a very good service, when they started the language of the 1% versus the 99%, but then what was the next step? And that wasn't quite fleshed out. I think Bernie—
Class consciousness.
Yeah.
But they were trying to create class consciousness, period, and not dilute it with ideas. I actually think the Occupy movement gave us Bernie challenging Hillary Clinton in 2016. I think if there is a lurch to the left, I think it starts in 2011 with Occupy.
Yeah. Well, I think that was sort of the seed of it. And, our friend Harvey J.K. is absolutely right. I mean, you're not going to get any long lasting success unless you have a working class movement. Right. And, and you don't even have to call it socialism. You have to, there is language from the New Deal that is very inclusive and that people can get behind. And they certainly can get behind like their work and their communities. The other thing I was going to say that I know there's a big distrust of big government. I certainly do not trust anything the government says when it comes to war or national security. But there was a Matt Stoller, not somebody I agree with all the time, but he had an excellent article 2 years ago in Harper's where he was talking about how the New Deal was implemented, and it was implemented very locally. It wasn't, it wasn't programs handed down on high. It was money sent directly to communities. So communities were doing everything from having playhouses and building schools and roads and bridges to, my colleague in my company, his father was set to work right after he had a great PhD in physics, but he and a bunch of other people from University of Illinois Chicago Circle were set to work calculating log tables. Before you had calculators, they would just calculate the logs, but very, very high precision to the 4th decimal place. So there was just a legion of people. So I still have a book, if your calculator gets out, I have a book that you can go and, if you're actually doing a calculation, you can, look up the log. And so it was just things like this that, and it wasn't divisive. It wasn't done in a divisive way. It didn't challenge the cultural norms. except for when people were recruited to go out to the Civilian Conservation Corps and, you know, found themselves bunked up with people from all over the country. But they're young people, you know, and somebody argued that that was why we were able to raise an army for World War II so readily, is because we had figured out the logistics of mobilizing people. So, you know, both collectively, but as a nation, but control at the very basic local level. And, you know, so I think that this movement, these movements to unionize Starbucks and Amazon and things like that, it's not a law, it's almost like a culture. And then you have laws that will protect those rights. I mean, we do have laws on the books. They're not just all, they're usually observed in the breach more than the practice. And that, unfortunately, tragically, we do not have a President Bernie Sanders for whom that would be the culture in. But that's where we are. Oh, by the way, Professor Mike is coming out. That's what I got.
Yeah.
I'm reading this.
Wow. Reading Charlie Parker.
Yeah, my God. From the man who has never had writer's block ever. I think you might be the only person.
He's fearless.
Absolutely.
He's fearless. An inspiration to us all, Professor Mike Steinel. As are you, Professor Marianne Cummings. I was going to ask you a question. I said you would know. I can't.
Was it something about Ann Arbor? Was it something about Aurora? Was it something about?
Well, I find myself quoting you, and
No,
okay, I
you
can't.
really want to get in trouble, don't you?
I can't remember. By the way, Ukraine. You know, this is the unspeakable. We're not allowed to say this, but it's according to Mark Milley, it's going to be a grinding war. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said it's going to be a grinding war of attrition.
Okay, I think you can weight that a little bit because, it was like, oh, Russia is just corrupted and their army's weak and they're losing. I noticed that, the death rate, the death toll was pinned at from the DIA, I believe, at 15,000. The only problem was that was their exact number about 3 months ago, 15,000. Right. So come on, the Russians. It's just, there's only one group of people that really knows the toll, and that's the Russian command, and they ain't saying much. And so, but every other week I go to the Ukraine map on Al Jazeera site, and that red area just gets just systematically a little bit more and more red. I think not only that, the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Militias, which kind of numbered about 40,000 kind of at the beginning of all this. They've been fighting. Now, they had been fighting and dying against the Ukrainian, like the militia, the battalions and the regular Ukraine army for 8 years. And, and they're taking, apparently there was much ballyhoo about how the Ukrainians were going to prevail at Kherson. Well, not so much. They at first reported that the Russians had retreated. Yeah, the Russians had rotated out because it's mostly apparently Donetsk militia fighters. So do you believe any of it? I mean, it's like, I
have to tell
see
you
what happens, but
the rules of engagement when it comes to being on platforms as a podcaster, you're not allowed to root against Ukraine. Well, I'm okay with that. I'm rooting for Ukraine. I'm not rooting for the Russians. I don't know what the rules are when it comes to reporting what our Pentagon is saying about how it's going in Ukraine. I don't know if you're allowed to report that the cheery optimism from 4 months ago has not come to fruition. I don't know.
Understand that the cheery optimism, there were counter reports even like 3 or 4 months ago. And I think I commented on 2 of them because I happened to notice it when somebody breaks away from the narrative. And they were all coming from defense the Defense Department sources or contractor for the Defense Department, which meant these are officially sanctioned Defense Department leaks. But I can imagine that the Defense Department was the ones that came out strongly opposing Nancy Pelosi going over to Taiwan. I mean, they seem to be the moderating influence over these neocon yahoos in the State Department.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's like the other weird thing was that
what is she doing? What is she thinking? Getting involved in foreign policy?
Well, it's maybe a distraction. That's what everybody's talking about.
She must have been sent by Biden, right?
Biden, or who is ever running Biden's White House, and it's probably it's probably the people in the State Department.
Right.
I mean, I really don't know, and we don't know. But I think that it's just a little bit, it is certainly distraction from what's going on. And
it is? You know what it is? It's
sickening.
By the way, I heard, of course, they're posted on Twitter, but man, I've heard a couple of clips of hers. She has trouble speaking. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with her.
Disgusting.
Botox?
Despicable. You're despicable. Despicable.
I don't know. All I can say is that the China of today wasn't the China of the 1990s when Newt Gingrich went over to Taiwan, and pissed off the Chinese by doing that. So I don't know what they hope. I don't know what they hope to achieve. I have to believe that there are adults even in the State Department and the Defense Department that are not going to let these yahoos start World War III. Right. I mean, I just have to believe it. I have to believe that people are taught. Well, there are still START 2 talks going on with the Russians for nuclear non-proliferation issues. I think they are talking about prisoner exchange. They already exchanged a prisoner with Russia about a month and a half ago.
And Donald Trump today called Brittany Griner spoiled, and he says Russia should keep her. That's what Donald Trump said.
Oh, well, of course he's going to say that.
If I had to make one case for why Medicare should include dental, I could just tell you in one word.
Despicable, disgusting, sickening. You're despicable.
I think Nancy Pelosi should, I think we've made a case for why Medicare should include dental. I think she could benefit from.
I don't think it's a matter of teeth with her.
I think it's
any more than it's a matter of stutter with Biden.
Despicable.
I'm a bad man, but we've just got people that have been there way too long who have had it's not that the money controls them, it's the Democratic Party has allowed all of this dark money, including AIPAC, to flood in, because that's the way Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer and the leadership of the Democratic Party can maintain their own personal positions of power. That's it.
What good is she's worth $200 million, and what good is it if you talk like this?
Despicable.
I don't know. You have the most expensive ice cream in the world in your absolutely fabulous Sub-Zero refrigerator. I mean, I don't know how these people can live with themselves. You have all the power to do so much good. Yep. And you promote, and all that comes out of you is just complete mediocrity. I mean, that would not be a happy life for me. I mean, but she's gotten used to it, and anyway, that's why I don't even want to look at the globe, the world stage much these days, or even the Washington D.C. There are a few races that I've been following, but we're just going to be helping people locally here. So, and that's all we can do at the moment. No.
I think locally, and no, I think globally. I don't know. Okay. Professor Marianne Cummings, it is so hot in here. I can't turn a fan on.
I don't have air conditioning in this place, and it is getting hot right here. I mean,
Right.
this is amazingly well ventilated house, in terms of airflow. Like, this was built in 1888, and the people who built it had some amount of money. So considering that, and I have no air conditioning, this has been a very comfortable place. However, today, yeah, I'm feeling it a bit.
I have to wait for the mice to just breathe on me. That's the only air conditioning I have. Follow Professor Marianne Cummings at Razor Girl on Twitter. You are a particle physicist as well as a parks commissioner for Aurora, Illinois, and I hope to see you this Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Okay.
Well, thank you. I'm going to play Turtle. I'm getting requests for Turtle, and somebody just bought Saving Charlie Parker, a novel, and it's written by Professor Mike Steinel. Now, next week, a week from tonight, there will be a Saving Charlie Parker book launch at Steve's Wine Bar in Denton, Texas. If you live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Texas, you might want to think about coming to America. But if you're not going to leave Texas, go to Steve's Wine Bar a week from tonight, Monday, August 8th, 2022.
Great venue. Great venue.
Great venue, 7 till 9. There will be a book launch for Saving Charlie Parker, written by our guest, Professor Mike Steinel, and it gets the Feldman guarantee. If you buy...
Oh, David, you don't have to do that,
No, when I believe in something, it gets the Feldman guarantee. If you buy Saving Charlie Parker and it doesn't thrill you, I will reimburse you. And go meet and listen to and hear the music of Professor Mike Steinel.
We'll have merch too. You can get the CD and the book, and I'll sign it, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever you want. Hey, just a heads up. I'm having intermittent. You've frozen twice on this machine for me. It's our internet, and I got to get it fixed. But if I freeze and go away, it'll come back. But so.
Are you coming in light today?
Yeah, I'm coming in light, David.
You came in light.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, the envelope's a little light this week.
Yeah.
You're only as good as your last envelope.
Yeah. I did. I could maybe make up for it a little bit. It's a hot time in the city, and I think Feldo is despicable. Hot time in the city, and he seems quite kickable. 7 to 8 hours twice a week. I don't know when he has time to take a leak. He's got a punchable face. Ooh.
Wow. All right, you came in heavy.
No, I had Rhyme Zone, and I was going real. I was on my phone going, "What rhymes with despicable?" I was kind of. I'm having a down day. I played with my grandson out in the sun yesterday.
Yeah, they turn your brain mush.
Yeah, we had I have a little water feature in the backyard that I bought for him, and we played. And I had a bunch of beers with my son-in-law, and so I don't know. I was pretty draggy, but
You had a couple of beers with your son-in-law.
yeah, I had a couple beers with my son-in-law. My grandson's father.
That can't go well. He's a little, I mean, if I would never, when I drank, I would never have a couple of beers with my father-in-law and let my guard down around him. That's terrifying. You must be, you're not intimidating, are you?
No, I'm not at all. No, not at all. You going to play Turtle? I have a couple of things to talk about, but not a lot.
Well, I before we get to Turtle, you should be your son-in-law should be afraid of you.
Why do you say that?
That's the natural order of things.
No. He's a great kid. I've known him for a long time. He's wonderful. His name is Ben.
You're a pushover.
Yeah, I am. I have. Did you see any of that stuff, Joni Mitchell at Newport? Did you see anything about that?
Vaguely, I saw some pictures.
Go to YouTube, and it's, like with so many people leaving the planet lately, and to see somebody who's come back.
You're talking about like Jeff Bezos?
No. Good one. That's a good one. I wish. Oh, I sent you Amazon Hell 2 to play tonight.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm back in Amazon Hell. I'm going to go with Amazon for my audiobook, but gosh, dang, it's just so hard to get everything. Now I sent them the picture, the art for the what'd you call it, for the audiobook, and it looks like you see the cover of my book there.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's similar, but my name. They sent a thing back. It said, "Oh, you can't have anything in the lower right-hand corner. That's where we put our logo, the Audible logo." So then I couldn't remove it from the thing. So I'm back to talking to Mr. Info at acx.com.
Hey, you know what I'm going to play instead?
What are you going to play instead?
Speaking of Amazon,
what?
Chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. A man went down cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts. And the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. Young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said vote no. But maybe this year union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop. And there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
You're a genius. You really are a genius. You're a genius.
I kind of like that one. I got rocking.
Yeah, you know why I haven't heard that? You know, I have to organize my soundboard. I haven't played that. Mike Steinell is a jazz trumpeter, composer, and educator, member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies faculty from 1987 to 2019. Author of the highly acclaimed Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, Volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary, and his latest book is Running the Changes. Can we see it? Look at that, by Mike Steinell.
It's a glass book. Wow, that's weird. That is so weird.
Glass book.
And my hand goes away when I... No, wait a second. Yeah, my hand goes away.
If you want to learn jazz, or if you're teaching jazz, go to MikeSteinell.com and pick up these books. You can teach yourself jazz. If you're a jazz teacher, use these books to teach jazz. Go to SavingCharlieParker.com right now. If the man isn't prolific enough, if he doesn't produce beautiful music, if he doesn't write books about jazz and teach jazz, he's also a novelist. His latest book is Saving Charlie Parker, a novel. It's published by Dorrance Books. Go to SavingCharlieParker.com, buy this book, and I will reimburse you if it doesn't blow you away. And if you live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, a week from tonight, Monday, August 8th, he will be at Steve's Wine Bar in Denton, Texas, between 7 to 9 p.m. Let's fill that place up. Go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's with Rosanna Mike Steinell Quintet with Rosanna Eckert, John Adams on bass, Kelly Durbin on piano, Steve Barnes on drums, Chris McGuire on tenor sax, and Gary Eckert on, going to have a 7-piece band, Gary Eckert on percussion.
Is he related to Rosanna?
Yes, he's Mr. Rosanna Eckert.
Mr. Rosanna Eckert.
Yeah, he's Mr. Rosanna Eckert.
I won't ask it. Hey, before we talk, if you don't mind, I love Turtle.
You gonna play it?
Yeah, let's play Turtle.
Okay. Now, Turtle, let me explain that Turtle, the character in my book, in trying to save Charlie Parker, ends up becoming addicted to OxyContin instead. Spoiler alert. But and he runs out and he has to go to the local drug dealer, and his name is Turtle. So that's what this is about.
I would assume Turtle goes very slowly, like he really needs the drugs. But slowly.
I don't know.
All right. Turtle.
I don't know why I came up with that.
This is a masterpiece. Who's playing on this?
The same people, except, let me see. No, Carl Hillman's playing bass, and Pat Coyle, the great Pat Coyle, is playing piano. But the rest of the people that I mentioned will be playing live with us on Monday.
If I could do this, I would never do it.
Hey, and we're going to play on the show. Remember, we're going to broadcast from starting hopefully at 9 o'clock, I hope.
Yeah.
10 o'clock your time. Okay. And we'll do Turtle live for your listeners. It should be fun.
And you wrote this?
Actually, I stole it. I bought it. Don't tell anybody.
Turtle?
No, I'm just kidding. But composers, like Cole Porter at the end of his life bought songs like Buttons and Bows. Supposedly that was purchased. There's a song by Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah.
Smile.
Smile, though your heart is breaking.
One of the greatest songs ever written.
Yeah.
I am convinced he bought it. If you could write a song that beautiful, that perfect in terms of its lyric and the harmony and the melody, you got to have other songs in you, I can't believe that's the only song he ever wrote, and that's...
But I thought he did music for the silent movies, but nobody heard it. No, I thought I didn't.
No. I don't think you mean instrumental music?
Yeah, the accompanying.
I don't know if I'd have to research that. I mean, he was a genius, And you know, it still goes on that people. That's kind of the game. I've had students. I had a student call me and he said, "Oh, this guy, and is a very famous rock musician. He wants to record my tune." I sent him my demo, and he wants to record my tune, but he'll only do it if I give him half the credit.
The publisher.
I give him a writer's credit. No, just a writer. He wanted a writer's credit, not just a publisher's credit.
Right.
So-
I mean,
so-
it's look, if I don't sing your song, you're going to make nothing.
Right.
If I sing it, you're going to make money. So I want half. That seems
terrible. It's despicable.
As,
Could you play that again?
Yeah, as Nancy Pelosi would say.
She has dentures. That's one of
Despicable. Despicable.
That's
You're despicable. Sickening.
That's it.
You know, in doing the audiobook, I noticed that I'm a little more, there's a little more moisture in my language than there used to be. Just because you get old and you know everything in your mouth gets kind of crazy. By the way, I've been reading. We've talked about. I've been doing audiobooks on Grapes of Wrath. Steinbeck. Steinbeck is so. I've gone back through and I've started again just to listen to the language, and it's interesting. He does something that is, on the face of it, very poor in writing. It's bad style, but he does it consistently. And at first it jarred me, and like what he does, he'll use a repetition. He'll say something, he'll end a sentence with one thing, and then he'll say the next thing and end it the same way, which is sort of boring. But it comes off. I've decided it sounds almost biblical. It's rhapsodic. You want to hear an example?
Yeah.
Okay, this is from, he's talking about the farmers that lost their farms. The little farmers watched debt creep up on them like the tide. They sprayed the trees and sold no crop. They pruned and grafted and could not pick the crop. So he does it, crop. And the men of knowledge have worked and have considered, and the fruit is rotting on the ground, and the decaying mash in the wine vat is poisoning the air. And taste the wine, no grape flavor at all, just sulfur and tannic acid and alcohol. The works of the roots of the vines of the trees must be destroyed to keep the price, and this is the saddest, bitterest thing of all. Carloads of oranges dumped on the ground. The people came for miles to take the fruit, but this could not be. How would they buy oranges at 20 cents a dozen if they could drive out and pick them up? And men with hoses squirt kerosene on the oranges, and they are angry at the crime, angry at the people who have come to take the fruit. 1 million people hungry, needing the fruit, and the kerosene sprayed over the golden mountains. And the smell of rot fills the country.
Wow.
It's just full of so many things. Like, I don't have an example here, but one of the things he does, he takes a verb and he turns it into a noun, which is usually what you call a gerund, and gerunds are weak. When you read how to write, like for dispositively, or to write persuasively, they say don't turn your verbs into nouns, But he would say, instead of saying the mice scurried over the field, he would say the scurrying crept over the field. The scurrying would crept over the field.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so beautiful. And that book, it seems like he's got two things going. He's got the family of the story of the Joad family, which is a personal thing. And then he's got the story of the Depression and the migration of people from the Midwest going out to California and the hardship of that. And so every other chapter is sort of like an elegiac. It's like it's like a poem almost. It's almost poetry. describing the beauty of California and the you know the orchards and everything and the crops and things, and then and then the next chapter he's talking about the Jodes, you know, fixing a tire on their way there. It's really powerful. You know, it came out in 1939, and it got blasted by the right and the left.
Why the left?
People thought it was. Well, I'm not sure, but that's what I've read. Is that it got harsh criticism, and then has been banned periodically for decades in different school districts. You can't teach that, you know.
Why?
It's got some language, and it's got some rough depictions of. Do you know how it ends? You know the ending?
Grandpa dies or something?
That's way in the middle. I'm not gonna talk about the ending, but the ending is pretty unbelievable. It's remarkable.
Well, I remember Henry Fonda's speech.
The movie's different. The ending of the movie is different than the ending of the movie is different than the ending of the book. There's a Hollywood ending for the movie. The book, it just gets worse and worse and worse.
Kind of like my podcast.
Yeah. Oh, and they're living in a boxcar, and the river's coming up, and they're gonna die in this boxcar, and they wade out. And Rosa Sharon's had a stillborn birth, you know. Oh, it's brutal. I think that some of the people on the left thought that maybe it didn't go far enough and talk about. There's a hint at like union organizing, and there's one little chapter where they get relief. They go to a government camp, and everything is well run. But the rest of their, you know, they have to move from there. So maybe the left thought they didn't make it hopeful enough. It's not hopeful, you know. It's really devastating at the end. You wonder what's going to happen to these people. But yeah, and Tom Joad he leaves them. And he's hiding because he's killed another guy. You know, that's where it starts. He's getting out of prison. Anyway, it's beautiful. Beautiful book. I highly recommend it. And the problem with the movie is the movie's just about the Jodes. So you don't have those chapters which are beautiful descriptions of, first of all, how the farms were taken. I love this one. You ready for another? Can I do another reading?
Sure, of course.
Okay. And now the great owners and the companies invented a new method. Oh, no, this is not it. Wait a second. Yeah. The owners of the land came onto the land, and more often a spokesman for the owners came. They came in closed cars, and they felt the dry earth with their fingers. And sometimes they drove big earth augers into the ground for soil tests. The tenants, from their sun-beaten dooryards, watched uneasily when the closed cars drove along the fields. And at last the owner men drove into the dooryards and sat in their cars to talk out of the windows. The tenant men stood behind the cars for a while, then squatted on their hams and found sticks with which to mark the dust. In the open doors the women stood looking out, and behind them the children. Corn-headed children with wide eyes, one bare foot on top of the other bare foot, and the toes working. The women and the children watched their men talking to the owner men. They were silent. Anyway, I love this. Some of the owner men were kind because they hated what they had to do, and some of them were angry. This is about the banks are taking the farms.
Right.
And some of them were angry because they hated to be cruel, and some of them were cold because long ago they had found that one could not be an owner unless one were cold. And all of them were caught in something larger than themselves. Some of them hated the mathematics that drove them, and some were afraid, and some worshipped the mathematics because it provided a refuge from thought and from feeling. If a bank or a finance company owned the land, and the owner man said the bank or the company needs, wants, insists, must have, as though the bank and the company were a monster with thought and feeling which had ensnared them. These last would take no responsibility for the banks or the companies because they were men and slaves, while the banks were machines and masters all at the same time. Some of the owner men were a little proud to be slaves to such cold and powerful masters. The owner men sat in the cars and explained, "You know your land is poor. You've scrabbled at it long enough. God knows." And then they take the farms. And there's a big description for a whole chapter of how they plowed up these farms and just plowed over buildings, plowed over the farm buildings.
You know what? We should do a reading of The Grapes of Wrath.
It's 26 hours long.
But we just make it more entertaining, a little.
Oh, I'm so glad you have your sound effects back.
Don't you think that would make it more appetizing to a 21st century?
I think we could do it in German in the Hitler voice.
Oh, here's Adolf Hitler reading The Grapes of Wrath.
Und das, was wir hatten, wäre ja lächerlich gewesen. Die brauchten nur die Betonwelle besetzen. Ich konnte im September oder Oktober mit unseren Waffen keinen Krieg mehr beginnen. Das war ja unmöglich.
That really is Hitler talking. That's his indoor voice.
Yeah, I suppose so. I'm glad you got your board back.
I got my board.
Finally board back. Is it actually a physical board, or is it just a thing on your computer?
It's a thing on my computer, but it's a great machine.
Do you have different buttons for it?
Oh, it's amazing. And I'm learning it. And I couldn't get it to work because my computer's old, but
yeah.
I finally got it to work. And anyway. Let's go into the chat room, shall we?
Oh, some questions. That'd be great.
Well, let's walk into the chat room.
I'm there. I'm chatting.
Oh, these people are oh my God, does it smell? They're so repulsive. I can't stand.
Is that your wedding night? Oh man. That's your. Oh man. You're despicable, David. Despicable. Despicable.
You know what? This would, if it were left to me,
this is all you do.
Despicable. Disgusting. Sickening.
Sickening.
You're despicable. Sickening. You're despicable. Sickening. Despicable. You're despicable.
Now, who's the great artist who did that voice is
Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc. Was he Jewish?
Yes, he was.
So that was not his real name. It was Blankowski.
It was Melvin Blanc.
Melvin Blanc.
Sure. it was Mel Blanc check. That was. Should we play? You
want to play Turtle and then call it a night?
I got nothing else to do.
Hey, go see. I want to. Two things about Joni Mitchell. First of all, if you haven't ever seen it, go to YouTube and put in Both Sides Now, but not the original. That's good. But the 2000 version of Vince Mendoza, who does the strings, it's with strings. It is amazing. And then YouTube, she sang it at Newport. Her voice is really low, but it's just so inspiring to see someone who comes back from she couldn't even walk. She unable to walk. And she had to probably, she's very, was appreciative. There's this huge crowd at Newport, just went crazy for her. And she sounded pretty good, you know, for 79 and coming out of a brain aneurysm in 8 years ago. 2014, I think is when it happened. But it's a great artist. And then if you want to see more, I would suggest the Mingus, what you call the Mingus tour with Pat Metheny and Jaco Pastorius and Michael Brecker. And they do like, it's a big long concert. They do all the hits.
It's all on YouTube.
It's all on YouTube. You can watch it all. Yeah. But both sides now, I was just sitting there listening to her sing it. Half the voice that she ever had, but all the feeling. And you could just tell how it's a great, you know, such a great song. The words, everything is perfect about it. And it's 50 years old. We should all aspire, if you're an artist, to have something that lasts for 50 years. That's pretty amazing, you know. But I have a feeling people will be singing that a long time. Anyway, I'm really hooked on Joni Mitchell. She's really outstanding. So
this is great. What else is on your mind?
That's about it, David. I'm just I've been in training. I've been practicing like crazy. The trumpet. I want to sound good next week. And, you know, I haven't played a live gig in a while. And it's different than, you know, than just sitting at home playing. Because you got to play boom, 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 boom. You play for 2 hours, you know.
Right.
So I feel like an athlete getting ready for a track meet or something, you know. Got to be in shape.
It reminds you how hard it is. If you take a break and then you go back to performing, you go, oh my God, this is much. I do this.
Oh yeah, no, and there were times in the last year and a half when I got pretty lazy. You know, I had enough good, but I got some nice things coming up. We're going to play a big convention and a festival in October, and then a big convention in January.
Wow.
Okay. It's weird, like the older you get, you know, if you stick in this business, you don't play as often. I wish I was playing 6 nights a week, because then I'd have a face, you know. But so you play less often, but
What do
the
you mean
gigs
have a face? What does that mean?
well, you know, I got no face. You know, to have face is to have strength in your face, in your embouchure, so you can do that.
Right.
2 hours, and so
My face is great, but it's Fleet Week, so it's sorry. Sorry.
that was funny, and I don't even know why. But I mean, I
don't
can
know.
imagine.
I'm just
I thought of a joke. I was going to tell you a joke, and I forgot what it was. It was a good one, but.
I came up with, I had a joke about not trusting the guys at the car wash. I took my car in to get it washed, and there was a nickel in the cup holder. And when I came back, I noticed it had been moved a little. And you just can't trust. And I complained to the owner of the car wash. But the nickel in my cup holder had moved a couple of centimeters, so they were touching my nickel. I don't know why that made me happy saying that to somebody. But,
Did you really take a car to the car wash recently?
you know, I've got my mother.
You have a car now?
Well, yeah, I have a car. My mother passed away, and she had a car. I think it's 10 years old, maybe, but
That's not bad.
It has no miles on it. It's a Toyota, and those things run forever.
Say it again. It's a what?
Toyota.
Toyota. Yeah, I think you said Toyota.
It's a
That's the way-
Toyota. It's got like no mileage on it, and it's that proverbial car that was only driven by a little old lady on a Sunday. And so I've been driving it, and
Did you go to Temple? Did you only drove it once a week to Temple?
my mother would drive it into a temple. She's not a religious Jew. She was not religious.
She was Jewish by persecution only?
Yes. Yeah. She was funny, though. My mother was funny.
I wish I would have met her.
Hey.
Hey, I kind of scoured the. Was there an obit in the New York Times?
I don't think so.
Well, come on, David. Why you didn't do one? Shame on you.
I mean, don't you have to be? What you mean like the big stories, like?
No, but just in the page where they have all the obits.
Oh, I see.
I scoured it. I didn't know her first
Are you
name.
supposed to do that?
Well, I would like to know a little bit more about her. Don't you have your obit ready to go? Haven't you written it? This is taking a dark turn.
It's just. But it's good to, getting out of the city and driving around, which I haven't been doing, and seeing trees and nature and Trump supporters.
Scoping out places where you can dump bodies.
Yeah. Or take a dump on one. There are a lot of Trump supporters.
Did you read this? Sunday Opinions.
What I got wrong?
Yes.
David Brooks casually drops, I was wrong about capitalism. You MFer, you were wrong about capitalism. You spent 40 years being a mouthpiece.
These were some of the stupidest things. The one that got me, Thomas Friedman, of all the things he could talk about, I was wrong about Chinese censorship. That's what he picked. That's what he picked. Michelle Goldberg, she was wrong about Al Franken.
Al Franken, she's still wrong about Al Franken.
Yeah. Brett Stevens. Ugh. You know, the article, the thing that, the little chats with Brett and Gail.
I like Gail.
I like Gail, but they have this little banter. And it's too trivial. They trivialize so much stuff. And I'm going, oh, so that's how they feel. That's how they really feel about all this,
Right. She got Mitt Romney's dog wrong.
Jeez.
Right. She apologized for not letting up on Mitt Romney putting his dog on the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought, what a waste.
What have you gotten wrong?
Everything.
If for those of you who are lucky enough not to read the New York Times religiously like Professor Steinel and I do, they, I think a week ago, asked their opinion columnists all to answer the question, what did I get wrong? And that's an interesting question.
And Brett Stevens had the audacity to think that by being hard on Trump supporters, he helped get Trump elected.
Yeah.
Like
They
any of those supporters are reading Brett Stevens,
Right.
Jeez.
Yeah. Should we play Turtle?
Let's do that, Turtle.
This is a masterpiece. All your stuff is great.
I like Turtle.
Yeah, everybody loves Turtle. Here we
We're going to
go.
do it live next week.
Here's a preview.
I'm going to mute.
Mike Steinel is a jazz trumpeter, composer, educator. His most recent release is Song and Dance, the Mike Steinel Quintet featuring Rosanna Eckert. It's out on Origin Records. Believe it or not, he also writes fiction. He's the author of Saving Charlie Parker, a novel. Go to savingcharlieparker.com to purchase this book, and if it doesn't blow you away, I will reimburse you. That is the Feldman guarantee. Did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. And on Monday, a week from tonight, go to Steve's Wine Bar in Denton, Texas. If you live in the Dallas, Fort Worth area, between the hours of 7 to 9 p.m., there will be a book launch for Saving Charlie Parker, a novel. Meet Professor Mike Steinel. You're the best. You really are.
Oh, thanks, David.
You really are. You're really the best. I guess we should wrap it up, right?
Yeah.
Anything else you want to talk about?
No, I'm good.
You're great. Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. Let us now go.
Aren't you going to say I love you?
I love you.
No problem.
That's Rich Brown's joke.
I know. I love it. You didn't say I love. I had that all ready to go. All right, man. I love you too.
I love you too. Rich Brown, great comedian. My father was not too
he was
approachable.
Emotionally distant.
Emotionally distant. I used to say, Dad, I love you. And he'd go, no problem. Right.
All right, man. See you later.
See you. Thank you. Rodrigo in Mexico. How are you? Rodrigo?
Here.
Are you there?
I had to mute the YouTube. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How is your ulcer? How are you feeling?
I had it appears to be gastritis. I'm not sure, but I'm a little better. Thanks.
Gastritis. I'm sorry to hear
Yes.
that. Sorry.
That's what the doctor said.
Well, what's on your mind, sir? Oh, Rodrigo
I had,
raised his hand. What's on your mind? You want to slow down a little. I can't keep up with you tonight.
Did Roriki want to go first?
No, you go. No, he's going to respond to you. Go ahead.
Okay. So a quick update I haven't heard mentioned today. Ken Klippenstein from The Intercept received a leaked memo from Bank of America where they predict and celebrate that United States workers will lose purchasing power and unemployment will rise, so people will be forced to take underpaid jobs out of desperation.
This is Bank of America.
Protest today.
This is Bank of America celebrating workers being forced to take jobs at low pay.
Yeah. And I've said this before, that no one is too smart to not fall for grifters. Take Brianna Joy Gray. I can agree that maybe she's not a grifter or a sellout. Maybe Bernie's first or second loss broke her, but she's not just telling her audience of The Hills Rising that Kim Iverson is right and Tucker Carlson is anti-establishment, or that Jimmy Dore was right about Force the Vote. She's still lying, not just about Sam Cedar being against Force the Vote because Jimmy was for it and only because Jimmy was for it. I recently watched one of her videos where she lies about the leftist General Strike Summit.
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
Brianna Joy Gray, the former head of communications, I think, for Bernie.
Okay.
And she was lying about this leftist General Strike Summit of podcasters where they spent way more time complaining about Hassan Piker making way more money than them and buying a millionaire mansion with that money, being criticized because I don't care enough to tape the whole world. You can look for it. Anyway, she's trying to drag Chris Hedges, Susan Sarandon, Marianne Williamson, and even Kshama Sawant deeper into the Tucker Carlson isn't the establishment and Jimmy Dore was right rabbit hole. I don't watch many of her videos these days, but I've seen Kim Iverson celebrate when she was to the left of Brianna Joy Gray on trans rights, so I don't feel the need to pay more attention to her. I'm not telling you about this because I want you to stop watching the Bad Faith podcast or The Hills Rising. I want you to realize that Chris Hedges is very good at criticizing the establishment and the Democrats. And as a right-wing grifter, you invite him to talk about that. And if you want to say nice things about Tucker Carlson, you don't do it around Chris Hedges. You wait until next time to say nice things about Tucker Carlson. People get very upset when I imply Chris Hedges is a useful idiot, but it's less because Chris Hedges is too smart to let himself be used than because it's human nature to put people on pedestals, and the unspoken assumption that I'm the person who is too smart to fall for right-wing grifts also implies that if I fell for these right-wing grifts that Rodrigo keeps trying to warn people about, that would mean I'm not as smart as I think I am. And the people I follow blindly are not as smart as I think they are, which makes me less smart than I pretend I am. But here's the ugly truth. If the billionaire class really wants to grift us, we will not see it coming. We have a window of opportunity when they aren't really worried that we'll come together, and we have to use it to educate people instead of looking for shortcuts and silver bullets. And I'm going to say something many of you will really hate. We are not good at spotting right-wing grifters. Not only do many of us still wonder if Jimmy is really a grifter or just a hothead comedian, but most of us only know the right-wing grifters that everyone agrees are right-wing grifters. Someday the left will be more powerful, and when that happens, the right is going to spend real money and real effort sending right-wing grifters that are really hard to spot into leftist organizations. Nick Branagh's People's Party is convincing me it is not really a CIA finishing school for FBI informants because it's imploding again. You cannot tell that his entire organization is an incompetent grift from a distance, even if you hear isolated things like how he paid $3,000 for a new logo last year that he still isn't using. It's hard to know for sure that his promise that he studied the failures of the Green Party and is going to avoid them was made in complete ignorance and lack of understanding of why the Green Party has never grown to threaten the Democrats from the left. But the next generation of grifters is not going to be that obvious. Someday the billionaire class is going to get worried that the left could actually get its act together and grow a real coherent movement. And when they do, they're going to prepare someone who doesn't just read Marx and Lenin and quotes them selectively the same way that Christian fundamentalists pretend that their favorite quotes from Leviticus are more important than Jesus telling his followers to love their neighbor like they love themselves, like a certain grifter who recently started talking about Tankist 2.0.
Okay.
The next generation of grifters is going to be actually hard to spot. And that's why we need to be part of leftist communities. Because the larger our community is, the bigger the chance that one of us will see through the grift of people devoted to the long con. Or we can do nothing and wait until they declare organizing unions is a terrorist threat, like I don't know if you heard in the UK that they're trying to make striking illegal. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Let's go to Roriki in England. Hello, Roriki. Good morning.
Morning, David. How are you? It's 4:22 in London.
I think St. Christopher of Hitchens also had his hand raised.
He got a bit sleepy, but I think he's still there. He may join us, I think.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Here,
it's a milder week this week after 40 degrees the week before. So,
well, that's good.
So it's good. Yeah, we've got a Commonwealth Games happening in Birmingham, not Birmingham, Alabama, Birmingham in Birmingham. So that's pretty good too.
Good.
Hey, David, I wanted to say a couple of things, but I thought I'd start with the good stuff because tonight's show's been really quite fun. Steinel, QAnon from the Caliphate, and big old Marianne. I mean, after Peter and Harriet and Pascal and
it's a great
good
show.
David. It's
Great
been
show.
quite
Yeah.
been quite fun.
We're back in the groove.
We're back in the groove, yeah. But I do have to pull you up, David. You're gonna have to at some stage. You're gonna have to read some Marx.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think. I think you read my chat comments. You're annoying me today because you've got to have both sides. You can have your nativism, but you've got to understand the Marx to understand what we're talking about, because the change has to happen. It's going to happen soon. Our climate isn't changing for the better; it's changing for the worse. And we've got to start talking more unions, David. We haven't been talking unions a lot in the last 6 months.
I agree with you on that. I agree, and I'm
going to give Max Alvarez. I'm going to give the boys down in Alabama a call, and we'll get some labor talk going on.
I have fallen into old habits in my thinking where I say it's fewer than 100 days before midterms. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their party. And I know that pisses off some of my listeners, but I do think we're living under the threat of a more dangerous Republican Party. I know some people don't believe that.
I believe it's time for the party to come to aid of the people. How's about that? How about we shift that way and get Biden to do something good for us?
I hear you, and I've fallen back on old habits, but I do think that there's an undercurrent in this country right now with the guns and the racism and the fascism. It's unbridled now. And I don't think it's asking too much when the midterms are coming up to stop for a second and try to protect our majority in the House and the Senate. I know it's not enough, and I know I need to read Marx, I get that, but right now I'm concerned that if the Republicans get control of the House and the Senate, nobody learns a lesson. It just gets worse. It's getting worse now, and it's going to get a lot worse, a lot quicker with the Republicans gumming up the works.
This is going to sound flippant, but it's sounding all 1619 again. We're going to have this conversation for another 300 years unless we change the system. And part of changing that system, you've got to vote for, in that representative democracy sense, you've got to vote for self-protection, yes, but you've got to make sure that you are moving Biden left. And by just saying we need to do it again isn't moving Biden left. You're just keeping him there, keeping him happy, keeping him propped up. And, it was like someone was saying in the chat, Obama had the battle was for 60 in the Senate. Now the vote is, you actually have, relatively speaking.
He really didn't have a filibuster proof. It was one, Franken didn't get seated until late in 2009. And then Teddy Kennedy died. And
she said something awful about the Boston Black Sox or whatever they're called.
Who?
The person that was supposed to replace Teddy Kennedy, and she lost the seat.
I think her name was Moakley or something. She lost to Scott Brown. So there was a brief period where he had something
You see what I'm saying, though? We're talking electioneering. We're not talking change. We're talking this is what happened, and this is how it happened, and blah blah blah. But it's like, how do we fundamentally change the system?
Well, I think we can fund it. I think what's going to happen is if there were the revolution you want, after the dust settles, we'll pretty much be left with a system resembling what our founding fathers gave us. And that is, I'm talking about Congress. And that I still believe here in America, we have the tools for a revolution every 2 years. The people have to take hold of our government. The excuse that we can't, that big money is insurmountable, I understand that, I believe that, but I don't believe it's insurmountable. I don't believe that if the will is there, I don't believe anything is insurmountable. And I do believe that a revolution, after all is said and done, we will agree on something that is pretty close to what our founding fathers gave us. A democracy where people vote and the instruments of power are available to us. The ruling class was set up for the ruling class. We can seize it. I believe that.
I hope the best for you, David. But I would just look at since 1776 and look at how many revolutions you've actually had. You had one, and then you had a well-meaning Illinois guy in 1861. I guess that was a bit of a revolution. Other than that, you haven't had any.
All right.
You haven't had any change. You guys are still plowing the same furrow as what you've been doing since you started. And that was a racist state that started with some people from my country coming over and basically being pricks to the indigenous people who basically don't exist. And
Yes.
bring over people from another place that come from Africa and turning them into slaves and second-class citizens for 350 years.
Yes.
You gotta put a bit more solid on the plate, then we will get to the utopia of a whole lot of slave-owning Virginians. Got to have more than that. People need more than that.
I spend a lot of time criticizing America and the Democratic Party. If you watch the top of the show, I went after the Pentagon, Ukraine, Biden, but we have fewer than 100 days. And if we lose the House, I'm a Democrat. I can't help it. And I believe that you can make change from within.
Oh, well, that's good. I'll leave you with that, and I'll leave you with a thought.
Okay.
Instead of being a Democrat, be an American first and do what's right for America first. I'll leave it there.
I think right now, the only opportunity to make change right now is doing it through the Democratic Party.
Oh, well.
I know.
Let's hope they do better than they've done.
I know. It's not great.
Oh, and by the way, David, love you, brother.
I love you too.
Take care, Ben.
You know what? It's like Ricky. It's like me standing naked in front of somebody about to have sex. And you go, this is it. Are we going to do this? This is what you got.
Jesus Christ, it's like you're having sex. I mean, I haven't been having that for a long time. So, I mean, Jesus, what are you talking about, David?
This is what you have to work with. You want it or not. And I think we've got the Democratic Party. We're standing naked, and we're either going to
Well, hey, if Kamala's opposite me, that's fine. If Biden's opposite me, I don't know about it. I'm sort of more in the Kamala camp as far as standing naked in front of.
I loathe the Democratic Party, but I am still a Democrat. All right, I love you, brother. Thank you.
Take care, brother. Love you.
Your voice. All right, we're going to wrap it up.
You need more therapy, David.
I need more therapy. All right, let me say thank you to everybody. Today's show is produced by Dan Frankenberger, along with Andy Brown, Sarah Bush, the Invisible Ninja, Joe in Norway, Professor Jonathan Bick, and Hannah Feldman. Thank you all to the people who put this show together. I really appreciate it. We also have mods in our chat room, keeping our YouTube audience honest and delighted. They are MIDI Doctors, Bob Carmody, Autumn Leaves, Choking on Ashes, Scout is Taken, M. Toussaint, Lex 444, and of course, Dan F., Sarah, Andy Brown, and Invisible. Thank you for keeping our YouTube chat room and the Zoom audience in line. And if you would like to join us in the Zoom room, we're doing this Mondays and Thursdays from 5 p.m. Eastern until whenever. Go to my website to sign up. And while you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. It comes out every Friday. It includes an office hours invitation. And come to office hours, meet better people. Let me thank tonight's guests. They were Jason Miles and Pascal Robert. They're co-hosts of the This Is Revolution podcast. Go listen to This Is Revolution. I want to thank, Liam McEnany. I hope he's not mad at me. David Cobb and Harriet Fraud. Thank you to both. Thank you to Professor Adnan Hussein. Listen to the Mudgelis podcast. It's spelled Majlis. And Guerrilla History. He's got Noam Chomsky on Guerrilla History coming up. How great is that? Peter B. Collins, thank you. Go to peterbcollins.com. Professor Marianne Cummings, follow her on Twitter at RazorGirl. And of course, the author of Saving Charlie Parker, a novel, Professor Mike Steinel. Go buy Saving Charlie Parker. Go to savingcharlieparker.com. Buy the book. If it doesn't blow you away, I will reimburse you. It gets the Feldman guarantee. Subscribe to this show wherever you get podcasts, please, and give us a good review and share this with your friends. We also have a YouTube channel. Please subscribe and share this with your friends. We don't have any corporate sponsor. We don't have anybody amplifying the show. It's all done through word of mouth. The best way to help this show is to copy the link, paste it into your social media or email, and share it with everybody. Let's grow our audience. I'm David Feldman, reminding you to stay strong and protect the weak. Let's listen to some more music from Professor Mike Steinel.
I'm traveling light, got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. A couple of passports and my sex doll Denise. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. I need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my little blue pills. A Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. Got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender. A 50 tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, so light, so light, so light, so light. Twizzlers in case I have some visitors. Febreze if my room is stinky. A Polaroid in case I get kinky. My Jesus bobblehead and my Star Wars bedspread. I'm traveling light. I got my rabbi costume and my portable dark room. My hair plug lotion and my expensive wrinkle cream. My Emmy statue for my self-esteem. I'm traveling light. I got my podcast mixer and a fancy microphone. My exercise bike so I have a place to hang my pants. My very valuable Hummel collection, a menorah made of fish heads. A Christmas tree, I like to keep my options open, don't you know? A shoe shine kit, a skill saw, a crossword book, a large supply of mechanical pencils, a year's worth of New York magazines I've been trying to get around to read, some scripts that I've been tweaking for those people in LA, and my enemies list. Don't forget about my enemies list.